event. There's still 4 slots up for grabs, but nothing but success here. Failure equals sitting on the sideline and waiting until the next event, which will likely be the Red Bull one. Joining me today is a wonderful Crackety. Crackety, why are you not like, bro? This is like right up your street. Why are you not qualifying for this?
It's so different compared to our usual tournaments. Well, not the usual, but like to what I'm used to. You know, I'm more of the guy. I go on ladder, and that's where I take names. But these maps that we got here, they're so unique. Like you gotta practice for them. You gotta practice for them. And I went into cold water at one point in time. I played some games with Certain. I played some games with Lash, and I got 2-0'd by Lash. And I was like, okay, maybe this isn't my this isn't my style. But I'm here. I'm going to be casting it, and that's something. That's something, right?
Hey, like I always say, being in the casting booth, you're always a winner, right? Like, when you're in the game, you like if you win, you're gonna have a higher high, but when you lose, it's like a bigger low. And then also on top of that, you have Marine Lord mocking you on the sideline, calling you a grand finals carpet. So like, it's there's no real win in there if we're being totally real. So you chose the right career. But good to have you on board, buddy. And you tend to have some interesting experiences on the ladder at the moment. I think usually your problem is more to do with broken stuff and campy behavior, which is why it's great that you don't have to worry about that for our first series of the day. Because
I'm
Faye,
sure about that.
I'm pretty sure. Well, I'm not going to promise no dumb stuff.
I was gonna say,
but like broken stuff or camping really isn't in the vocabulary of either of these players, as we saw yesterday. I don't know if you caught any of the games. We basically had Faye doing horse archers against HRE. You can guess how that one went. Oh, wait, she's in the qualifier number 2. And then Mia Micah had his funky drafts, which he's once again underway with. The map draft by Surfshark has completed. We've got Coastal Cliffs, Hill and Dale, and Holy Island. And what I need you to do right now, Crackety, explain to me, why is Mia Micah so obsessed with the Mongols?
I mean, Mia Micah, he's more like obsessed with Juji's legacy. But Juji's legacy is getting banned 24/7 against him. I wonder why. Yeah, he's kind of famous on ladder for using Juji's legacy rather often. But his number 2 pick, his personal favorite, has to be the Mongols. And I gotta say, Mongols are, on these hybrid maps, a civilization that can excel on certain maps. Even on some of the land maps. We got Hill and Dale here at the moment as one of the closed picks, where Mongols, their trade, can be really, really strong. And Mia Micah has other options as well for maps like Holy Island and Coastal Cliffs. So what I'm seeing here right now, Mia Micah, the zips he's got available to him, he's got Mongols, Delhi, China, and Japan.
Yeah.
So my personal guess would be Holy Island, either Japan or China. I could see there.
I think you Japan here, right? And then because China's really good on Coastal Cliffs.
Yeah, China's really good on Coastal Cliffs, but one thing that I think is difficult with Japan at the moment, due to the state that the Imperial Age ship is in, the Takabuna, once you reach Imperial Age, you're dead.
Okay,
if Japan can't end the game before Imperial, they're dead.
Don't let it get there. That's the beauty of this Civ, right? But yeah, okay. So I think that's a soul read for Mia Micah. The English pick, if you remember, like a long time ago when Holy Island was dominated by the English, the one solution was to pick Mongols.
Yes. Right? Could we see it here? Could we see the Dark Age Horseman return in order to deny a dock?
I mean, the logic is you want to scout off your opponents doing the men-at-arms, right? And if they're doing the men-at-arms, you react with the stables. Otherwise, I guess you play into a bad situation. Like that's my only issue now is like previously English had to do that build. Now, I feel like you just go Feudal Age and get the king, right? And then you are free to raid on land in a game where your opponent has to play full attention onto the water side. So, bit of a funky one, actually. Like, it's kind of crazy just how many matchups have changed simply because of this small difference with the king.
Something that you can do here is, like, before even building the Uwu, you just straight up immediately build the stable and just immediately send the horse all the way across. Okay. If it comes to that, English could be in trouble. The English villagers could be in trouble. Like if the water is getting denied for them for the early part of the game where you really want to have the water, the fishing ship advantage, that could lead to a really, really big scaling advantage for the Mongol player. So much even to the point where, sure, the English can get a king out. What does the king really do for you in an age where, other than the horsemen, you still have access to spearmen? And by extension, if Faye goes for a council hall, what good does that do against a civilization that has access to Dark Age horsemen?
Yeah.
So I
It's
think Mongols, they got the tools. They have the tool set here to like really be wild in
It's
this
an
matchup.
interesting theory, right? Because yes, if you do go straight for the stables, you should be able to actually. You could even intercept the villager before they build the dock, right? Because the Khan is actually decent compared to a scout at that role in the game. Not to mention the maneuver speed arrow gets you there much quicker. So that's a really cool idea. I think that probably is like the only way I like him playing this. I feel like any other strategy, and it's almost just a default win now for the English, right? Because even if they do get baited in with the Dark Age Men at Arms spam, I'm just thinking once you reach feudal, unless you somehow just make this all about land, I just don't see how Mongols ever have an edge on the water side in this matchup now, right? Like with the English economy being what it is, we have to always remember they get that 10% discount. And then longer into the feudal age, you'll be looking at Admiralty, which just completely breaks the water side.
I'm actually not 100% on board like with that, because there are actually
Okay.
some really cool, interesting things that the Mongols have going for them when it comes to the economy. So for one, they don't have to build any houses. That's already 50 wood spare, saved every now and then. On top of that, usually in this situation, you don't really use your bonus stone that you get with an Uvu for units. You can use it, for example, and this is something that I really think comes in mind, especially for the early upgrades. Early improved double products works wonders there. Like, it's a really big upgrade there. On top of that, you get bonus movement speed from the deer stones. Or if you don't go for the deer stones, you already have a dock at one side of the map, which acts as a market for potential trade to the one market in the middle of the map.
It's an interesting idea. One thing I would like to remember, you got to be mindful of, right, is like to that whole point of not needing to build houses. I think one deceptive thing about the English on water that balances it out is the fact that they get their ships cheaper, right? It's like over time, as you're getting to a stage where you're like, oh, I'm pop locked, I need to build a new house. By the time you're there, quite often you've basically saved the cost of the house on the boats you were employing, right? So it's a small nitpicky thing, but it kind of like offsets that. I agree the trade can be cool. We have seen it once or twice before for the Mongols. But something that I'm thinking of there is like the tough part is the initial setup, because if this is the king, you're already at a disadvantage there, right? Like I think at that point, once again, that whole idea of having gone horseman is beneficial. But the issue then is you have to scale enough horsemen to pinch the king. So we're talking like 6 to 8 of them, which is really expensive.
It is, and you probably can't use them for much else at that point in time. Also, it kind of forces like all of your horsemen onto possibly the wrong side of the map, and that gives like the English player options to go on other sides. I would say like this matchup, there are a lot of opportunities here for both of these players to make the game uncomfortable for the other. So I wonder like who is going to fold under the pressure, and I gotta say it is very difficult to make a game really uncomfortable for the Mongols. They're so flexible in many ways, with like having the ability to move the buildings, not needing to build houses, and just being mobile all over the map. Mongols is like one of the best chaos civs, I want to say. Like they handle chaos really, really well.
Yeah. I think like the other kind of interesting thing in my mind is, if this could be an old council hall build, right? Like another thought that kind of came to me is if there isn't any opening Mongol aggression, something that's kind of disgusting to do is the Abbey of Kings on the shoreline, right? We used to see that, if you remember, on Baltic, because you just get this ridiculous rejuvenation effect for your boats. I think I'm trying to remember who the first player to discover it was. I remember Marine Lord done it a lot in the early days, just before Red Bull World low, when people were prepping Baltic. A lot of people had feelings like HRE or whatnot, and I always remember MLord was the #1 like English picker on Baltic. Not a great map for it if you remember, because like you want the optimal for an Abbey of Kings is a concave, but you had a reverse concave there because you're going in a circle. But here on a line, it's not too bad. Would have a lot of idle time attached to it walking out to build it up is my only concern, considering without wheelbarrow, like pulling what you'd want like probably 5 villages to do that. It's a very long walk.
I mean, worst case, you build the Abbey of Kings in your base, and then you just send the king out to heal your ships.
True. You get the baby heal. I mean, it's like, what is it? I think is it a third of the heal rate?
Yeah, it's 2 health per second compared to 6 health per second that a king heals. It's still a good amount. I think a dock heals 1 health every second or 2 health every second. Yeah. So it should at least, like, worst case, double it, which would be like old HRE docks.
I still remember when the UIs were all out of whack which is why I always just double check myself still with Abbey of Kings. Because you remember, like at one stage, it literally said that it was, I think it said it was 8 per second, but it was actually 6.
It got changed many times, yeah. I
Tooltips
think it
are
also
hard
used to be a
update.
lot less. Yeah, I think it also used to be a lot less at one point.
Originally, it was 4 every 1.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy, right? Like, this is someone
There's been so many changes, dude.
Yeah, it's like I remember like talking about this the other day on stream. Like, remember when we thought it was a good idea to give like 300 gold per relic to HRE, right? No, and like,
Yeah,
oh no,
900 passive gold per minute. Surely
Yeah,
that's
we're like,
good.
no. Let's dial that back. That's kind of dumb, right? And then you've just got other things like this where it's been going the opposite way. Because I don't know if you're on board with this, but I feel like feudal age healing is subtly OP. It's something we just like forget because it kind of comes and goes with these intricate buffs, like the king in particular here.
I say, well, this is like probably the default answer to stuff like that. It depends.
Oh,
Yeah. It depends on the civilization that gets it, right? Like if they have high health units in feudal age that can actually make great use of that. For example, the Delhi with their Ghazi Raiders have more health, or in weird situations where you go for the Vizier point, the Ottomans with their Spahi, units that you can actually pull back, or French Knights, Jeanne d'Arc's Knights. Then it makes a lot of sense. But when it's like units like longbows or spearmen, then I wouldn't be too fussed about it. Like those units are meant to get one shot in the heat of battle.
It's kind of crazy because I think actually what you've got now with the king, I've said like even if you want to go council hall build, you go king now, and you like yes it's 300 wood, but the logic now is that you've got the old campfire with the king, right, where you're able to heal instead of just spending on these expensive units and then throwing them away. Just to update people, we are definitely getting in 30 seconds. There was just a little bit of an argument on which server it was going to play it on. I can already see how that went down, considering one person's in America and the other's in Southeast Asia. Don't think we have an island, a tiny island with a server on it in the middle of the Pacific. So I don't know what
servers. We're not there yet.
I think it's usually Australia gets defaulted to in that situation, right? Between those two. But anyway, it's time. First series of the day. Qualifier number 2 of Master of Realms. Faye versus Mio Micah to open the day in what I'm sure is going to be an absolute slew of insanity across 3 games.
Starting us off, though, Mio Micah not going for the immediate stable here. Instead, that's a very far out Uwu, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I even double checked on the map. I was like, is he just screwing up? Is there a closer one? No, that was the best he had. But that's just got me thinking. The idea of going the Uwu first here, the meta since we last saw the English Mongol matchup has heavily shifted on the Holy Island. Not just because the king changes with English, but the biggest change you may have noticed is like with Holy Island, the dominant civs are ones that have a way of getting their hands on naval arrow slits. This is a civ that can do that with a stone. You mentioned of the eco upgrades, but naval arrow slits is another really big deal on a map where you're almost always going to be fighting in range of these docks.
Okay, we're now seeing the barracks coming in for Mio Micah, so likely Spearmen will be coming out. And I mean, we got like 2 main spawn. Yeah, I'm also a little bit surprised. Like in this matchup, why not just go Horseman? Your enemy literally can't even make Spearmen. Like even if they wanted to, they can't make Spearmen. In Dark Age, they don't have that option.
Yeah, and it's like, well, the men at arms can then win that fight against the spears as well as another thing. And then, like on top of that, now, like the more you do this, when English do hit feudal age, they can actually get value out of a few longbows quite easily. I guess it's a deterrent against the king play in a way. But I'd say, we've seen this a million times. There's not a worse civ in the game to try and outpost rush, because if they see you coming, they're just going to pull the villages with short bows.
Yeah, we also have 2 villagers now also moving towards the shoreline. We can already see walls coming up now. That's... I mean, for efficiency's sake, this is interesting, pulling 2 additional villagers here. It's going to be fine because these villagers are going to be able to gather from shoreline fish, but it's a lot of walking time for them. Shoreline fish are going to be great here for them because that's actually the fastest gather rate for villagers that you can get from a food source.
They need
the issue I still see is... Yeah, the Khan it exists. It still exists. And there's still a couple of segments that aren't fully built, but the Spearman should arrive a little bit too late here.
There's definitely not enough time, right? Like this is the issue. Having to go the Uwu and then the Rax, that's an expensive investment. It's always going to lag you out a bit. But Khan might be able to get the kill. Faye just needs to return fire. Like that village is screwed. She could have maybe at least got the return kill. Instead, that one shot is the difference that keeps him alive.
And the torches are now coming out. With 2 villagers, there's no aura on the villagers as well. No network of castles here.
Uh-oh.
They're going to be attacking really slow. The DPS from these villagers, it is negligible to the spearmen, I would say. And every now and then the Khan can regenerate enough health to be an annoyance there. Instead, we're actually getting a villager here that's going to move out. So it's probably not going to just stay with the spears. The issue with that is
that's
the
a dock
short
drop,
post.
That looks like a dock drop to me.
It could be a dock drop. He has a single villager. Oh,
Positioning
okay,
makes
we're in
sense.
the wrong position. Yeah, I thought we'd go all the way for an outpost here potentially, but
you get a little bit gung ho there, my friend. Yeah, I think at this point, like you accept that you've got some value out of that play, but the reality is
maybe
that's not a bad idea. And then in the meantime, you can fish as well. But like the thought process here, right, is like this gives you the best of both worlds because your opponent already has a dock up now. They already have fishing boats out. Like the amount of time it would take you to invest in getting an outpost up, adding extra spearmen, your opponent will be in feudal age anyway, right? So I definitely prefer this approach. I do like that idea of the transpo, though.
Transpo would definitely be interesting. Also interesting, Miyamika not stopping at 5 spearmen, going for 7 here. That's a lot of investment into spearmen. I guess with 7, you could argue that he's got enough to burn through the wall.
Yeah,
regardless of damage, but I'd rather see the transport ship.
It's the timings as well. Like I think you need the transport. Yeah, I'm hoping it's going to be a transport on the way, considering the way it's moving. There we go. Now, FaZe should see this quite quickly, so she could try to just like gate and get out. But you know, the smart thing Miyamika can do here, he should not send all the spearmen to the other side of the wall. I think you leave 3 outside and send 4 inside. That way, the villagers definitely die.
I think maybe even keep more outside than inside. Because outside, you need more DPS in order to kill him. Oh, he's actually going for all of them.
Oh, so FaZe should just get away then, because he just used the maneuver speed arrow already.
Yeah. So that's not going to work.
All right. Time to leave.
Coming as well.
FaZe.
Unless it's body block. Oh, Miyamika.
She's just, wait, what is going on here from both sides? She starts attacking the Khan when there's 7 spearmen waiting to jump out. I'm so at a loss right now. Miyamika, like, do we need to check the key bindings here? Did he?
There we go. I mean, garrisoning can be kind of iffy at some points. He's already, like, he's also got enough resource to go up. I'm not sure why he hasn't clicked up yet. There we go. Now he's clicking up. Deerstone's 8 villagers.
I think it's because his APM was at 300 and it was all from trying to ungarrison that transport ship.
Well, FaZe trying to get another dock up there. That should never go up with the spearman and the transport ship ring right next to it.
That is so absurdly early as well. I guess she's just trying to bait because this will drag the spearman away from finishing the torch down, right? It's kind of smart, actually, because one way or the other, she should end up now getting her military vessel out to defend. It's going to be a 1 spearman pull, but like I'm surprised FaZe pulling away this early. What?
Oh, the Khan is going to go down now. That's unlucky, just before the age up, when he would get the DPS increase.
Or, you know what the crazy part is? That difference, you said he was like mismacroing a bit. It might have been enough to get in there just in the nick of time, but a 3rd dock now coming.
Oh, it gets spotted as well, though.
Yeah, I don't think she realizes just how much vision those transport ships are going to have. And now, because she's not split on this decisions from Miyamika, right? It can be everything across to address this. So, Faye, sure she's got that fishing out. Sure she got the tech up first, but now she's got 2 half-complete docks to do nothing.
Oh, and there's more villagers now being pulled as well. Oh, she's trying to get a dock all the way in the corner now. This could work because it's not in line of sight anymore.
This is absurd.
We don't have any
like,
attack ships yet.
Okay, so the cancel the docks, like this is payday, right? Because Miyamika hit that one, so 50 resources.
Yeah, I'm just not sure why that spearman that's all the way on the other side had the icon with the plus 20, like plus 50 resources. No, she's not doing it there.
What? No. Oh, Faye. Oh, look at this. I mean, she can't actually look. Like, if you check. No, please stop, dude.
She's feeding. She's actively feeding at this point in time.
It seems appropriate we talked about MOBAs before we got on the broadcast because this is legit the equivalent of sending it down mid. I can't right now. Like, don't even, like, at this point, yeah, thank God she's building longbows. I was about to say, just don't do this without backup. Oh my God, that's another one. Can we get a counter,
This is
please?
the equivalent of Karthus going 013 and buying Moby boots.
Oh my God. Dude, we actually...
the demo ship.
No.
so lost.
A 50 resource rebate. I can't. It's
And now there's a ship.
go game 2.
GG, re.
You know, like, you know how usually you have the counters for something, like if someone used the word like a lot, if they swear a lot. We should just have that for docks that gave bounty in this game.
How is Miyamaika at 620 gold in this situation? It's all bounty for the most part. He's got a lot of villagers and gold as well. I'm not quite sure why. Probably wants to get a lot of upgrades in now as well. He's got the gold for it.
Probably because he didn't expect to get that much bounty. Right? Like, imagine in that situation, it's like, oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna need this many people on gold for all the upgrades. And then you just look up, you're like, why have I got like an extra 100 gold all of a sudden? Oh god, this game. I mean, we said it. We said it would deliver something entertaining. It definitely hasn't failed. Faye, now I'm just trying to mass Lombos. Not the worst of ideas here, right? Like, yes, it counts as spears, but also the cool thing about Lombos, you can at least outrange the naval vessels. So it might be a kind of creative way of getting back on water, considering, well, if she can't push those ships away, there's no dropping a dock anymore.
Yeah. I mean, now the fishing ships also get taken down. And at this point, Faye has to just realize, okay, I'm kind of dead. I got maybe one shot, one opportunity to come back through land. But then I see another silhouette.
I'm gonna stop you right there.
Shoreline.
Me and Mike is just gonna go castle A. She's gonna call GG. Oh no!
Maybe.
Not again. Like, please. We've been here before so many times, too many times.
Oh, and it's just in range again. Imagine if Faye just like deletes the wall segment and builds the dock like a couple spots further to the right.
Right? That's like what we wanted to see her do originally, but because of where the walls are, there's never a spot you could get there. Hence why we keep coming back to this. And this was all forced by the fact that Faye wanted to include those 2 shoreline fish, so she had fishing options to the villagers that came out. Like, if you think about it, normally when they display, you'd be a little bit tighter on the walls, so she wouldn't have had to have built it back inside here. She could have snuck on that north side. Oh dear. Well, it looks like we are getting more units from Miyamaika. No Castle Age Rush coming out. Instead, it's going to be Mass Horsemen.
That's also interesting. So we got
that's ambitious.
Yeah, and the first thing that's coming in from that dock is Admiralty.
It's admirable, but I don't know if it's going to work here. I mean, you need ships. This is like having a Kurotai with no units. Kind of defeats the point.
Imagine if Miyamaika just like pulls a single fishing ship over and repairs the ship as well.
That would be this. Oh no.
We see the plus 25 is coming up.
Is that
again.
like the 5th one?
There must have been more. I believe there must have been more than that.
And that king we just saw on screen for a second there didn't get any value, by the way. No worker kills so far. This is turning into quite the one-sided affair. Faye's gonna go in again, but guess what? Skrill Ship's pretty good at sniping villagers. On the galley coming in as well. She's gonna cancel it again, isn't she?
Now this is the time now to just send a single fishing ship out to repair them.
No. This is the time to send in Rohirrim. That's 11 horsemen marching across.
But there's a couple of spearmen, and nah, this isn't enough.
No, she's going in.
It?
He's going in, Miyamaika.
The spear's not reacting.
He's going to get the villagers. And that's an immediate denial. Look, cancel again!
Oh, man. Oh, man. This is chaotic, but in the worst possible way. I mean, Miyamaika, he's at 1,000 gold. You need, like, just go up. Why the horseman? Just go up. Next age. Go.
All right. Full pitch on why people need Surfshark. On the one side of things, Faye needs Surfshark to hide that it is indeed Faye in this game right now. Miyamaika now has so much gold in reserve he can afford Surfshark. There you go. We figured it out. Now, just a one dock situation. You're never going to get enough out quick enough. I think the demo's been queued up first there, so maybe you can kill the Springwood off, but at this stage, I mean, Miyamaika is 1.5 miles ahead. I think this is one of the most painful games of Holy Island I've ever had to watch, while simultaneously being one of the most entertaining games of Holy Island I have ever watched.
Oh, demo ship though! Demo ship! Wow! That's a good one. That's value.
I guess we got the answer to which server they're playing on. Must be NA.
Okay.
And well, we talked about this.
Yeah. How many horsemen does it take to kill a king? The answer is 11.
Kingslade, English have to automatically call GG, right? That's the way this matchup works. Khan goes down GG, King goes down GG. A lot of spearmen and longbows here. Like Faye, if she actually just gets the gold together, she could make this a land transition play, but Mia Micah is going to be the first to pull the trigger for attack up.
I hope so, because now there's suddenly an actual sizable army on land for Faye, making their way over to Mia Micah's base at the same time, though.
Not as quickly, that's the problem. Villagers with a pinch. Free going down.
If Faye goes back, oh, she doesn't go back. That's great. Faye isn't going back with the land army. If she went back, it would be over. But now, there's a chance.
What is that Kurultai play?
There's a chance for a checkmate play.
I mean, you say that, but the longbows, they're actually too slow to get here in time for the Kurultai, and they're distracted right now by the gold. So if Faye goes south instead of west, yeah, there's nothing that's going to happen here. Tech up is a success.
Age Up comes in, but as soon as the Age Up comes in, look at that. Spearmen immediately know, okay, what's coming out here? Either cavalry or men-at-arms. I gotta take care of the men-at-arms, and there we go. Barracks immediately getting attacked. Water.
Why even look at this? Like,
yeah, I mean,
there's nothing left.
He makes sure that he doesn't like die there, right?
Yeah, horsemen now coming in. Oh, that's sick. That bought time. So the spearmen have to react to that, right? So the men-at-arms gonna get out. He might even get a double pump out here again. Because 2 men-at-arms at this stage, I mean, they should be able to hold this back for a decent while. Notice the spearmen are also getting targeted down, so the horsemen will be able to get additional DPS throughout the fight. And it looks like we are going to see 2 more coming out.
Yeah, the villagers have to be careful. That's a couple more of them going down. Still a sizable advantage for her, for Mia Micah when it comes to the overall eco count. And now there's the 4 men-at-arms. 4 men-at-arms, though. I mean...
6 men-at-arms.
Yeah, 6 men-at-arms. Oh, yeah, another barracks. That's great.
Wait, you can build more production buildings?
Outside of the Uwu range? What? Mongols can do that?
Are you even a Mongol player if you do that? Oh, dear. But it's recovered him fully. I mean, the crazy part about that...
blacksmith upgrades, and Mia Micah does.
Yeah, but the interesting part as well is, like, throwing away the horseman like that, it seems so expensive, but in reality, that bought the second pump of men-at-arms, which gave him the numbers. And now Faye, you know, just a minute ago, we were talking about how she looked about ready to go Castle Age. Now look at her economy. She's stuck.
Very much so. I mean, Micah, sure, like he's a little bit in a pickle when it comes to like gold income. He doesn't have a lot of gold, but now with the Kurultai, at least he'll be able to heal all of his expensive units.
Remember when Kurultai was a meme? How the times have changed.
I mean, give a building passive healing in combat, right?
Yep. Right. The problem is it was attached to Khan before. Now you don't care about that guy. You don't need him.
That's true.
Oof. Outpost is ambitious from Faye. At this stage, I feel like this is just going one way. I mean, Mia Micah, he isn't really producing more units at the moment, but he's back on the gold again, right? Like, this is pushing away enough pressure that he should be able to just spam men-at-arms into a victory now.
Boris just got attacked by a longbow, but seemingly doesn't care about that. We also see that the spearmen, which were trapped inside of the transport ship for the last 10 minutes, finally got released.
I thought they were just sailors now. They were probably waiting around to see if there was going to be any dono on the waterfront again, you know?
They tried to board the enemy ships.
Hey, that's what's missing from naval warfare, all right?
Imagine transport ships could board enemy vessels.
It's like, I think this game was, I think it's Act of War, or Art of War, sorry, where, like, you know, you could... Your enemy would be in a building, and you could send your troops in a building to fight them inside it and clear it. We just need that.
Glory had that as well. It was like 2003, 4.
I think like Art of War was the same time. Fun fact:
probably
those type of games, you try to play them now, they crash your PC because you have too much RAM. Yeah, you heard me correctly. Anyway, I don't think we need RAMs to break this base. Mia Micah is just sending it full armored comp into the enemy base, and Faye, thumbs up. You have got the farms. I just don't think it's going to be enough.
Proxy farms away from the base. Yeah, it's all getting ironed out now. We have +2 defend, like Pierce armor now as well for these units, which means they can stay here indefinitely. And there it is, Faye calls GG. And we'll be going over into a game number 2 now, after what feels like probably the most chaotic Holy Island games that I've watched in quite a while.
Yeah, this game now has the admins assessing whether they need to recategorize Holy Island. Like that's how crazy that one was. Because they didn't even draft the Chaos category this time around, but they found a way to play it, and I expect that to continue throughout the series. So Faye, back up against the wall already. Remember, folks, these are BO frees. She gets a chance to strike back, but if she fails in the second game, these are single elim formats. So one and done, basically. Nothing but wins will do. And Mia Micah, well, he may not have got his Chuganu. He may have drafted the Mongols, but somehow after those two factors, looking pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. And it is, as you said, this is the last chance for these players to qualify for the event. So there's definitely tensions rising between the two, between the players. And yeah, Faye, she's gonna have to give it her all. Be done with the meme strats. This is where it has to get serious at one point, right? Right?
No. let's assess the draft, because remember, we've got some interesting picks here. We mentioned for Mia Micah, yeah, there's the Chinese up against the HRE. I don't know if you've seen this matchup much, but whenever I've seen it, weirdly enough, China looks quite good.
I want to say that China, in my opinion, only looks good against the HRE if there's a Barbican drop involved next to the base of the HRE.
Of course you feel that.
I think you gotta cheese it if you want to win the matchup with China, because like both civilizations like to scale. It's just that HRE scales differently and it has different timings, which, in my opinion, all work really, really well against China. One thing, though, that's acting towards China's benefit here is that Culverins at the moment aren't good. They're not good. They don't one-shot Sprinkles anymore. So if it gets to a late game, not saying that it could get to a late game, but if it gets to a late game, siege superiority, which for the most part has been on the HRE side, especially when they like inspire the Culverins and do even more damage with them. They even do a significant amount of damage to Clock Tower siege. Suddenly, if it gets to late game, China doesn't look that bad anymore when it comes to the siege. They're also like now with the longer range hand cannoneers, it can be quite good for China if they get to that stage. The issue, though, that I see is with HRE, the way they currently stand in the game. We know Faye likes to meme a bit. I don't think there's a way to meme with HRE anymore. I think anything you do at this point in time with HRE is meta. I don't think there are meme strategies anymore.
I am calling Outpost Crawl and Siege.
You're not that Kaup isn't playing anymore. He doesn't do.
Faye carries the spirit on, you know.
I disagree. Faye would shy away from 5-layer walls.
No walls. We're just talking outpost crawl with cannon placements across the map, and then like the choke points protect your Culverins, and you do the fitsy hit.
That's where the spirit of Kaup lies.
Well, that's how we keep a fragment of him here for all times, right? So it's like a warning to future players not to do this. Anyway, the interesting thing, though, is like this matchup on Coastal Cliffs, I'm pretty sure in the last tournament, actually China was favored there, but that's because HRE was very predictable, right? Like, to your whole point, they would just do this fast castle, do the boom up. And both civs are hurt by this spawn because Coastal Cliff spawns the stone further away, which sucks for China because it makes it harder to go 2TC, and it sucks for HRE because if you're going fast imp, it makes it a lot harder to go out and get the stone to actually not die upon arrival in imp. So, you know, old HRE, I think China I would favor, but yeah, agreed. The new HRE, pretty much anything they do should work here, and I'm expecting feudal aggression because it feels like the most easy win with that strategy.
Yeah. In some situations, we've even seen HRE nowadays like start with Dark Age Spearmen. This is something that, in theory, and I'm gonna say, like, in theory, and I want to specifically stress, if you're a decent China player, that doesn't work because you can just commit tax fraud and just get a whole bunch of gold through taxes. There's one strategy which I hate to see nowadays. It's the no IO build with China.
Oh yeah, are we gonna have the whole ramble if he does that? We're gonna have to, right? Like we're on board with this. We both agree it sucks.
I say it all the time. If he goes for the no IO build, he deserves to lose.
Yeah, like we had someone do it yesterday in a Chinese Zhu Ji matchup, and it was literally the difference. And we were perplexed by it the entire time. I think that actually was that chat program. Was that no? That wasn't Dimmu Recon. It was early in the day, but I think it was in Recon's series, one of his early series. He basically decided to just like, nah, I'm not going to build an Imperial official on a water map as well until I'm H2,
Ooh.
right? Whereas usually done it straight away. And it's like, okay, so
Yeah,
like
that's
China
not-
should feel better, but because of this, you're a mile behind. It absolutely wild. So yeah, fingers crossed he doesn't fall for that folly. I still don't understand what the thought process is. We were talking about it on my stream the other day that I think Louis is the main culprit who still does it. And
even he says it that even he says that it sucks.
yeah,
That's the perplexing thing. I'm not sure why he still does it.
yeah, that's the best part though. He says it sucks and then still does it. Like I'd be careful, Crackety. I've had this from pros before where they'll tell you something to debate you, right? Like the classic one right now is that Yuumi suck, which is what the developers
okay,
keep hearing, right?
I see the I see the thought process behind. Yeah. I mean, Yuumi suck. Yuumi's do suck.
Oh no, no, don't. I don't need those buffed.
No. What do you think about? You can't do that in many situations.
I have you've been watching the Puppy Paw games with me.
I've
know.
been doing it too.
Yeah, it's dirty. We'll have to see if that actually comes out later on because I don't think we're actually going to see Japan this draft, which is kind of funky when you consider Holy Island was in there, because it should be Delhi on the final map. And
has to be. I would be very surprised if it was Japan on Hillendale. That would be. I mean, sure, it's possible, but why?
I guess like similar to the Ibid logic, like the reason why Ibids looked good the other day from Dimmu is that instead of building outposts and defenses, you just wall, right? But it's less justifiable because with Ibids, the savings there is that you don't have to go and gather stone as well. The Japanese, like their benefit of building outposts is they already have the stone from the gold gathering, right? It's like, yeah, it'll be a bit weird. Just 4 predictions if we do get Hillendale. I've got a weird feeling Faye's going to pick up Bastards, but I think she should pick Byzantines there. Byzantines versus Delhi. Byzantines can actually win that matchup pretty convincingly. It comes down to kind of an outplay in the opening phases, but if there's a Civ that can do it, it's definitely the purple Roman Empire.
Yeah, especially with how safe your base is on Hillendale. Like Byzantines, like they can take their time, they can lean back, they can gather their olive oil in peace for the first part of the game, and then once you get the mercenaries out, suddenly they're in a powerful position. And I think that's like for the most part, that's all what it's about with Byzantines. They need, like, if you play against Byzantines, you need to be aggressive right from the start. You got to shut down those berries and just try to be as aggressive as possible. If you're not able to do that, then as time goes on, as the game goes on, it's just going to get really, really difficult for you. The only way that Byzantines can really survive pressure without having access to mercenaries is if they go for something like a Hippodrome build. And then if they go for the Hippodrome build, there isn't as much of a danger as the game like progressing on and there being like a ton of mercenaries available with olive groves, just because there isn't like that passive 240 olive oil per minute coming in through the relics inside of the Grand Winery.
Yeah, and the other kind of interesting thing here that I'm thinking of is like I think Hippodrome's just kind of overrated. Recon, bless him, he done a really good job of showing everyone that a few months back. Is just play stables. You can still get horsemen, like you can get all those good quirks. The only reason it almost feels like you want to do the alternative is if you're doing some weird kind of pro scouts build, but we won't talk about those. We'll save them for later. It's time for the second game between Miyamaika and Fei Chan. Last chance here, second qualifier for Master of Realms. Miyamaika with the Chinese and Fei with the can do no wrong, favorite child of the devs, basically gets all the treats at Christmas, while everyone else gets nothing, HRE. Sorry, there was some pent-up aggression there, Crackety. I'm sure you can relate.
Oh man, wait. Something's wrong here. Miyamaika is playing as a Chinese. He literally just walked by a sheep. With the Chinese, there's no excuse for that.
Maybe
there just is no excuse.
Maybe he's long-sighted?
It's so, like, every time I see a Chinese scout, I'm like, this is what it should be for also, like, look at it. Wait, there's something over there.
Okay, I'm a master excuses here. I wasn't that I missed the sheep, Crackety. I was just checking if there's any on the left side of the tree line first. There you go.
Rude. But yeah, just looking at it's so good. Like just playing as China and you see like the massive line of sight that the scouts have. It's so great. It is so great. Like sometimes, actually, when you think about the implications, when you divide a map into like the different lanes that you walk at the beginning of a game in order to check for sheep, China has like 1 lane less, pretty much, because
I
of
love-
that bonus line of sight.
I love how we're going to just be on MOBA analogies the entire day, but you're right. Like, I think it's a big part of why China has always remained a pretty potent pick and competitive. Is like scouting differences, sheep differences, right? We all recall the games between pros where like a player gets 5 sheep and GG's out. I don't know why. Usually when I'm casting that, it's usually Wham. I've seen it happen to him multiple times in critical games. But like China alleviates that concern as long as you're paying, some attention.
Yeah. Just having the line of sight there is absolutely great. I also like that what Miyamika did there with the Imperial Official, the fact that he made him. I like that a lot. So that should be great for him. Fei-chan, aging up with 7 villagers on the Archon Chapel, right next to the woodline there. I mean, you could make an argument that the Archon Chapel could have been placed like further away, like next to the other woodline, next to the gold. Right now, it only covers the woodline and the sheep under her TC.
The
If it was on the other hand side,
right?
yeah, it is far away, but like you could make an argument that it still might have been a better position there.
I think it's because she just wants to mass archers, right? Like this reeks of a mass archer play, and I think also that supports the idea of 7 villages.
Oh,
right?
I love this. Okay.
No.
Wait,
We see this a lot. It's for the Barbican play, right? We've seen this a lot actually on Coastal Cliffs. It's why China tends to be okay when other civs are starving, even when they're more defensive. But the interesting thing actually, like sometimes going for the boar is a bad thing, Crackety, and this is one of those games because now you have nothing to defend your home resources with.
Yeah, I mean, what this does in theory, right? Look, there are 2 relics, which Miyamika will have vision on, and he will have an outpost with a hand cannon placement, defending both of these. If he even wants them in, and there's no way that a Prel just comes in, yoinks them, and then runs away again. So I see some sense there in the chaos of it. The one thing that annoys me a little bit is that the boar is too far away for the Barbican to like really benefit there.
Yeah, I mean, the bigger problem is, like, for this quirkiness of the relics, like, I'm just looking at this and thinking, whoa, I'm HRE with Marching Draws by default. I don't need Castle Age, right? Like, I could actually see this game being ended in Feudal, just with pressure applied. Especially when you remember that this is going to be China 1 TC. Like, going 2 TCs, China here is impossible.
4 production buildings.
Okay.
Blacksmith before production buildings. Okay, that's interesting.
Wait, is Faye doing the thing that you don't want to see? Is she going to try to ram down the Barbican straight away?
Remind yourself, Stupa. Rams.
Every
time I see a Barbican and I see Rams, I always have to think of that clip.
There's a game, I think you were there when I cast it, where a player placed his Barbican, I think it's Anatam versus B, and Anatam placed his Barbican off to the side on Coastal Cliffs. It was nowhere near his base, and B just sent everything after that Barbican. It was so
it's
pointless.
A point of aggression, yeah.
And it's kind of similar here, where it's just if you're playing HRE, there's a history ahead of this age at least that you should learn from your German comrades. Why go through the hard defenses when you can just go around them?
Exactly. And Fei-chan now pumping out those archers with the 1.3 ITARs per second movement speed. Blacksmith upgrades already in queue. Miyamika, though, he is Song Dynasty. He has the option theory to just go mass like Zhuge-Nu. And at this point, even without any Spearman being present, Horseman as well.
Yeah, that's the thing that I always find is a little bit more succulent about Chinese is with Zhuge, you're very predictable, really one-dimensional. You tend to go Zhuge-Nu. Whereas like China, I feel like China has a much easier time going Horseman in comparison, right? So like it's a kind of intriguing level of flexibility. Sure, you can't get into Zhuge-Nu quickly, but I feel like you have a better triangle to build upon the foundation of with this Civ, right? And more options.
It's a little bit dicey. The archers have arrived, but there is a stable in the back next to the wood line. Gotta get those horsemen out now, those. Provision is coming in.
The interesting part is Faye hasn't dropped a Rax yet, right?
She hasn't seen the stable. It was placed in such a way that there's no way that she could have seen it. And it's triple
you've
archery
got to suspect it. You've legit got to suspect it. I mean, in fairness, there is a huge edge, though. That Steeled Arrow might be enough to carry her through because there's no Blacksmith drop or Undermesh as a result coming in from Miyamika.
That's
Do
true.
need
But
to
here
rally
come,
together though.
it's 2 shots, like 2 attacks per horseman in order to one-shot. Well, not one-shot, but like kill. So 4 attacks.
If you
Had to
micro
come
this
in.
though, like if they just pull, okay. If we had pulled the injured ones through, that could have worked out a lot better. And funnily enough, she just sends one in to distract. She tried to pull the boar. I can't believe that. So if you die, you saw that, right? Like if you shoot the boar, but then your unit dies that was aggroing, the boar doesn't aggro at all.
Yeah, this actually the same thing actually happened last game as well.
Well, funnily enough, even without the assistance of the boar, turns out the archers are scary enough here. Undermesh is now on the way though,
It's
and this
so
is
many
where,
of them.
yeah, this is where I'm getting worried. Like, because while there's so many archers, we have to remember it's supervision or stables, and with that undermesh detail, this should be enough to now break phase. Attempted Zerg.
Well, she tried to go for the Imperial official there. Does survive though, not with a lot of health, but with enough health. And the upgrade has come in, and now also +1 damage getting research as well. I don't like that really because it doesn't change anything. It's still 4 hits. Like the +1 damage upgrade, don't need it. Doesn't like it might as well just not exist in the game at this point in time.
You might as well just get an extra Imperial official at this point, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit weird. There's a second stable being added in behind this. Dude, if she actually just kills him with archers while being countered the entire time, I mean, you're going to be happy about this because that's going to be proof to send to the devs, right? But
I'm talking about it all the time. Horsemen, they need help. They need help in Feudal Age.
I need help. I'm being subject to this. That was sick. You see that micro? Faye, she pulls in the injured ones past the healthy ones, which means you've just got effective DPS remaining high without losing the archers quicker. So just kind of mitigating a big value. And the other cool detail there is playing around the berries. It just means even if Miyamika brought out a second wave of horsemen, they wouldn't be able to get on top of the targets.
The horsemen, they're actually getting thinned out rather quickly. I mean, sure, a lot of the archers went down, but archers, they're not as expensive, and yeah, the archers prevail here.
Yeah, the other crazy part is, this is like, remember, Faye put that Archon intentionally right deep on the wood line, right? So she can keep this up all day and all night, but Miyamika has to be getting low on food at home. Like, there's no doubt about it. You pump this many horsemen, yeah, the sheep have pretty much disappeared from the map. So now you've got the berry mass, which is 1,500 food. You add in an extra 20%, so that's a total of 18 extra horsemen. And that's without thinking about the fact you have to produce villages along the way.
Shout out to the person in chat reminding us that longbows still exist and they do even more damage than these archers, so...
Whoa! Yeah. We should nerf the English.
Yes, please. Oh my god.
You know what has even more range than those longbows? The White Tower.
Get rid of it.
Wait, you know what else has more range? Hand cannon slits.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm seeing a pattern here.
No way.
You suggesting Barbican needs more range?
Give it 10 range.
Yeah.
10 pulse needs to be
so annoying when you have to go...
Woodlines are so thick, right?
Yeah.
Let it shoot over them.
Like, it's so annoying when you have to go under the enemy TC to get your Barbican in range of everything, you know?
Oh yeah, by the way, there is a Barbican there. Didn't...
Really?
Have a lot of interaction with it.
Remind me what it's done in this game?
Yes. So... It's a moral supporter.
It's like one of those public funded endeavors that is simply just there to get someone reelected, right? Like, it doesn't actually help the community at all. You know, it's like we built this kennel to get all the wild dogs off the streets so they stop eating our children. Turns out we forgot to hire anyone to actually capture the wild dogs here.
Oh my god.
So Archimass is kind of out of position here, or are they in position? Because after what I just saw in the last 3 fights, I'm not convinced that they're the ones trapped.
I mean, this time it's a lot more.
They
horsemen,
should
right?
be dead.
This is too many. There's enough
Faye.
to surround completely.
Oh no, not like this, Faye. She can't decide if she's coming or going. Looks like she's going to be going to the ball herself. Whew. Now, but, hear me out. How much food does Miyamika have left after all this?
He used up a lot, and Faye, because she was on wood the entire time, right? Like, she's pretty much fueled her farm transition behind this. It's something, right? Like, that's a couple of farms.
Is this like that fuel that's 20% as efficient as real fuel, but it's more environmentally friendly?
Exactly, that's what it is.
There we go.
This is eco-friendly biomass right at work there. Biomass
I mean, it
from
is.
the archers that went down.
Yeah, they're gonna.
Oh, this is something that I see with Mia Micah like all the time. Screw there being a boar on the right-hand side. Screw there being deer on the left-hand side. I want the berries. The berries are the most important food source for him.
I mean, I actually respect it. If you think about it, like, how many
Small
berries
tanks.
are there on the map? No. Think about all the berries on the map, but then think about like how few boars there are. He's just trying to make sure that they can reproduce. You know, he doesn't want to make them go extinct.
One thing that actually makes sense, and the one thing why I think it is a really valid play, is that without like line of sight, or rather through the fog of war, you can see when deer are killed. You can't see when berries have been harvested. Faye notices though.
Now, most players in this situation, Crackety, would be like, I should probably add in some spin. But Faye.
It's only 18 horsemen.
You know, so all those cowards that would build Spearmen, you know what Faye would say to them? You've got to have faith.
With an AY.
Yep. Then the anime music starts playing in the background. So we're backed up to 34 archers. She did at least build another prelate, right? And now we've got a cast late on the way.
Palace? Yeah, but it's not the clock tower. It's Imperial Palace. That's interesting. If there's something that's really good against mass range units, I would have said that it's a Nest of Bees, but here we are, Imperial Palace. I guess it's for the raiding potential for the Horsemen. Horsemen, by the way, which I think should pull back now because you can upgrade these. Imagine like you go back, you supervise, and 30 seconds later you just re-engage with +2 and veterancy.
Yep, and by then Faye might have a single spit. Nah, I'm just kidding. We're gonna keep the archer pump going, and that's so sad. The timing on that. If she'd been just a little bit quicker here.
That's also the patented Mio Micah Chinese farms around the TC.
I mean, here's the funny part. If you were seeing Mio Micah do this for the first time, you would think he was like an Age of Empires 2 player, right? But he isn't.
Yeah, he isn't, yeah.
He's a StarCraft player. So, I guess we're just looking at a 2-0 at this stage, folks, because Faye, honestly, is just going to refuse to build anything else at this point. Like, Faye has the moral victory because she's gonna like, nah, Mia Micah's a pussy. He built a different unit, right? Like, we had our agreement, horsemen versus archers, and he built lances.
Mia Micah. I mean, Faye always has the moral high ground, right? Because in any situation, it's like, I was just trolling, it's fine.
That's true. I mean, we are talking about the person who always, when she gets a mirror on the ladder, leaves the game.
That's for technical reasons, though. Yeah.
Definitely technical reasons.
She tells me it starts lagging suddenly.
Yeah, her keyboard just like, it doesn't work. It doesn't respond. It's almost like, she's like, yeah, my keyboard wants to do inputs for the other H3 player in the game. Oh dear. I kid you not, folks. I've looked at her profile on days and it's just been 2 minutes, 1 minute, 0 minute, 2 minute, 1 minute, 0 minute. She does not like mirrors whatsoever.
Decide what games you want to play. Faye is the master of her own faith.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of this, is that it can't be a mirror within the unit types as well. Like, China isn't going to build archers against you here. That was the Giga Brain of it. I love the fact that despite all this efforts to kill Eco, the advantage that Mia Micah has in this game hasn't shrunk.
Something to note though, and
the game's
there's
almost
no
over?
textile. Yeah, I mean, for one, the game's almost over. But Mia Micah, with all the raids that have been going on, there's no textiles, there's no wheelbarrow. We don't have a single eco upgrade on his side. It's all about the military. And I mean, to his credit, it's working here. It's working. Villager is now pulling the ships as well, really trying to protect that wood line, but
no textiles. Come on. What is it that Donati tells us? He teaches us. Textiles is OP. It gives 50% more health to your military units.
I like that Faye actually researched ranged armor upgrade on her archers.
Honestly, right now, I think she wishes she had insulated helms. That is it. Farewell, Faye. We're going to love you, but leave you. You will not be seen in the main event of Master of Realms. Mia Micah continues through to the next round. I don't think I've ever
Oh,
felt
man.
like pulling out alcohol so early in a broadcast.
It was an entertaining one. It was an entertaining one, that's for sure.
Oh, that's why I need the alcohol. It's downhill from here. You're gonna have people playing metas, building multiple unit types, Crackety, not like letting Mongols burn their docks 8 times in a game. It's gonna get too normy. Oh, blimey.
Oh man, I mean that's why we're watching Faye games, right? It's always entertaining, and then when she pulls it off, then it's even more entertaining in those situations.
What is it like? I'll lose 95% of the time, but you remember the 5%.
Oh, look at her. I mean, she's making it work actually most of the time.
Yeah,
Just
like I
yeah.
mean, in fairness to her, she is sitting in like always like the top 200, at least top 300 whenever I check her profile. Like yeah, 157th in the world right now. So
Yeah.
don't look at this and go, oh my god, how did Faye make it even here? Why are we watching these games? No, she's a very talented player. It's just Faye has a very fixed way that she commits into games. Like it's almost as if she has a wheel she spins before she begins to choose what unit she's going to build in that game.
I mean, we just had an interesting set behind us.
Oh
Looking
no!
at what we got here,
I'm leaving. I can't. We've been through the dude. The only upside is Gully Deckle took the Abbasis away from him, but he still gave him the Ibids. Folks, like there is a scourge upon the ladder right now. Many of you have not encountered it yet, but give it a few months when the APM has increased of players, and it will be upon you. Crackety is even guilty of doing it as well. It is clown carring. And
it's fine. It's fine. Clown carring.
It's not fine. That guy on the left, Dragavan, he beat Vortex clown carring.
Yeah, I did that too. Vortex is just weak. Legitimately, there are ways to beat the clown car because you can also clown TC. You can put the villagers in and out, take down a ram without the villagers only need to be visible for like a split second for the torches to affect the rams.
It could have been even better. Like clown TCing now sounds like Mongol TC rushes are coming back, and you can keep the villagers inside. That's what we're missing. Blessings. No, you know what I love about Dragavan? Honestly, I've said this recently. I think give him a year.
They're both 16.
Yeah, they're both 16 years old. Like
I mean for Gully, not for Dragavan.
So Crackety, like so obviously Voldemar, we call him the kid, right?
Yeah.
So Gully and Dragavan are the toddlers, and then finally we have MSN-DK, 14 years old, who's the baby, right? Like,
oh my god! Wait,
we got
MSN is 14 years old.
He might be 15 now. Yeah. You're getting old, my friend. Like,
yeah, I mean there are players now playing which are like at a high level. Mm-hmm. They're all like yeah, they're quite a bit younger now.
It's just gonna be a full playground fight. Like my dad could beat up your dad. No, my dad could beat up your dad. Yeah, well, I could clown car your dad. Okay.
All right, I got to cope. How old is Marine Lord again?
Marine Lord's always an interesting because I think he's 30 now, right? Is he 31?
I think around there. Yeah.
He's got like a baby face.
He doesn't look a day older than 16.
Exactly. He's got a baby face, you know. Like you know those kind of child actors, they're not child actors, the ones that play child that are like 28 years old or something like that, but they play like a 13-year-old kid in a movie or something. Marine Lord could be that person. Yeah. Is he 28? Right, okay, 28. A little bit younger.
Okay. Yeah. Still in his prime.
That makes it even more comical, the relationship he's had with Dimmu over the years, right? Because like now, because they've had that smack talk for a long time, and Dimmu's older than me, right? Now I really can just imagine this pipsqueak little like 14-year-old kid walking up to what's the difference? I think it's a difference of like 5 years, or was it 6? 6 years, I think, right? Just walking up.
Dimmu's also tall.
Yeah. So that makes it even better. It's like a 13-year-old kid walking up to a 19-year-old kid and be like, "You can beat you in the game, you suck," right? And then just like Dimmu just getting his finger and flicking him away. Oh dear. I think Marine Lord, I don't know if he's watch partying through us. I know he was streaming the games in French. If you are Le Français, he might be online for you to catch a few of the French boys.
I could just imagine like Dimmu crouching down and just smiling, being like, "Hey there, buddy."
That's how the relationship began. He wanted to be his friend, and then Marine Lord was like, "I can beat you, you suck," and then it all just went downhill from there.
Gotta talk
The-
about this set though, because
Yeah.
I want to give a quick introduction to these players. We got Dragavan. So Dragavan is one of the players that's he's qualified for the Bergen LAN. I think I'm quite sure.
He is. He's the
99% sure, yeah.
Norwegian representative.
Yeah. This guy, I call him crazy. He is actually crazy. So what you can expect from him in this game is very, very fast aggression, non-stop aggression. You probably won't see Castle Age from him at all. Proxy production buildings.
Yep.
And units garrisoned inside of rams or siege towers, depending on how he feels.
You're probably going to see it will either be Growth Wing or Industry Wing.
Oh, okay, that's also interesting.
Because the proxy base setup, right? Because like then you got the wood to build the archery ranges straight away, or you have the wood to build the rams.
I would have actually guessed like the military wing, the what's it?
Oh,
okay, you know
the Master Smiths? Yeah.
Not the Master Smiths, but like
you
get
mean the Desert Raiders, right?
You get the Desert Raiders. And then
reinforcement? Whoa, that's too meta.
Yeah, but then you immediately have a unit forward that can build a ram, because for some reason they made it so that cavalry units can build rams for the Ayubids if you get that age up.
Wait, no. Yeah, but even more Gigaprane short here, right? Like the Ghazi are going to come in to kill the ram. If a Desert Raider comes out, his attack speed is lower, right? So you hit them, and then you go back in the ram. And then you come out again and you hit him again. And then guys are like, why can't I stab this guy? Right? Like, if you're wondering why we're so fixated around rams, you're going to learn very quickly why we're so fixated around rams. Like, Dragavan, I am kidding you not. This guy is simultaneously the greatest AoE 4 player and the worst AoE 4 player in one tournament. I've watched him beat Marlians as English, beat Vortex as Marlians as English with a proxy base on the other side of the Marlians tree line. And then simultaneously, I've watched him destroy Numidan with a proxy base, where to the stage where, like, I've never seen this before. Numidan pulled the entire economy that was left over out of his base to another corner of the map to build a new base, right? And then somehow that game, I think it's on YouTube somewhere, I've called it the biggest throw in the history of AoE 4. He lost that. So you never know what you're going to get with this guy. It's insanity. And Gully Deckle is just as quirky as well. Like some of the interesting strategies I've seen him employ. I mean, this guy's already got a fan club. I think you and me are members of it, Crackety. Like, this kid has got a prosperous future. I
wonder who inside the top 50, top 40 has, like, the record at the moment of losing the most villagers to single mangonel or Nest of Bishops, because Gully Deckle actually put a play to contention yesterday for that one.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of villagers went down in that game.
Yeah, they got smushed pretty hard. I wouldn't be surprised if he does something similar. Like, on the map draft by Surfshark front, remember, guys, we're getting chaos. Like, I'm hoping this is free games because, or if it's at least 2, someone better pick Socotra because I need that in my life today. But we start off with Coastal Cliffs between Dragavan and Gully Deckle. Last chance to make it to the main event of Master of Realms. And this is not going to be a regular Deli Iber game. I'm almost certain of it. In fact, I can already feel this tingling in my fingers that we're going to get a proxy base.
Man, this is a little bit like heartbreaking because I think both these players definitely would have deserved to like make an appearance in this tournament in the main event.
At least like the round of
yeah.
8, something like that. I could see them making it too, right? Yeah, it is a bit heartbreaking because like these two have to slay each other out. You have to remember that yesterday, Gully Deckle did almost take down Zertan. Like that game. Actually, he outplayed Zertan for the first 2/3 of that game.
Yeah, I actually like tuned in every now and then, and I got really, really surprised. I was like, "Wait, what the fuck? What's going on? How is it that Zertan is this far behind against Gully Deckle?"
Mm-hmm. And then you got more confused when you came back and went, "What's going on here? Why is Gully Deckle's entire population in the enemy base?" Yeah,
I just saw the green unit suddenly, a big swarm of them moving over, and I was like, oh, wait. Okay, yeah, this isn't going to work. I was so happy that, well, I wouldn't say happy. I think it was such a great play there from Zertan. He initially went for, like, the Tanegashima Gunsmith, and then changed it to Castle of Crows. I think if it was the Tanegashima Gunsmith, he would have probably just lost that game right then there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the quality player, right? Like, there's so many people who would have just committed to the gunsmiths there, but a quick reaction by Zertan saves him from having his bacon cooked. But today we're gonna have to see who needs saving, because Dragavan is about to make a tech choice, and this is step one on the route to answering all of our questions. Now, one thing to keep in mind, we were both suspecting proxy bases, but we have to remember that Coastal Cliffs is one of the hardest maps to sneak proxy bases on, considering there is very limited options of direction you can go down.
I'm looking at the map as well, and look at the relic distribution here. Okay, it is reinforcement. Lame. You say lame, but I say against Delhi, it makes a lot of sense. I don't think you can really go for the proxy buildings against Delhi. And having an immediate Desert Raider out there means that Gully, in theory, he's incentivized to not go for the Ghazi Raiders immediately, but rather go for something else. And that kind of like takes away a little bit of the tempo here for the Delhi.
Yeah, so the interesting thing there, right, is like the reason why you can't go for a proxy base against Delhi is because of the military efficiency, right? Like they just get too many units out before you're able to escalate your proxy base too. To the Ghazi point, like you can actually still play Ghazi. The interesting thing is that Delhi always feel bad when they can't go Ghazi first. There are a few civs that can force them off of it. One that comes to mind is Abbasids. Like the cousin civ Ibid's very good at forcing something else, albeit the archery range first, which slows down tempo timings. This matchup, I feel like you can still quite easily just go Ghazi and you pump 2 of them, right? And then as long as you wait until you've got 2, you will beat that Desert Raider.
Yeah. The Ghazi Raider is small health, and usually it's like 3 horsemen also that you need to really beat a Desert Raider convincingly.
Yeah.
But Ghazi Raider is more damage, more health, so yeah, only needing 2 definitely works out. And then you should probably still, like, 1 should still survive. I think it's like if you have only 2 horsemen or 2 horsemen, 1 of them dies. If you have 3, it works 100%. And I think Ghazi Raiders might be able that you just only need 2 and none of them die. And you can heal them up, actually.
I think the biggest mistake I've sometimes seen players make is with 2 Ghazi, they don't pull away, right? Like you want to pull away because your attack speed difference. Otherwise, that does favor the Desert Raider. So you want to go and hit, pull away, then hit again. Because you've got a 2-second wait time versus a 1.36 with the sword. So like, yeah, it's the only way you can really lose with 2 Ghazi.
Yeah.
All right, I'm deflated, man. I'm just going to say it again. I'm outraged. I came for clown cards, man.
Yeah, not in this matchup. Like, imagine getting clown card in this matchup. That would be insane. And we're actually, it looks like it's gonna be a fast castle play here from Dragavan. We see the outposts coming up on the gold. Already resources are getting stockpiled more and more. And yeah, just 100% straight up into Castle Age. Probably gonna be going up with the economic ring growth, I would imagine at least.
I'm not the biggest fan of just outright rushing this age up, though. I prefer the delayed castle trigger, where you just build a few production buildings now, you build maybe 6 to 8 units total, and then you tech up, right? Because that way, like, you can kind of outplay the Delhi player at the beginning. You force them to overcommit to feudal, and then by the time you're going into castle, you now have enough buildings, you've activated your golden age, right? Which kind of inflates you, especially that level 2 golden age has been critical to get the research timings to make sure you can't take any damage.
Yeah, 50% boost on your research timings. It's just, it means that, for one, you play longer feudal age, you get units out, you reach the age up with golden age tier 2, the upgrades come in super, super quickly, and that just means that you're going to be having a veterancy army very, very quickly, especially in comparison to the Delhi, which take an extra amount of time in order to get the veterancy upgrades in.
Yeah, that's the understatement of the century. All right, unless you've done like a Dome of Faith build, which is just not going to happen here, you are going to be waiting a hell of a long time. Even more so on a map like this, I feel like you're less inclined to build additional scholars due to the tight spawns of Coastal Cliffs, right? Like compared to a Dry Arabia where you could justify 3 scholars very early on because 3 sacred sites, usually you'll see most players cap out at 2 here and just try to play the sacred site win condition before they even need 4.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, okay, that's already age up. And I want to say, I'm not sure if it's just me, but I think Gully, so far with his unit production, has been a little bit slow. I think he prioritized
he went Blacksmith early, yeah.
Yeah, Blacksmith really early, so prioritized that over getting the more units out. And Dragavan is now going for the advancement Castle Age. So Castle Age going to be coming in not only cheaper, but also quicker. And this could be a difficult timing for Gully if Dragavan goes for, let's say, just mass Golems. Sure, the Ghazi Raiders actually do a good amount of damage to Golems, because they do, after all, do bonus damage to armored units. But the Ghoulims just have so much attack speed themselves against unarmored units as well.
Oh,
They
it's the
do
double
so-
tap as well, right? Like
Yeah, the double tap, so you attack 2 times really, really quickly. They have a good amount of bonus movement speed compared to normal men-at-arms, so they move a little bit faster there as well. And they have a lot more health. They get like 40 more health compared to normal men-at-arms.
Yeah, and then the Mamluk's Bravery just gets so much value on them. I always say, like, Mamluk's Bravery, the 2 units like that use it best in the entire game, Ghoulims and Hand Cannoneers, right? Hand Cannoneers, you need Imperial Age, Ghoulims are here and already waiting. So pretty kind of brutal detail there. It's wild as well, because like thinking about this and how this can easily play out, the crafty thing, we said that Dragavan, oh no, he's not going to do anything too creative. He actually did, if we're being totally fair to him. Like, rushing Castle Age with Advancement Wing is not something anyone does anymore. And I'm wondering if Gully realizes it's happened here.
It's going to be a question. I mean, he is getting Spearman out. And Dragavan did open up with a stable. I want to see a barracks as well. Like, barracks and stable, if you go for Camel Lancers and Ghoulims in combination, it works super, super well. Because then you have the Camel Lancers in order to harass and like do shock damage. And the Ghoulims in order to just drive the nail in deeper. But for the moment, looks like Gully is going to try and get some harass in Ghazi Raiders. I mean, we can really tell the attack speed is just really, really slow. And he actually lost a lot of his Ghazi Raiders there. Look at that.
He
3
got
Ghazi Raiders going out.
What?
Yeah, that hurts. And this might be a very, very quick first game now.
Yeah, I mean, he does at least have a Spearman. I really do not like this choice to go into the Camel Lancers. Like, you hit it, Ghoulims just makes so much sense. You know, the only reason it might be a bit threatening is if your opponent has mass archers, but even then, just blacksmiths, 1 level of undermesh, and GG. So a little bit shocked by that. It also just puts a lot more pressure on guarding the gold safely, so that you are able to keep gathering, right? Like, I almost feel like this was the more risky route to take for Dragavan, and it's also the less efficient.
Right, first Sacred Site has been captured. Dragavan pumping out Camel Lancers, has 4 in the queue already, 1 is out. But Gully Deckle, he is making those Spearmen, so this is like the one thing, right? Like, Camel Lancers are great, sure. Really long charge, lots of charge damage with it as well. Can almost one-shot villagers with a fully charged charge. That's almost a tongue twister. Yeah, actually, getting surrounded. Even like, look, even against these Ghazi Raiders, like so many Ghazi Raiders, it's not even looking that bad for it, right?
No, like, you have to remember the Camel
against 5.
The crazy thing that usually gets slept on is not just the fact that like Ghazi have a slower attack speed than the Horsemen, it's the fact they have a higher base damage, right? So they're hurt more by the Camelanese than Horsemen would be, while costing more to produce. So it's kind of an interesting balance point where, you know, it's one of many reasons why Arbeds usually feel quite favored against the Delhi. The crazy part is I still stand by it. Like, Ghoulims would have worked a lot better, but now that has turned into basically just Spearman for Gully. The Archer follow-up that we always see out the Arbeds, I'd say the most built unit at this stage, in fact, should just clean the entire map.
I mean, getting Archers out, I mean, right now, something that not quite annoys me, but like perplexes me a little bit, is that the army composition from Dragavan is an army composition that can be countered completely in Feudal Age by the Delhi. Just Ghazi Raiders and Spearmen works perfectly.
You kind of have to have enough Ghazi, yeah, I feel like we're fixated on the Ghoulim detail. It seems almost like, you know, we're obsessed like it's our precious, but that, for good reason. It is the precious here, right? It's the entire golden egg. And it's also just more cost efficient than what he's built instead. So yeah, definitely a perplexing detail. I mean, Dragavan, I guess he's like, oh, it's so easy to win with Arbeds, we got to do this in hard mode. And it is going to be hard when you let this many Spearmen start charging towards you.
One like difficult thing as well that I could see here, right, is that Dragavan in theory has no age up bonuses going for him right now. Like, sure, the Castle Age was cheaper, but that's about it. He's not getting anything out of that at this point anymore.
This retreat is atrocious as well. You have to remember, every time he shifts away, the Camel Lancers leave. Exactly, the Archers get left behind. And, well, the Archers are the thing you need more here. Like, it's not really that many Ghazi. It's mass Spearmen that is just oppressing you right now.
A good unit. And now, I mean, Gully Deckle has the wood to spare in theory to just wall in the Sacred Sites. Walling in the Sacred Sites at this point in time gives you a mobility buffer as well. Because right now he has a lot of infantry, slow-moving infantry. So his mobility is a little bit constrained compared to the Camel Lancers. Just walling the Sacred Site means that he has more time to react whenever like a decap attempt comes in.
It's also a case of the things you're walling in with, right? It's not villages you're risking, it's going to be Spearmen that counter the thing that's going to try to block you.
Oh, is the decap coming in? Horsemen are getting pulled. This is really, really close.
Oh my
It comes
god!
in. The charge. The charge actually blocks them. Oh, that's such a crucial decap.
Scully, I mean, it's crazy as well because you can see he was prepping for a tech up with the way he's starting to stockpile resources, but that slowdown in gold is definitely going to sting. And also the fact that Dragavan doesn't really have to rush as much now, which is critical here because you have to remember, so far, Dragavan, he hasn't really had a real castle age here. You mentioned the Camel Lancers are going to be countered from an age behind, and then the thing that's going to counter the Spearman hasn't even been upgraded. Veterancy is now only coming in.
But Dragavan, he's trying to move out for resource. That is not happening right now. There's a big army right in front of his gates, and the archers once again getting caught out here. That's a lot of them going down in the retreat as well.
Spearman switch over on the villagers. He could just send a few into the woodline. Spears keep chasing. He split a few off to go after the eco though, so Dragavan needs to pull them back ASAP. The other time as well is hurting him a lot. Remember, Dragavan doesn't have wheelbarrow here, so anytime walking to and fro the wrong resources feels like a throw in itself.
Yeah, I mean, lots of villagers getting out as well. Some villagers, actually not even that many, getting taken down on the wood lines. Only 2 spearmen in range of a TC as well, just barely. Might be, oh, not even, oh, it doesn't get the villager there.
Wait. What?
No. That's a control all military move there.
Well, how about this all military? Villagers have been conscripted to the defense here against the spearmen. Gully, the reason why he's starting to look weak now is he started to stockpile resources. He made a mistake here. He wasn't fully committed to the idea of feudal. He was starting to think about castle.
Ooh, spearmen actually getting picked off now by the Camel Lancers. They do take a good amount of damage, but...
Wait.
That was a good trade actually for Dragavan here.
Yeah,
this was a really good trade.
Gully is one mistake away from losing the game. It's such a blunder. Like the mass he had. Already. Yeah, because that's the thing, right? Like you saw his resources. He was practically ready to go castle age, and then the dive started to fall apart, and then he recommitted. I think that was the critical error here. Like it doesn't feel great because you're going to be dove by Camel Lancers, but you know it's the classic crap will get off the pot, right? You can't have your cake and eat it.
Looks like he's recommitting to the second sacred site. Prelate, or rather Scholar. He's gonna start capturing that one now. Dragavan, he's completely out of food. He only has like that forward berries. Actually, he still has berries far to the right-hand side, but that's not really something that he can commit to right now, just with how exposed it kind of is to the right-hand side.
Yeah, I think Gully at this stage, if he tries to go castle, is deaf, right? There's just so many Camel Lancers now. He needs a really good fight in his favor.
Yeah.
The other worry there is food is quite limited, like compared to your standard Dry Arabia, it does dry up a lot faster. You haven't even got the benefit of the constant ticking timer to make Dragavan rush out here. And that's your nightmare, right? That means he can start getting techs. I mean, God forbid he discovers a blacksmith, because if that happens, all of a sudden these fights are going to look very one-sided.
He had the wood for it, he had the time for it, he didn't want it in the sacred size, and then, yeah, that's kind of how you pay for it. A single unit just is able to get the decap in.
I think he was waiting for the delayed timing, because typically on this map, we see Delhi wall the entire map, right? Because actually, when you think about the cost efficiency, it doesn't cost much more wood compared to walling off 2 sacred sites. Villagers conscripted again.
Oh, yeah, that's a big fight.
I mean, they're not really fighting as much, though. The Camel Lancers are on the way. The Ghazi are starting to get a few licks in, though. And Dragavan, I mean, he may hold here. Somehow this game is once again pivoting the other way.
Oh, this is... no, turn around. Fight. You can't go in the retreat. Gotta fight.
I mean, with the Spearman. Yeah, exactly. Like, he's just feeding over the Camel Lancers here. At a critical point as well, like, Dragavan is starting to look starved. He needs those berries on the front side, so if Gully just keeps sending troops, it just feels inevitable that Dragavan's going to run out of steam here.
Oh my.
Down to 7 Camel Lancers.
Across, but yeah, it's... A lot of them went down. We got 4 archers there, 6 archers now.
They want to take on the world. Yeah. A little bit ambitious with this push out from Dragavan. I mean, Gully is going to reset, but this wave should be good enough to break through, right? Like, we're talking about 10 Ghazis, 17 Spearmen. Dragavan, I like that he's starting to do this. I think you just send 2 Camel Lancers into the back and use the rest to defend, because if you now try to hold this with villages, you're going to die.
Yeah, he sent 5 Camel Lancers. That might be a little bit of an overcommitment there, because now he only has 2 Camel Lancers to defend.
Oh, one's down already. Villagers with the knives out again, but into Ghazi and Spearman with an attack speed buffer. It's not the best of ideas.
Oh, now we're getting the Ghulams, but Might be just a little bit too late.
Dude, Dragavan is channeling his best Donati now. I mean, he's finally realized he can't do it like the Don, though. Tries to retreat to safety, not enough room there. Counter raise at least coming in with the Camel Lancers onto the berry patch, but the idle time alone is so much bigger in the Ibid base.
Dragavan just dancing around the TC. That's a good amount of units actually going down here from Galidekal under the TC. He's probably gonna have to go back at least for the time being. And at the end of the day, like both of them are down quite a few villagers. The issue is still Dragavan. Yeah, he's just gonna buy food now. He's full on gold. A couple of idols.
That can dry up fast, though. The trades can get unbeneficial very quickly. I mean, it's crazy because on the other side, Gully can kind of keep this up in perpetuity because he has farm set up as well. Like, he somehow found a nice, cozy little transition here. So many risks.
Some villagers going out to the deer. But that's something that Dragavan... Yeah, Galidekal can see that through Fog of War.
Oh, Camel Lancers?
Camel Lancers.
Dragavan's distracted. He's microing the archers right now. He doesn't realize it. Oh my god.
Realize now, but that's 3 of the Camel Lancers gone. Only 2 remaining, and they're all low health. Sacred Sites have been recaptured as well. Galidekal, he must have a market as well. Like, he's probably just buying food from all the passive income that he gets through gold.
This is how you don't win with Gulams, folks.
0-0.
Well, we said Gulams is the win condition, but you kind of need more than one at this stage. Oh, no. I can't believe this. Like, to me, I think we both agree. This game looked like a cut-and-dry victory if Dragavan just goes Gulams at the start of Castle.
Yeah.
And he had the capacity to do so, but, like, this was the hardest way to try to win this.
Suddenly, big food donation coming in through the drop-off there with the villagers. Is that going to be enough, though? Because at the same time, he doesn't have any villagers on gold anymore because the gold mine has actually been depleted. That you buy a resource with gold, your gold is going to dissipate very, very quickly.
Like, the kind of wild part to me, actually, now I'm looking as well, is Gully did make a bit of a blunder. And we see it so often at this stage of the game. No rebuild on the scout. Like, you know your opponent is trying to find food. You know he's starving. You need a scout out here. And you have stables already. You can definitely afford to idle up 1 Ghazi production to get that vision.
In theory, you don't even need the scout. Just send a single Ghazi right out. Split up the army a little bit.
He should see it now, though. He's close enough.
He's going to notice.
He'll peel a few spearmen off to chase after that. Ghazi to wipe out the few archers that are here. And Dragavan, I mean, hanging in there like a kitty on a line, dangling over a volcano right now. But it feels like his grip is simply slipping.
GG gets called, and Galidekal, he's going to be able to take the first victory here. I mean, this was a very, very intense game, I want to say. And even with the Camel Lancer choice, it still looked close in between at multiple times. We can actually take a look at the military count there. For a moment, it looked like Dragavan was able to, like, weather the storm, get enough military units out to rebalance it. But then the reproduction just wasn't quite there. And the units, in the end, we just really, really noticed how the army composition for Dragavan made it so difficult for him to get an advantage in this game.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Dragavan essentially painted himself into a corner by playing atypical Ibids, is the way I describe it. Like, the build he done was the build that I was complaining about players doing with Ibids 3 months ago. You remember, like, you've been there, you tune in my streams. I rant about it a lot. Like, Camel Lancers are cool, but there's an easier way of winning this game, right? A lot of players caught on that Gulams is kind of wild. We've even seen games where they drop quadruple racks and Zerg. It's like a mini Burgrave effect. But Dragavan, almost just his own worst enemy there, just not really thinking outside the box, I want to say. Gives a easy dub over to Gully. Pretty incredible turnaround. And now we're going to be heading into Archipelago with your favorite Civs, Crackety. So, there you go. I'm going to go vomit into a bucket and you can commentate this entire game.
Yeah, it feels like this is going to be a default win for Zhuji, though. I want to say, like, Zhuji is just a better version of the 2 civilizations when it comes to water, especially ever since they buffed Zhuji to have an additional plus 50 starting wood. It made such a huge difference for the civilization. Like, it went from being a really, really bad civilization because you had to, like, gather an additional drop-off worth of wood before you can really, like, get into the game, before you can decide, like, do I make a lumber camp first? Do I make a dock first? Now Zhuji is in a really, really great spot on water. And I think arguably just in a much better spot than China with the landmark as well, where depending on the map spawn, especially on a map like Archipelago, where on your starting island your resources are kind of like all condensed, there's pretty much always going to be a really, really good spot for the meditation garden. And on water maps, like having additional income very early on, just amazing for your water gameplay.
I think it's the other interesting thought here is like one of the biggest edges China typically has over Zhuji is how efficiently they get into taxmen. That doesn't really matter much on water maps, right? Because like compared to land, like if you think about it, what are you really supervising? You're supervising wood and gold, right? Maximum. So usually on a standard game, you're going to be supervising food as well, and then you have the fourth taxman walking in between. It doesn't make as much of a difference anymore. Add in the thought of like sneaky land raids. That's another kind of crazy thing, right? It's like I can access Chiganu for less than half the cost that it would take you as the Chinese player to do so, right? Because it takes me 510 resources to be able to get into Chiganu production, plus an archer range, of course. By comparison, China has to spend 1,200 resources to do that. So yeah, lots of cool little details there that really do give options in the opening minutes to Zhuji.
Yeah, another option there, of course, also being that if you go for the Shaolin Monastery with Zhuji's Legacy in the Castle Age, all of a sudden, all it takes is just a single bolt guy. You transport, like you just drop that over on your opponent's island. That one causes a pretty heavy reaction because what unit counters him? What unit counters him? That's going to be the question. Sure, you can invest into a knight, but then the knight is going to be very low health. And if a second warrior, Shaolin Monk comes out, then you have to go into another knight, and it forces a very heavy reaction to it.
It's also the cost investment, right? Like one side is just investing fishing boat that's resources, which is food. The other has to then do half food, half gold. So like it stretches your land eco a lot more. By the way, I just noticed a few gifted subs popping up. Reminder, guys, when we're in game or in lobby, if you want to get yourself marked, almost like you're writing your signature on the screen in those moments, if you gift at least 5 gifted subs, it will pop up on screen as a little thank you and a little tip of the hat. So keep them coming. I see them coming in. It's really important to do that because you know how it is. Ads have to play. It just makes sense. For a start, Twitch requires it. It also is a way that we can at least get a little bit of money. But I'd rather you guys not have to worry about ads for over 40 hours of content in the coming month than us have you learn about why Gillette needs to warn you every hour about slicing your PP off. I don't know why they're so obsessed with that graffiti.
Man.
Yeah,
like it's an unhealthy obsession almost. Like the more you think about, the more likely it is to happen, right?
Yeah, honestly, at this point, I'm expecting any month now them to just release a product called the Salami Slicer. But no, we're just a few seconds away from game number 2. Considering Dragavan has got the Zhuji, it sounds like we might get to that game 3. Another interesting detail there, because Gully whipped out the Chinese here, he's missing the most powerful pick on Socotra. He does, however, have one of the most follow-up potent picks in the Mongols. We'll just have to see if we get to that game 3, as now we're going to be hopping into Archipelago.
All right, here we go. Game number 2 between Dragavan and Gully Dekel here on Archipelago. China versus Zhuji's Legacy. Here we see Dragavan with the Zhuji's Legacy already supervising that lumber camp for the plus 20% bonus income on wood. Definitely something that you will notice very early on here for your economy.
Ooh, Dragavan's got kind of an interesting spawn. He didn't get the absolute jackpot. But if he goes north of his tree line, there's a Medi-Garden placement there that should buff the full wood line and get the double gold. So, yeah, perfect placement there, which I think is ideal here, because typically the way this will be decided is a demo pull. That's going to just add up over time. You could go for this pull instead.
This is better.
Yeah.
Like getting the stone in is just
exactly.
absurd.
It's naval arrow-slits, right? Like this is the thing that makes Zhuji so absurd on Holy Island. And that's another edge they have that China can't really match.
Getting additional gold in also really, really handy. You're going to need a lot of gold when it comes to like the mid game for either an age up or a demolition ship spam. And just getting more and more passive gold behind all of it as well just makes the age up much more feasible and much more natural.
No, agreed. It's the other thing we saw yesterday. I believe it was Faye as the Dragon attempt against Zhuji, and she attempted a static defense, right, with naval arrow slits, and it did look pretty effective. That's a civ that doesn't optimally get into stone. So, like, you know, we're going to see that power come through. And the frustration there is, like, if Gully loses a fight, he doesn't have those same defenses that he can invest into freely. If Dragavan loses a fight, he always has this safe fallback on water.
I also gotta mention, I really like the play from Dragoman, having a lot of villagers on the shoreline fish there. I think Gully Deckle, he probably has like a couple of villagers, yeah, they're hiding under TC, in the TC, on the sheep there. The reason why I really like the shoreline fish play is that not only do you get a lot more food in, but you also generate a lot more taxes because the drop-off is gonna be occurring like 30% more often, pretty much.
Yeah, and the interesting part is actually the two civs, the one that benefits more from that would be the Chinese, right? Because they should have more taxmen freely to do things as we get towards what feels like an inevitable Song Dynasty play. But yeah, a little bit surprised on that end. Remind me,
There
if you
can't be a
supervise...
Song Dynasty. I think literally in this matchup, you cannot go Song Dynasty. Neither of them can.
You don't think that Chinese
for
can try to
China-
sneak it? Because
No,
the
China
TC
can't. They can't. Like, sure, like you get a couple more villagers out, but like neither of the civilization can go Song Dynasty. For one, Juji, they want to get a quicker age up, so the cost reduction is much more important. China can't go for it because Juji gets the cost reduction on their age up. So it would be so cheap for Juji. By the time China wanted to drop the Barbican, like Juji would just age up to Castle Age.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. You can supervise the dock for a 20% more resource drop-off, right? I'm trying to remember if that's a thing.
You can physically supervise it in any kind of way.
Yeah. Wait, you can't? Okay, yeah. I guess that would be broken here. Second dock coming in from Dragavan, spreading out a little bit here.
He could drop a mill next to the shoreline.
That's so expensive, though, at this stage of the game, right? Like 50 resources. Yeah. I have to imagine there was an early phase of development where you could supervise docks, and this is exactly why they got rid of it.
Yeah. I mean, imagine supervision on docks getting fishing ships out 250% quicker.
Yeah, like, that alone is absurd, but I was thinking more for, like, the shoreline fish element of supervising as well. Like, the extra layer of the cake just kind of feels nuts, because then the beneficial play here would be put all your villagers on that food for a fast tech up, right?
The devs handle, they work in extremes, either or.
Hey man, we were going over earlier today. Some of the things that actually made it through at the beginning of development, we still shake our heads to this day. Oof. So,
I still can't fathom the Delhi nerfs, man. The first patch.
I still can't fathom how Delhi haven't been nerfed.
Yeah, now they deserve it. Back then they didn't.
Oh yeah, definitely didn't back then, but now that the baseball bat should be going to the knees pretty hard.
All right, like, Meditation Garden is going to be the spot with the double gold and the wood.
Seems someone likes his shinies. So the whole point of Stone...
demo ships.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Your whole idea, I don't disagree with it, because also the food is OP. But like the thought process with the Stone, I feel like it's kind of you needing a reset, a soft fallback plan. Whereas the gold instead is kind of more playing to win, if that makes sense, because now you have surplus gold for that demo pump if you see a weak point in your opponent's strategy.
I'm not sure if this is all just due to the Imperial Official coming in much later for China than for Juji's Legacy, but as Vodka just pointed out, like Dragavan's had 2 fishing ships at this point in time.
That's kind of wild. I think part of it is the shoreline fish, maybe, as well.
Yeah.
Just kind of ramping it up. Yeah, because you're talking like, you have to scale the fishing boats first, right? But if you have shoreline fishing at 1 food per second, it does ramp up pretty quick and the same pace compared to 0.75 on the sheep. Imperial Academy on the way as well. So this is the other rough thing. It's like you have to go Imperial Academy, but now we talked about this whole idea of like naval arrow slits being a soft reset for the Juji. The Barbican is your naval arrow slits, right? That's the thing you can afford to justify to defend yourself. That isn't going to be there. I can't say I blame him though. Like this spawn, there's no good spot for a Barbican.
You would lose out on so many resources as well with the Imperial Academy. You would just be setting yourself further and further behind. Like with a play situation, when you go for a Barbican, just like you already play with the mindset of you're going to be behind and you're just going to like increase that distance that you're behind. But look at this, like Dragavan, he's already got 3 ships in queue. Oh, man. 2 ships out, 2 more in queue. He still has resource to spare. Gully Tackle, he's only got a single ship in queue.
It's funny as well, like Dragavan, there's a little bit of hesitation at first walking in there with the archer ship. Like, he should have a counter coming. No, he's just that far behind. This is wild. I wouldn't have expected it to go this way. Oof. Now, the good news is Gully made the right choice. Like, this is a nice thing you should always understand, folks, is like, if you are second of tech up, you build a Springald. You do not build an archer ship.
The issue is, though, Dragavan, he already has a demo ship.
Yep. And you can't pull for healing now because that will just backfire quickly. Double archer ship melts through fishing boats. Ooh, bad start to this fight. Gully, he can't get the demo. He's going to lose the archer ship, and now he might lose the sprint as well. Trigger comes in.
Oh, no.
And the fleet's in danger here. Fishing boat's going to get idled up. This game could be over in under 10 minutes.
That is, yeah, very, very quick way to victory here for Dragavan.
I just don't actually know how he's meant to hold on here. Like Gully, the amount of idle time, the fishing loss already, and a game where he's already behind. And Dragavan, he's going for the Castle Age.
Yeah, he's already gathering up the resource for it. 900 food, getting more gold in. He's getting 50 gold per minute there. If he had just more villages and gold, like Castle Age would be right around the corner for him. He's getting a market in now. Once the like, this is so important. This is so important on water maps. At one point, your economy, there's going to be imbalance. Getting a market in early and being able to just balance out your economy is so invaluable.
And this is the thing, right? Like, he's not that far off, because you have to remember Tang Dynasty is a thing. 15% off your tech up costs means you don't actually have to go with the full price, right? You save 180 resources. So it comes even a little bit quicker than you'd anticipate. Fishing upgrades are coming through, so I guess he's recalibrated and decided to go in. I don't like this, because I feel like if your goal was to now play more feudal, if you just actually invested initially, the game would already be over because Gully would be starved.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, just looking at the income right now, right? Like, Dragavan's pretty much ahead, like 500 resource per minute. That is just a super rough position for Gully to be in right now. Look at the eco count. Dragavan, he's just been reinvesting into fishing ships. It's 38 to 55 eco units out right now. There's an absurd amount of fishing ships. 24 fishing ships for Dragavan. Meanwhile, we look at Gully Deckle. It's 8. 2 more come out, so 10 to 24. That's not a situation that you want to be in.
No, and you know, Imperial Academy aside, to at least buff your on-land eco, that doesn't matter here. It's the fishing count that's going to make the difference, and it looks like we're ready to go again. Dragavan, we talked about that demo pump to end the game. It's coming. Up to 4, climb to 6. Gully Deckle with only 1 archer ship to counter all that, and that archer ship is out of position. It's going to get sunk.
2 more archer ships going to be in queue. Chinese and Juji stocks, they work 10, was it 15% faster? It recently got nerfed.
10%,
I want to say.
Yeah, it used to be 20%, right? They dropped it to 10. Still, I mean, the problem right now is the sprint count difference is about to favor Dragavan as well. And it's still 7 demos you have to deal with to contest. You've got nowhere to retreat here. They're creeping in.
Yeah, that's a lot of demo ships.
Dragavan with this electoral micro.
Yeah, he might try to... I mean, I don't think players really do select all on water, just because like you actually have to go into keybind menus to put a hotkey in for that one to select all water.
That's true. It's one of those things where you can really tell the caliber of player in these moments. Like Dragavan has a big advantage, but when you play mass demos like this, I mean, we've said it, even from like top 50 players, they just send all the demos in and die to 2 archer ships. That can turn the game around instantly. So feel like keep an eye on this. Let's block it. Demos are split. Dragavan. Oh no, Gully, no. Not like this. The demos, some of them split off the chase. The rest are going to go in, and that's going to be a GG blow-up.
Oh, GG. Oh my god. He just walked into it. Yeah.
What was that about not using select all naming? Because that looked like a panic select there. But it does mean that we are going to be getting a 3rd game in this series. We get the boring, basically Chinese water mirror out of the way quickly, and it means that we have Socotra to look forward to. Without the presence of China, it does feel like this will instinctively favor the Mongol pick, which I believe Gully Deckle has. So I'm curious to see what Dragavan will field as a response.
Yeah. I just want to say, Socotra, it's by now, at this point in time, with the recent changes to it, it's like the good version of mountain clearing.
Yes, but it's still memey if you have China.
Always has been.
Like I said,
Same
like
for Ruse.
Yes, but like I remember I was casting a few games and Biddlin was in chat because Biddlin's the one that fixed it, updated it, spruced it up. And I was sitting there, I was like, if China isn't banned, your map is just bad. There's no avoiding it. So this is at least kind of cool. We're going to get Mali and Mongols. This is basically going to be a Dark Age spear spam. Fun detail about this matchup.
No.
You don't think so?
You can't go for the Dark Age spearmen. Where are they going to attack? The gold is so close to the TC.
I think you're going to be forced to build Spearman though. That's the issue, right?
I don't think it's going to work out. Quite frankly,
it's
I see
such
like
a short
Dark Age
map.
Spearman. It is, but the gold is just so close to Shoreline. It's so close to the TC as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can really do anything there with Dark Age Spearman.
You don't think you can outpost rush it?
Not in a meaningful way, no.
Okay. I guess like maybe the idea of it going to the field isn't that scary anyway, because the issue that Malians have on this map is kind of like Cliffside, but with water being the problem instead, right? Like your golds can spawn right next to the coasts, so you can't get full housing around a lot of pit mines.
That's true, but like usually you will definitely be able to get enough gold in time for Feudal Age. After that, you have the Monza Quarry as well, which is more passive gold income as well. Like you're gonna have like still enough passive gold income, and whichever passive gold income you don't have, you just supplement with pulling more villagers onto gold.
That being said, I'm a little bit surprised that Dragavan chose Malians over Byzantines here, right? Like this is like a fairly cozy map for the Byzantines.
On the other hand side, if there is a really like bad matchup, or rather a matchup where Byzantines can struggle, I would say it is against Mongols. Yeah. We've seen it actually yesterday as well, where Mongols had a really, really good match. I think it was Mia Micah as well, where was it Mia Micah versus Myriad? Yeah, it was Mia Micah versus Myriad, where it looked like Myriad was pretty much dead due to just Mongol timings, and I think he would have been dead if Mia Micah put an outpost there. Like he only went forward with Spearman. If he put an outpost there as well, I think Myriad would have just been dead in that game.
The thing there though, that outpost rush felt viable, and you're saying it doesn't feel that good here. That's the difference I'd definitely emphasize, because the thing we noticed with like the Byzantine,
it's on the berries though, right? Like there's different priorities then. Like gold is in an awkward position. You can't really aggress that. Berries, on the other hand side, you can do aggression there.
I think like wood as well is kind of a surprising one, because you really only have one wood line, right? So the kind of OP thing we always forget with the Mongols is, for how weak they may feel, one nice little perk they do have is they can just throw the Pidgeotto out and see everything, right? So an outpost player can pretty much just starve you off of wood entirely. We'll have to see if that is the way they want to go. I mean, if this does go deep into Feudal Age, it feels like it's going to favor Malians, no? Because there's no trade options.
And yeah, you can't trade at all, and so scaling-wise, Mongols don't have a benefit. Mali have the benefit, and they can just play passively because overall their economy should be better.
Also, they are stronger on water because the transport ship play, right? So like if you reach that stage where, because you can get the javelins that fire off from the transport ships.
Yeah, right? I just don't see where that comes in useful.
If it like stagnates on land. Yeah. So like the whole logic is who can make a little Normandy storming easier, right?
The thing is, transport ships are really tanky. Like they're really, really tanky. I think even TCs don't really take them down that quickly.
And that's my fault, right? So you just drive by and then you can jump out as well. Donzos for extra damage, jump back in. Whereas like the Mongol player doesn't want to be on water at all, right? Like what's your perk here? You've got piracy,
outpost,
I guess. Yeah, exactly. It's
either outpost or you go towards like deeper into the map for gold.
All right, hear me out. We go really crap crazy here. Malian villagers get pulled. Discount Barbican rush.
Sahan Trade Network rush. That's an interesting one, especially against the Mongols.
Yeah, Dragavan's like, I used irony. It's super effective. Actually, I think it'd be not very effective here.
The only game that comes to mind is when I out Barbican rush Viper with Mongols.
No. So the reason I'm going down this thought process is like actually another thing to keep in mind. You know how we talked about proxy bases of Abbasids? Dragavan does that with Malians as well. So I just want you to keep that in the back of your mind. It is a small map, but it's a map with stealth forests. Because, folks, it is time. The chaos has arrived to decide which one of the toddlers will we send into the arena with the gods. We have Gully, Deco, and Dragavan basically coming down to a best of one on Socotra to see who carries on.
Look at that base for the Mongols. I mean, it can't get much better than this, right?
I mean,
you got the gold.
The deer could come closer, you know.
Maybe you can just lure them in at that point in time, right? Like they're so close, you just lure them in. It's not even that many deer. It's a small deer pack, only 3 deer, but pretty much like you got the stone under TC range, you got the gold firmly under TC range. You're next to wood. It's a really, really good map there for Mongols. Like, it's gonna be tough to attack Mongols on this map,
And
if not even
look on the other
impossible.
side. Look at Malian spawns on the gold. Like, this
It's
is what I was
actually
talking
not
about.
bad. It's not
The-
even that bad.
The first one isn't bad. Well, actually, yeah, that's actually quite bad. But the
It's
second
only
one's...
one house. You're missing out on one house there.
Look at the
That's
second one,
fine.
though.
You're gonna miss out on 2 houses
No,
there. I wanna
you're going to
say.
miss out on
Maybe
4
3.
houses there.
That is why you build it on the gold in the middle of the map.
Oh, well, yeah, that's great. Let me just walk towards the Mongols' base and build
Yeah, that's what
buildings
the
right next to it.
proxy Saharan trade network is for.
Yeah, there we go. We figured it out. To protect my buildings
And
from
you
being burnt down.
use the wood that you save for a wall right there.
And now
Not
you
that it
just
was
wall
needed. Wait,
to
he's
the
still
next
going
tree
for it?
line. I freaking called it.
This isn't gonna work, man. This isn't gonna work.
He's gonna try to outpost drop the deer, the berries, and the gold, right? Like, he has to go there. That's the only spot on the right. And okay, so you say it's not gonna work, but what I want you to be really cognizant of here is because there shouldn't be
It's going the wrong
a
side
spearman
around.
rush. Okay, yeah, scrap it's gonna fail. But because there shouldn't be a spearman rush, Dragavan spent all of his wood already. Whereas normally, like on Dry Arabia, right? Like, you'd probably consider just dropping the racks and going for the Donzos to counter this. Nope. He's stuck. He just has to go for the tech up now.
So many wolves on the way as well.
Dragavan's
That's not how they work. That's not how they work. They don't work like boars.
So Outpost Rock, we actually talked about this, the whole idea of starving the wood. I mean, if you think about it, at its core,
works.
Malians to get started require wood for everything and anything, right? Like ranches cost wood.
Could even put it a little bit further forward. Yeah.
Yeah, you could probably shove it in there. I guess, I'm not sure why he isn't really. He does need to go for 2, though. He needs to get 1 on that northern wood line, and if he does that, it should actually be a GG.
Wait, can he not shimmy around like the bottom side there next to the trees?
Oh,
Doesn't
what,
look
the
like he
east
can.
there? No, that was... The other thing I'm worried about here is, like, if he burns through that wall, he can just come and go as he pleases to give vision. And also, remember, the OP element to this outpost rush is always going to be Pidgeotto, go, right? Like, it's the Hawk, or the Falcon, rather.
See, he can. He can. I
Okay,
called it.
come on.
He can go through.
Oh, that's what you meant. Sorry, I thought you meant Dragavan gathering wood. I was like, I don't think that
Oh, no.
works.
He
Yeah.
can shimmy through the. Yeah, he can go there.
So,
Now he can attack the houses.
So what were we saying about there wouldn't be a rack spearman outpost rush build?
I didn't say it wouldn't be there. I'm just saying that it's bad.
So 5 minutes from now, when Dragavan surrenders, is it still bad?
Depends if that is the cause for his loss. I just
Is
let
this-
the house go down. It's not worth it.
Is this one of those classic, like, 10% of the time, it works 100% of the time?
Pretty much. But yeah, like
the
all he
interesting
needs
part-
to do here is just get an outpost up,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
on the
That's-
left-hand side, and the outpost is gonna be in TC range, right? So you can't deny the outpost, and the outpost is gonna just protect everything there.
Or you could just waste your wood repairing the house.
That works too, like depending on how you feel. Both works.
Depending
Both
on
are
whether you want to
viable
win.
options.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Wait, oh, come on, Gully,
Belcher
no.
barely living.
Hey, he could have got that kill, actually. If he killed on the Spearman, he would have got the kill and gotten away in time. That was a little bit of a miss micro.
Just get an outpost up, man. Just get an out. Okay, it's the archer range instead.
I mean, honestly, Gully's not that far behind. Now the outpost. I don't know, man.
gonna
I'm
go up in
struggling to
time.
see the way that Dragavan gets out of this.
like this.
Wait, okay, yep. So we found the way. Turns out when we call them
That's 2 spearmen
toddlers,
down.
what that really meant is that they're so short they can't reach the mouse and keyboard to click away in time, because that should not have happened.
Yeah, that's 2 spearmen down, and that hurts. He's now remaking spears. And now the villager pull.
Yeah.
Yeah, the outpost is gonna get denied.
Oh
Villager's
my
getting
God.
pulled.
I can't believe that one moment. If Gully still had the extra 2 spearmen, you can't make this pull happen. It costs too much. So instead, Gully has to back away, forfeit it over, loses more spearmen on the exit. And, well, it's going to be notably behind on the Deerstone timing now. Dragavan should have, what, 5 to 6 archers out before there's even an archery range down for Gully.
This could have been like working better if Gali immediately noticed, oh wait, I can go through there.
That's true. But, like, neither player noticed, so it balances out?
Yeah, the thing in that situation would still be if Dragavan reacts in time and just puts down outposts there.
Yeah.
it's gonna be in TC range and nothing's gonna happen.
That was my thought, right? I think there was a bit of panic setting in, especially when he realized that the walkthrough was there on the south side, and he's like, "Oh no, I haven't got wood." So then he starts like kind of flustering to gather wood to get the archer range. Wait, do you just remember this map?
I mean, probably because like I'm seeing the cattle range come up. I
mean, you're
can't
not
quite.
you're not corralling that, right? Like, what is the strategy now? I need to just eat all these berries first.
Maybe he needs to get rid of the left wood line.
Possibly. I just don't think you aim for castle, really. Like,
you can't. You can't.
No.
Like he's getting javelin throws in. That's the correct play.
Gully, well, he's playing into the hand of as well. He went archers, which is a little bit surprising considering you're talking about a Civ that does have Keshiks.
I mean, he's
a little bit surprised.
Bragman is building one of each building, right?
Yeah.
Like he's also like the archers were only against the spearmen initially. Now it's javelin throws for him. Donza as well, potentially some sofas. He's just ready for everything right now.
And this is what makes it a brutal matchup for Mongols, right? Like the way Mongols wins this on land is they just keep you in Dark Age. Like I've seen it, it's insane. You go like 30 plus spearmen. Because the logic there is, you know, Donzos, they're a premium spear. So they're better at first, but then you have these gaps in your economy where you have to drop a lumber camp and you have to idle up moving in. Meanwhile, Mongol players, like they don't need to build a lumber camp. They start with their TC on a wood line as well, right? They can just keep spamming. Then you consider the stone production. That's how you're able to GG out. But you know, because of how claustrophobic this map is, it has like this double-edged sword of, yes, you can get to the enemy base quickly, but then being able to just snipe down everything, shut down everything simultaneously is very difficult quick enough.
I love the early farms here from Dragaman, like renewable source of resources with any means, like whatever is renewable, he's gonna take it here. And it makes a lot of sense. Like at any one point, it's difficult to tell when all of your villagers are surrounding the sheep, when exactly your sheep are gonna run out. So having just a couple of farms already at this point in time and just one ranch full of cattle, it actually means that you're gonna be in a much better position when it comes to transitions. When it comes to like, okay, now you have to move out this way, that way.
Well, it's
we actually see the silver tree coming in. The deer stones.
Calm down.
Yeah, the deer stones move forward.
But like,
that's the one I met.
Yeah, the one we never see. But like, you know, the other cool detail you have to remember is like typically. Where? What?
In his base, because he would want to have the ammo inside of space as well, right? For his villagers.
Oh yeah, I don't think he done that. We can check the Mongol base for an outpost for Yam, but I don't think he did. No.
Oh, he's building one now.
He's building it now, but it's quite delayed.
That's good.
But the other thing that's quite interesting here, though, the reason why he's setting up the farms is, remember, this is a map where like he hasn't even got one full pit mine. He's not getting a second one, right? So you don't actually have enough gold to afford to go for cattle to eat them instead.
Do you think we'll see the clown car here?
I knew you were going to bring this up. For Dragavan, right?
Gully Dickle.
The irony of Gully beats him with clown carring. I will never let Dragavan live it down. He needs to be careful, actually. These javelins, yes, they're strong, but when you're up against this many archers, it can backfire quickly.
Yeah, not just that, archers with a lot more movement speed as well. That's probably one of the most important things here. Because javelins, by nature, they're already fast. They're 1.25 tiles per second of movement speed. If you compare it to like their brother or sister unit, the crossbows, they move a lot faster than that. So it's kind of like, and also with the bonus range as well, they are quite speedy. So having the extra movement speed here just makes it really, really handy for the archers. And there's a lot of them out already.
And remember, like every once in a while, he's supplementing more archers in by the stone, right? And top of that, looks like Dragavan is wise to what's coming next. His blacksmith timing is actually on point here. He's not going to fall behind that category. And he also does have that second pit mine now going up. But you look at that, only room for 4 houses. It really is that bad.
His choice,
Wait,
right?
what?
His safe choice.
Gully? That was a whoopsie. Yeah, and the attack speed arrow now is just worthless.
It was a movement speed arrow.
Wait, was it?
Quite sure it was.
It looked like an attack speed arrow.
Don't they look the same? We can't tell now.
We'll never know, guys. And that's why me and Crackety will still remain friends. Until we read Twitch chat. Yeah, either way, the arrow basically achieved nothing there. Dragavan is honestly at the point where he's probably about, I'd say, a minute and a half from breaking out. Like, if Gully doesn't switch to a new unit type, I don't think he wins this.
I think Mongols also need to switch. Like, we need Kashix out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said Gully. Gully needs to switch. Like,
Okay.
he legit.
I
But the
thought
problem
I
is
heard
like
Mali, not Gully.
no, Gully Mali. But the problem here is that he doesn't have much food, right? Like, it's limited food on a map like this. And wait,
Right,
the
where's
bigger
the
problem is
Spearman? In the
Dragavan is
outpost.
deciding to frontline with his javelins. What? What is this
They're
series?
going down.
And he's losing. He's actually losing this game right now. And I hope that's a misclick because you should not be queuing up Musafadi.
He's slowly but surely losing the match.
They're keeping it interesting,
Musafadi
man.
makes no sense.
That has to be a misclick.
Must be. I mean, W is also for javelin throws, right? So on the hotkey.
This is going to be even better now for Gully. Not only is his opponent accidentally adding Musafadi, Gully is going for this Horseman. The reason he's able to afford it, we talked about a lack of food. He's fixed that. He's also now Yam efficient again as he's moving out towards the Deerstone in the center of the map.
Yeah, lots of open resource there for him. Dragavan, he's stockpiling a lot of resources. I mean, I could also see him just now adding in archers again as well, just because he has a lot of wood. He just needs to keep producing, and he needs more production buildings as well. 2 archery ranges now at this point in time. Gallideckel, he's making archers, but archers just produce so much faster than javelin throws. Actually, it's 3 archery ranges for Dragavan, but he might need even more.
I think Dragavan just needs to build Warrior Scouts.
They don't do bonus damage to range
No,
units
no,
in,
but that's not the point,
Uplandale
right?
Castle.
Like, the point is that they are just, they damage absorb, right? Like, that's the logic.
They
I've
don't
seen...
take bonus damage at the same time, yeah.
Yes, like, I've seen Recon do this build, and it looks... The best way to describe it yesterday is it looks dumb, like it shouldn't work, but it works. Because
I think
they are...
Sophos could also
just a tank.
work-ish.
Yes, my only thought there was, like, I'm a bit fearful of whether he has enough gold to do that. Because that's the difference, right? One is just a meat shield that only costs food. And so, like, you're making a trade-off. If you build sofas, you're not building javelins. And my logic there is, like, if your opponent now builds spears to counter the Warrior Scouts, you can always micro them away. So, like, it comes down to, I think, Dragavan's confidence to whether he thinks he can keep track of injured scouts and pull them away. If he can, then scouts are superior. If he's an A-click brainer, sofas are better.
I'm looking at the income right now. This looks really tough right now for Dragavan. Because not only is he out of, is he very far behind when it comes to the military, when it comes to the army count right now. Army value, interestingly enough, he's actually leading, but he also just ran out of the tier.
Yeah, it's not just that, it's the wood situation, right? Remember, that outpost is still up on that wood line, so he can't go onto the main. So he's now having to resort to straggler trees to try and compete. And this all comes back to the fact he went javelins. And yes, we don't. That's why I didn't even go deeper into the army value conversation, Krakeny.
Yeah, I thought it was broken for new civs, but apparently it's also broken for current civs.
It's broken for everything. I think my favorite one I've watched is when it was a game where someone Wallaloed, I think it's BC Wallaloed, won javelin from the Byzantines, and then his army value went up by 6,000. Moving on. So anyway, the big problem here, going back to the javelins, is the fact that like he doesn't have an efficient torch through. I like that he's now going for Warrior Scouts. I just wish he'd done it earlier, so he would have had a way of dealing with that outpost, so that he could then switch over into wood-based units.
And he now has a lot of javelin throws. 26 in the count. Is it to one-shot the horseman? It is, and that's the important part.
Yes, but
the micro.
The problem here is that he's A-clicking into whatever. Finally targets over on the archers, but if the archers can clear up the Donzos, it can still work out. I mean, Dragavan does have a very powerful army here. My worry is now with basically no spearmen left to defend, this should be the point where the fight starts to turn against him.
Yeah, now the horsemen come in. Villagers exposed, couple going down. Actually, no go down.
No, but now they're just idle standing here doing nothing. And also on top of that, the archers are in range of the javelins, not moving away. Love the fact the horseman just goes after the farmer as well. But you know, the issue here is who can replace their army more easily, is what I'm thinking now, right? Like, the reality is Gallideckel still has pocket eco. He's playing the deer stacks. He might even come to the north side soon and take those away as well. That's the benefit of full map control.
Something else that's also good for him on the retreat, the Stealth Forest hides the units.
Yep. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't move the Deerstone. Like, if I had to find one criticism point, I think it's definitely that. Like, Gully intentionally played away from his aura. And there's no real justification for why he didn't move the landmark.
Does he have enough units on the defense, though? That's going to be a question. I'd have to actually pull villagers. It's still a big javelin throw count.
wonder if it's actually big enough against this handful of horsemen. No, it's not an insta-kill on them. That's sick, though. The scout actually buys a lot of time there. And Gully, guess what? The Deer Stone is now in position after we've moved away from that area. It's going to get reinforcements in quicker, though. That's the positive here. The horsemen are absorbing a lot of fire in the meantime. But yeah, I got to give it to him. Dragavan, despite an incredibly shaky position, is maintaining the advantage. And yeah, the big problem now is Gully needs to make a transition north side for more food if he wants to keep going horseman. He doesn't have much left over on this left side. Dude, this is such a weird, wild game.
Yeah, but I think Dragavan might have just threaded in the needle now. If it was just Kha'Zix instead of Horseman, I think this could have been so much better for Gully. Not just because not only are they a better meat shield, but just also the heal on every single attack against a unit that has a very slow attack speed actually means that you heal up so much health during these battles on villagers. Oh, that's a lot of them going down.
It's even like cleaner than that. The logic being that like horsemen, yes, you get 2 horsemen almost the price of a Kha'Zix, but that means like what is the percentage of that that's food, right, versus gold? What is there a lot of on this map? Gold or food? There is more gold on this map. So when you put the pressure on food like this, food and wood as well, right? Like you've already got another units using quite a bit of food when you mass them like this. You're just kind of setting yourself up for this doom moment where if at any stage in the game you do not have complete map control to go wherever you want and gather food, you're already dead to what is a condensed economy of infinite food generation.
GullyDeckel, he's now transitioning back into Spearman again. I like the Spearman choice in theory, mainly because the Spearmen actually act as they're a better meat shield than the Horsemen because you can just spam more of them. 40 less food per Spearman. And they all, like, they still take up, like, what is it, like 2 volleys in the end?
You know what, no, I've got the perfect answer to why you're right, the Spearmen are great. The Javelins at this count will definitely overkill the Spearmen. By quite a bit. Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, I'd like the play if he'd done it 5 minutes ago. But
now we're at almost
this point...
You're getting the Rams now.
No.
It's almost 40 javelin throws. Like, the army value is just going to be insane. Even if it's not correct at the moment, we can tell that Dragavan's ahead by a mile.
What you're saying is 2 more Rams so he can clown car, right?
Definitely.
I want to praise Dragavan for not doing the predictable thing and clown carring this entire series. Props to him, man. he's more than the one trick. Love to see it. But this is looking impressive at this stage. I just don't think Horsemen can save you against this many Javs, especially when they keep playing between these 2 tree lines.
The cow transition behind us as well. Like he's merely
you asked
using
the question.
For the baseline. Yeah, he's just doing it for the passive income, and it's working out really well for him, right? Like he's also eating from the cattle. That is such a good play here because look at his food income right now: 1,700 food per minute.
Dragavan, I think it's undeniable. Like he can just go for a tech up now. This should be Farimba and then GG. I mean, he's queuing up almost 10 Javs, and he's still going to be able to tech up. Like, it's absurd.
Can't move at this point in time.
Don't you just love Marlians? It's such a reasonable civ, right?
100%, man.
You know, you've never like been annoyed at what Marlians can do before, right?
Never have I been annoyed at that at all. No.
Very, very fine and balanced civ, as we can see by this fight. A very fire fight between the 2 sides. As Gully makes what is likely to be his last stand. Javs are so committed to murdering the archers, they walk deep in range. Wait, okay, that's sick. Dragavan, I think he done that on purpose to just mask the Donzos, so the archers couldn't snipe him down. And now with all the horsemen gone, this is over. Like, Gully doesn't have the food to remass at all. This is going to be Gully eliminated, and Dragavan continuing on in the Master of Realms qualifier number 2.
And that is it. GG gets called, and Dragavan is going to be able to advance into the next round. GullyDeckel, unfortunately, is going to be out of the race for the participation in the Master of Realms.
Whew. I think, like, looking back at this game, you know, Gully, he's probably going to kick himself a little bit. There was a moment where it looked almost just decisive that he was going to get the win. You know, Dragavan, a little bit of a slip up, a little bit of panic in the way he reacted in that Dark Age, but you know, he saw the weak point and he did exploit it. Gully did kind of give that over. I think, you know, Horseman, the way it was used, it's interesting, the small details, right? Like we mentioned, Spearman could have been better. Even actually just having the Yam there when you went for that frontal assault could have made the world a difference, but instead, not able to crack the egg. And Gully, I mean, he's just going to have to sit on the sideline, reflect, get back to grinding, scrimming, and prep himself another, month and a half when Red Bull kicks off.
Yeah, I mean, if he's if he really, really trains hard, he might even meet Marinebot in the finals.
That's true. That is the dream of everyone, right? He should probably go to Magic for some coaching sessions. I hear that guy is the kryptonite. Oh, okay.
We got going here next. So we already got a next set prep for us, and it's going to be Kaiser Johan versus M7. Man, what's with all the Bergen LAN players that we're like getting served here today? So Kaiser Johan versus M7. Remind me, M7, didn't he, if I looked at the bracket correctly, I might have to double check, but I think he actually beat Corvinus yesterday.
Really? I didn't see
that. In the qualifiers 2-0. I'm going to have to check again, but I think it was something around those lines.
That's impressive.
He had one upset, I'm sure.
Yeah, but M7 is like typically known for free-for-alling, actually. I think that's like he'd admit like he does a lot more free-for-alling back when all the players are getting involved. Like you actually catch him in all the play like known player like Beasties, lobbies, or whatever. And he does pretty well. Great to see him actually getting a little bit deeper in the qualifiers here. We've got the map draft by Surfshark already complete. Hillendale, Holy Island, Coastal Cliffs. Lame. Let's talk about the players a bit more because nothing out of the ordinary rather is happening here. One thing to highlight here is not just that M7 is OP and slapped Corvinus around, even though Corvinus is trying to make excuses now. The other interesting detail is that Kaiser Johan hasn't really been as present in the last month or two. I don't know what happened. He just kind of disappeared. Before that, this guy was regularly top 50, top 40 on the ladder season after season for like the last 2 seasons. So maybe he had a secret smurf, but to me, I couldn't find him anywhere. It just seems like he took a break.
Yeah, I've also not seen him playing that actively on the ladder. Like every now and then I did find him, but then I checked his profile and I was like, okay, not a lot of games played recently. So maybe he's just been playing a little bit on and off. We're going to have to see how his performance will reflect that. In the meantime, we got an interesting matchup with Ayubits versus the English here. And on a map like Coastal Cliffs, where 2TC isn't going to be an option early on for the English, that's going to be interesting just judging by how this is going to go if we're going to be looking at a fast castle age.
Okay, so this matchup actually tends to favor Ayubits quite a bit because the English Abif Kings build has like no effect, right? Because the Desert Raider completely mitigates him in the early game and also stops him intercepting when Dervishes rush out in the castle age because even though the King will get buffed up, the Desert Raider can just still beat his ass down. Especially when you remember that the King is full base damage, no bonus damage anywhere to be found. The interesting thought here is we used to see some maps, English had a sick timing against Ayubits where you just went old school counter haul and you'd rush their gold. And it's very difficult to get enough defenses up to stop that happening. I'm curious if that becomes an option in this game for M7. If Kaiser Johan has a forward spawn in gold, there's a potential for this game to end in feudal age.
Yeah, I mean, it very likely could be. Like, if it's just all in, like, council hall, longbows, and if Kaiser Johan misjudges the situation and leaves himself open too much, could definitely lead to that. Gonna have to see how exactly it goes. I can already hear the in-game sounds going, so we're gonna be looking at our game number 1 in just a little bit. And here we go. Game number 1 between M7 and Kaiser Johan here on Coastal Cliffs. Ayubits versus English.
Yeah, first thing I'm doing is checking the spawn. Kaiser Johan, jackpot. Look at where the gold is. This is not a council hall viable play. In fact, it's one of those disgusting spawns because you could easily just outpost one side and protect your investment, right? And even then just short wall the right side. So I feel like this is just going to probably turn into a castle race on both sides, actually.
It could be, but if it's a castle race, then English is just very far behind, right? Because Kaiser Johan, as soon as the Ayubit's going to age up, that's an immediate +8 villagers with the economic ring growth. Meanwhile, if M7 ages up, that's just going to be like King's Palace, so another TC. He's going to have to actually invest into getting those villagers out.
I'm wondering if you just try to go 2 TC here. Like, it sounds really freaking greedy.
It's far, but actually, like, judging from the position of that stone,
yeah, he's already there.
It wouldn't even be that bad of a spot for it, right? Like for M7.
Mm-hmm. And then like you drop the TC there because you're on the gold at that point, and that also blocks a rotation on the backside of your base. And then you white out
safe
the wood
gold,
line.
safe wood.
Yeah.
We wall between the wood lines. Easy farm transition as well. That would be actually perfect for him.
It's kind of bonkers as well, because it's just not a map you typically do fast 2 TC on, simply because the stone is meant to spawn further away.
The thing is, I don't think he scouted the the stone location yet. Because
let's
he
check
went
position.
around the other hand side. Yeah, he doesn't know about yet. And his Age of decision has to be made soon. This is such a close, such a narrow span of time to make a decision like that. Do I go Council or do I go Abbey of Kings?
I mean, the thing is, if he scouted that there's no forward spawn gold, I think you still go Abbey of Kings, because you should know inherently if the gold is on the backside, the Council Hall rotation is going to be too slow, right? Like, that's the other pesky thing about Desert Raiders. Yes, range units counter them, but if you're trickling longbows across the field, a Desert Raider can just walk in and wallop you down with that 13 base damage. And it will indeed be the Desert Raiders. Nothing off meta here from the Ivids.
We are getting the Abbey of Kings. That's good. That's good. But for 4 villagers, so it makes me think that it's not going to be a Castle Age play. We're getting the reinforcement wing from the Ivids, as you mentioned, but against the English, that's like a sort of situation, right? Like, doesn't really do a whole lot because the English villagers have the short bows, so they're actually able to do full damage to the Desert Raider.
That's why I don't think you need a Council Hall at all. Council Hall only makes sense if you aggro play, because if that Desert Raider comes in, like we've seen players who've just gotten very good at insta-reacting with the short bows. Yeah, if you go back like a year and a half, 2 years...
Speed.
Say again?
The King also has more movement speed than a Desert Raider.
Yes. I don't think you use it in that way, right? Instead, I think you go and raid. You don't want to deal with the Desert Raiders. You just, like, if the Desert Raiders come after your eco defends itself. Otherwise, you're just trying to idle the Ivids.
Yeah.
This is pretty cool, then. I'm glad that happened, because if it had been a Council Hall, I would have almost just default forfeited this game across the Ivids. It's very, very one-sided at that point with this type of spawn. It's interesting as well, because you might remember in the last EGC tournament, you know, English was pegged to kind of be OP by a lot of people. I was definitely one of those people that thought Coastal Cliffs was one of the maps that was going to make them OP. The logic being is that all of your wood, about 80% of the time, tends to spawn for your TC. So Lombos can basically starve you out of wood, which is a critical component for pretty much any strategy.
That's right. I mean, especially on like the way the woodline spawned here for both players, both woodlines forward. We are getting the outpost on the gold for Kaiser Johann, so it's kind of like just immediately tells you what play he's going to go for. In theory, now the TTC build would be even better.
Yeah. It's like, wow, really, I've never seen this play from Ivids before.
Wait, did he? Oh, he even fast-scouted enough to get emplacement on that outpost.
Yeah, I guess he was a little bit paranoid about Council Hall play, and what?
And it's spotted immediately, though.
Yeah, and the other problem with this play, I mean, in theory, it's really cool because Ivids never build spears, so it could hit. But the problem that I see in this is, you know, you're still talking about a Civ that has fire armor, and they've built into outposts. So, like, burning through those is not easy in the first place. It's kind of a very ambitious strategy by M7.
Going on in between the wood lines, so Kaiser Johann for the constricting that part of the map.
Love that wall.
Nice wall there, yeah.
Yep.
Saves himself another outpost on the other hand side.
It's actually crazy how efficient that is. You remember when we used to have Hidden Valley in the rotation? You know what? I was losing hair quicker than you when you have to play up against Malians. The amount of times where people could have just built a 3-tile wall to stop any rotation and GG the game easily, but they just didn't. It's the same here. Like, typically Coastal Cliffs, you can just get a 3 or 4 tile wall up that will force enemy troops underneath your TC.
It's alright. Mali doesn't bother me that much anymore. Get some villager kill for it.
Yeah, no wheelbarrow, right?
Yeah, I lost to Louis with Malians, and I asked him to play it again until I managed to find a way to beat it, and then it's fine. I only get mad when I don't have an answer.
Got it. So you love English right now.
Hate them, man.
So, fair to say you're on KJ's side in this game. I mean, this is a hard one, right? Like, who do you really want to lose more, Ivids or English? These are the two villains right now, I swear.
To be fair, like, English in this situation, they already are being played, like, really weird here, right? Like, we got the stable opening, so we see horsemen coming in. Kaiser Johann now going for spears as well with the Ivids against the English. the unit comp here is just all over the place. The one issue that I see here, though, is that M7, with the Horseman, he can't really achieve a lot in the situation. Now, we do see walls coming up from him on his side, and I think he's going to try and follow up with his own Castle Age now behind this.
Yeah.
The issue with that, though, is that the English Castle Age, because he also is doing like a farm transition behind that, it's going to be a lot slower, and he might just completely give up relics for it. So he won't have like a villager advantage, for one, because it's going to be like economic growth against from the Ayyubids. So for one, Ayyubids are going to have more villagers, they're going to have more map control, and they're also going to get the relics in the end. That would put the English in a very, very tough situation.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool bait, though, by M7. The only problem is, the reason I don't like it is that wall on the backside. Because the logic here is, like, you show Horseman, your opponent reacts Spearman. And already at this stage, he's invested more to do that Spearman play, right? You both spent 150 on the production building, but you spent 120, your opponent spent 160. It's like, the follow-up play really should have been M7 hitting the west side of the base. But I can't really fault KJ. Like, I think it's just him outplaying here. That forward wall plus the back one means you have no efficient rotation potential with this king.
Is going around now onto the other hand side with the king. He's already killed one villager at least, so that there's already been value gained in the end. And the age-ups, they're not going to be too far between each other. If anything, M7 should be able to hit Castle Age first, just because English are able to rush it up fast in comparison to the Ayyubids. The issue with that, though, is that Ayyubids, they're going to be, like, once they reach the age-up, they're going to have more resources spent.
Yeah. There's a cool little detail as well of that. KJ, he's actually microing on the Seek Shelter because he actually had 6 on the gold. He would have lost 1 to the dive there. So just small details like that to make sure he doesn't lose anything out. But yeah, the kind of crazy thing here is when you stockpile this type of resource, that's why you usually see Ayyubids open with like 3 military buildings quickly at the start of castle because they can afford it. I kind of like that KJ has been forced to go racks and has got the stables as well because Golems can be surprisingly effective here, especially if you know your opponent is going to commit to the greedy landmark choice. King's Palace now on the way.
King's Palace on the way. Another stable has been added, so we'll likely be seeing a mass night play here from the English. That is not something that you see every day. Makes sense though with the Abbey of Kings, right? Like if you were fast on the quick on the pull away with your knights, you're able to heal them up again.
You think it makes sense against Camel Lancers?
It does. It actually does. Mainly because like the benefits from Camel Lancers, sure, you get like the shock R, right? But Camel Lance at the same time, they have 30 less health, they have 3 less attack, so it kind of makes up for it. The one other bonus that Camel Lances have is they have more attack speed than a normal knight. But that attack speed isn't really that valuable in situations where there's always going to be like a back and forth between the units.
I think the other interesting thing is like if M7's turtling, then he'll have the attack speed aura, which completely offsets the Camelanese, right? Jeez, I love how psychotic that was, by the way. The king turns around for a sec, immediately 3 scimitars come out. Okay, chill. I'm walking away. Yeah, the only negative that I see in M7's play is he doesn't have the scaling advantage that we typically see out of a White Tower build, right? Like that double production rate, it's like a mini Euroshiro effect.
Yeah. We now also have the double knights coming in. M7, he's not gathering up any wood at all at the moment, so no monastery coming in anytime soon for him. We now see the Camel Lancers already being in queue for Kaiseon as well. Now 6 villages ahead just because of that age up.
It's absurd. Honestly, I'm going to keep standing by this. Military wing into eco wing needs to be nerfed. It needs to be buffed simultaneously because Ayyubids just don't have a feudal that makes sense. But right now, it's a combo of this being the ridiculously overtuned build and everything else just being terrible.
Yeah. 4 Desert Raiders around at the same time. Could just upgrade those to veterancy now as well.
I feel like
they're also going to work really great against the Knights.
I feel like players never do that though, right? It's kind of crazy. Okay, that's sick. I like that he's doing it because like typically I've seen this so often at 4, they just don't. At that point, it's definitely worth the investment, especially with more coming. I think the reason usually you don't see players get this upgrade, especially when you have Golden Age 1, think about the sacrifice you're making. That's almost 2 Camel Lancers less you're going to have as a result.
Both players now also shifted into monasteries, so they're trying to get the relics now behind all of this cavalry play. M7, like as long as he's able to like keep the game going for a long period of time here, he's gonna slowly but surely gain the advantage, right? Like he's already only 2 villagers behind, thanks to that second TC landmark that he got. So slowly but surely, the difference in economy, it's closing. And he's actually getting the relic in the middle here, potentially.
Yeah, and that's the beautiful thing, right? Because he's striking first with his knights, it's forcing a reaction. KJ should be shutting these down. Instead, he's reacting to his opponent's play.
Looks like Kaiser noticed, but leaves himself open to the charge then.
Yeah, Desert Raiders that were injured with frontlining as well. And nice peel back
nice
there.
pull.
M7, come on. This is so tilting to play against, because you know it's only going to take a few seconds to kiss those boo-boos better.
Look at them. These are like almost dead knights. They're missing limbs at this point in time.
Were. Yeah, this is Call of Duty health regen logic. Oh no, you hit me with a missile. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be back. Oof. Meanwhile, damage on the other side feels permanent. Yeah, you've got dervishes that can heal.
Kaiser getting the relic here from M7.
Are you kidding me?
Might still be a 4-1 relic game.
How? In the greed on both sides here. The Assassin's Creed in the center.
Might lose his army for it.
I mean, he can actually rush the dervishes now, but he needs to be quick. I think he's like too focused on finishing the lancers. Yeah. That's the thing, right? Like if he just peeled 2 knights and went straight after them, I think he could have denied 1, if not 2 relics here. Instead, it looks like KJ is going to get too safe.
Yeah. If M7 gets 2 relics though, like just 2 relics with the English against the Ayyubids, I think he's in a really great spot. Like getting 2 relics here in this situation, now that he's ahead when it comes to villagers.
Could this be free? This could be free. If he realizes
there's no way. The other relic is safe, like right next to the base of Kaiser.
I mean, that's kind of wild. I thought he'd actually just try to punt for it, considering he had such a huge momentum on his side there, but it's going to be that 2-3 split.
Difficult to judge.
Keep in mind, KJ is going free TC, by the way.
He is? He is.
Yeah,
he's got the stone for it.
Either that, or he's mismacroed quite badly here because he's holding 600 plus stone.
Yeah, it's going to be at least 1 TC. There we go. If he gets like 1 trip again with Weber with like 6 villagers, it's going to be the 3rd TC then.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to be like, what, 3rd TC on the berries and the gold? You want to kind of keep all the town centers close by, I think, in this situation.
We're also getting to a point, though, in time, where food is going to be, like, a little bit sparse for Kaiser Johan. And he's still got the berries to the left-hand side he's just went to. He's on the deer to the eastern side of his base. But after that, all the resources are very far away from his main base. I like the wall that he's getting up now, walls off the entire map, so he's going to be able to secure himself another deer spot. But after that, it's all forward.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing here is like that whole point of food. English, one of the best suits that farm transition, right? And they benefit so much in Castle Age, making that exact transition. And that's the tough part. It's like, we quite often see this with the Ayyubids. They play for relic control, and there's always this big question mark. Okay, what next? That's where it typically either all has come together, or the game can begin to fall apart.
Knight, once again, with just very little health, is going to be able to make it out. Yeah, and he's just going to heal all the way back to full.
Yeah, follow me back where I'll have more knights. Another crazy thing here, like if you actually do micro it correctly, you can get a charge at minimum distance. If both players do that, it favors the English there, due to the fact that they immediately have their full charge damage. And the Ayyubids start off, what was it, 40% weaker, I believe it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane.
Oh, doesn't even get the charge off there. And now the wall is going to be closed here by M7. The Knights, like, these armies are weak, but M7's going to heal up, and that makes such a big difference. We got 2 wolves here, by the way.
Hello?
Only one. Okay, the other one's going home now, but this might still potentially, like, if Kaiser doesn't notice that, be a villager going down. Oh, it is. Oh, let's look at that. Oh, notice it. Okay. That was close.
Like, can we eat this? No? Okay. Sacred Sites have at least been locked in. So KJ, with free TC not happening, funnily enough. At least him having the 2 Sacred Sites plus the extra relic, that should give him a slight eco lead. The difference, though, it comes down as we go deeper into this Castle Age and more farms get added in. That's where the efficiency of English is going to be better, right? It's going to be that 10% Golden Age versus the increased gathering rate on all the farms we know England's going to get.
Yeah. I mean, Kaiser Johan's now also adding in some more of his own farms. Still hasn't opted for the 30C. He's just floating like the 300 stone right now that he's got. Might just be flirting with the Siege Workshop instead for now. Like he's getting more wood in. Not even that he needs it. He could just make like mangonels with his units, right?
Yeah, it can't be a keep drop or anything either, right? Like, you know, he hasn't got enough stone left at the backside there. He'd have to play forward anyway for that type of play. I guess he just felt it was going to be a bit too greedy due to the limited food. Like, if you play free TC here, you know, you're going to be outnumbered, and you know it. And you're in a situation where currently, like, you can't seem to get the wins in these fights anyway.
19 knights compared to 12 camel lancers. Kaiser Johan and M7 both are making crossbows now.
Sends
Kaiser
two
Johan
spears
on top of
out.
that also making spears.
Yeah, the cool thing about this, I like that M7 hasn't brought the crossbows out. That's actually how you lose the game. Because what will happen then is you can't just peel away from the fight and win, because you have to guard the crossbows in retreat, right? So that's really smart. I see this so many times where players try to connect a slow-moving army with fast-moving. Like, you've seen it as well. So many games where an IBID player starts off really strong, and then they get the stage where they got archers and camel lancers. And instead of just continue to rape the camel lancers, they bring everything for a big fight that starts to go bad, and they have no out.
Single outpost now also coming up in the middle of the map. That's very good because it gives M7 like a forward position to fight from if he needs to. And also there's another gold there that he will want to fight for. So having the aura there is going to make a huge difference. And both players now with 14 crossbows. That's getting to the point where they can one-shot the knights, but there's going to be a point where M7 can one-shot the camel lancers with fewer crossbows than Kaiser Johan can one-shot the knights because of the health difference.
Yeah, not just that. Also, let's consider you've got the attack speed aura compared to Mamluk's Bravery. The difference, though, is the attack speed aura is on everything. That Mamluk's Bravery needs a long fight to kick in. So, being just 6 or 7 units ahead shouldn't be substantial enough here for KJ. I think the moment that aura triggers... Wait, what? Where is
he hasn't built yet.
Oh, no. M7 standing his ground with his fight here.
This is not
Second
a
group
good fight to
crossbows
take.
coming in. King's going to go down. I don't know what just happened there. M7. The weirdest of places to take a fight. He's in trouble.
I mean, this is a kind of a greedy play, right? Like, look at the resource that he's still banking here.
There's no way he was trying to rush in behind this. This is wild.
He might be. I mean, imagine if he just goes up right now with the Wingard Palace.
And you have to be a Archer here, though, right? Like, if you don't go... Because if you go Wingard, you have no defense, right?
You don't really need that much defense at this point in time without the siege, but now the siege is going to be coming in, and then then you will need something a little bit more valuable.
All right, so it looks like he's going to actually just have to go roaming again here. I think you send the crossbows home and send the knights around the back to try and find a way in. Instead, Mango revealed. Outpost also coming up, so KJ is going to have vision in the area. And it's going to be a triple Manjanique. Now, this is incredibly powerful up against farming civs. Remember, you do have the incendiary shots that can completely scud farm layouts.
In theory, all the farms are in the back. Oh, I hate this from M7. He's making horsemen now.
What? But... What?
That
yeah,
makes no sense.
Yeah, I'm trying to rack my brain around this. I thought he'd actually... Okay, there we go. Sprung's coming in. I was about to say, I thought you'd be going siege here. You've got walls to slow down the assault and clump them up. The way you get back in this game now, if there is going to be a way, is siege. And I actually think he's going to have to go Berkshire. And I say that as someone who vomits every time I see it.
At this point in time, it's no longer a choice. It needs to be Berkshire.
Yeah. I always say, if you have a choice, Wingard. Wingard is OP. But this type of game, if you do go Wingard, it's over.
Oh, Mangonels, that's a pretty
exposed.
Yeah, they're exposed, all right.
The berries are helping out a little bit to buy time here. It's going to be a ring of roses and a pocket full of posies. And now the crossbows! Woo!
That is so expensive on the night count, though. But the Berkshire is at least going to go up. But it's on the left-hand side.
What?
It's going to protect the wood line.
Yeah, but what about your right side? I mean, your farms can get exposed here now. And also, didn't that outpost go up from KJ? KJ should know about this, because he built an outpost near the gold earlier.
He did. He knows about it, but it's too many villagers, so it is going to go up.
But I think you see this, you pivot, you go all the way around the back, and oh my god, he's going for the kill and blow. 4 rams to go into the main.
Oh, it's going to be tough now. The question is, sure, M7, he's now Imperial Age, he has no gold. Yeah, he's out of gold. He has no more access to any gold veins. He's gonna have to get the farm upgrade, but by the time it comes in, he might not even have enough farms.
Mm-hmm. This is the classic thing that you always have to remind people, right? Like, it's one thing to pay for Imperial Age. It's another thing to pay for Imperial Age, right? Like, there's such a thing as what I call fake Imperial, and that's what this is. Congrats, you've got a very strong castle, and now what? Like, you're not gonna build hand cannoneers. You haven't got Wingard. That's another reason Wingard's OP, right? It's like you get elite units straight away. This gives you nothing. It costs you everything.
He's getting closures in now, but still not a single elite upgrade queued yet. Does have the Springles. If he at least gets roller shutter triggers, he should be able to stall for an extended period of time.
He needs more armies. The bigger problem here. Just look at the difference. 39 to 86 bio. And when you lose this much production, it's going to make it even harder to try and get that force together. He's trying to queue up men at arms. He still has to wait so long, though. They're only feudal age.
Dark Age. Now they're feudal. They were Dark Age a second ago.
Hey, it's an advantage on water maps, not so much on the land. Spiral's now coming in. KJ, flowing a lot of resources here. I'd love to see just some full production just to keep this momentum on his side.
He needs to sell food right now. His market is about to go down. Just sell a lot of food. At least he's getting roller shutter triggers. That's great. Oh, Hazion might lose a Springald there.
Ambitious. KJ. If only one Springald's going to have to trade out. Not going to work out from there. Keep in mind, like, he has got a lot of spearmen here that can kind of force this away. And if you do, that does mean the Springals are going to be unprotected. One does go down.
Crossbows can take down the Springals.
The Mangoes are hunting, by the way. Like, you can't turn around. That's the bigger issue for M7 here. He's finally in range of the Berkshire. But that's not going to stop this commitment. Mango shots coming in. M7 doesn't dodge it. And now the follow-up. It's going to be dive in. Army about to be reduced. Mangoes are at least going down, but a second Springal to fall here. And only one left over means he can't turn around.
He did. He's got to lose for it, though. Berkshire couldn't take down the Mangonel now, though.
Nope. Oh, I don't think so. M7, with the reactions of a turtle there, does nothing to dodge the shots. In fact, another one could easily come out here to just wipe the entire army. This has to be it. I don't know what M7's meant to do with this. He's queued up Armorclad. He hasn't even got Castle Age men at arms yet.
Yeah, granted, he is making more stuff towards the side that is protected right now. A lot of villagers are going to go down here. The Mangonel is slowly but surely going down.
He has no gold.
He's trying to go for the gold in the middle.
Yeah, like this is the issue, right? M7, not only is he now losing the enclosure farms, but also the monastery just went down. He has no gold, and the timing on this from KJ, the irony, the Berkshire that could not be stopped. No, don't do this to me. We had a big enough explosion last time. Oh my
so many villagers got shot there.
This has to be it. There's no way for M7 now. I mean, he's gold starved. At this point, KJ could just turn this into a proxy base as well. He's going to win this from Castle Age.
Yeah, and it's 37 crossbows against, right now, 3 men-at-arms that are going to get countered by them as well. It's just going to be, like, slowly but surely landmarks here are going to get taken down. Then it's going to be an all-in on the Berkshire.
You mean the Badshire?
At this point in time, yes.
We got the Berkshire because we can do Barkle in this game. I mean, it's been one of those classic situations where you have to resort to it. We mentioned this, that his hand was forced. I think it came down to that blunder, just not reacting to pull away with his army in the center, really put him in this ugly situation. And as a result, it's going to put KJ on the verge of a victory in this series. There's no doubt about it now. Game 1 should be firmly in the grips of the Swede.
Yeah, Kaiser Johan here. And also, M7, he's now pivoting into longbows. Look what upgrade he's getting.
Why?
They're still feudal age.
Congrats, you have veteran men-at-arms. Can you afford elite men-at-arms? No. Okay, let's go for the Lombos. This is a poor man's army, man. I mean, this is the equivalent of that English person who cites Agincourt anytime a history argument comes up. Like, it was one battle. Get over it. Okay? we need guns to win the bigger war.
Oh, the entire infrastructure going down now behind this. And the one wood line from M7, it's pretty much hollowed out at this point in time as well. He's gathering from the straggler trees on the map.
Yeah, it's not as hollowed out as M7's brain is about to be. I mean, there's practically nothing left to retreat to, right? Like, he can afford this one bombard, and if it fails him, the game is over.
Yeah, more Mangonels coming in as well. Gonna be the third. Wait, actually the fourth. Manjanique.
Yeah, it's because he's producing out of a Siege Workshop, right?
Yeah.
I think, yeah. Oh, 8-click dive time, Crackety. I love this point in the game. When you've got such a big lead, you don't really have to pay attention.
And Kaiser Johan can just go in behind this as well. Yeah, he just clicked it. Advancement, I think, as well.
Definitely. It's just a go-to, right? Like, I mean, let's be totally real. Like, the amount of time it would take you to get the infrastructure set up, get the camels in location to use Adabegs, It's never worth it.
There are situations, but here, no.
I would rather like Adabegs was just you get a bunch of these tokens that you can apply to buildings, right? Like that would feel better.
Here is somewhat, but just clickable.
Yeah, and it like keeps track if you have 7 active. Sorry, sir, you must delete some, right?
Yeah.
So M7 still playing a poor man's imp here. The Berkshire is proving frustrating, but like Treb count is up to 3. And M7, you already mentioned he's on straggler trees. Like, if that siege starts coming in hard, you cannot afford to keep repairing.
He doesn't have any more Springles at this point in time. In a situation where Springles are like the only unit that he has with elite upgrades, with Imperial Age upgrades.
That would require gold.
He's still getting a trickle, right, from the farms. He's at 300 gold, even after both of his relics have been, like, dropped.
But, like, your opponent could just build 4 Springles straight away, right? Berkshire getting low. Bombard is at least going to be defended. The problem here is the moment that tech up completes, we get into Culverin territory. And that's when this will get ugly. Mango's coming in.
Oh, they'll be enough. 4 Mangonels are enough to take down Men-at-Arms.
I mean, just move in and target the Bombard at this stage. There we go. Wallop to the backside! Oh, and his backside gets spanked. I'm sore.
With Imperial Age on Kaiser Johann side as well. GG, there it is. Oh man, that was a brutal game. The all-in in Castle Age, the greedy way, the greedy transition into Imperial Age without any gold excess, costing M7 the gold there.
Yeah, he's going to have to upgrade to an M8 if he wants to come out better in this one, because the way this series has begun has sent a dominant message across. Kazi Johann in control of this series now. A tough one, M7, you know, an interesting strategy employed, different to what we've been seeing recently with the English, but you see how Iobid's functions in games. It's that type of sieve in the first 15 minutes. If you make just one slip up, one mistake, you give them dictatorial control over the next 5 to 10 minutes of the game, and KJ did not fail to take advantage of that.
Constricting there on the resources, making sure that M7 isn't going to be getting a lick of gold after Imperial Age, and it really showed, right? Like M7, he just didn't have like Imperial Age. He might have just as well been Castle Age there with 2 keeps in that situation. The Mangonels also, just the brutal amount of siege that just kept pushing it further and further in. Like we had some vile Mangonel hits there, just taking down so many units. Like those Mangonels more than paid for themselves.
Yeah, some juicy ones in there. And oh wait, did I say juicy or juicy? Because it looks like next map we're going to Holy Island, and well, would you believe HRE is still a thing for Holy Island, Krakeny? I don't remember the last time we saw them actually get picked here.
Yeah, just because they're so much better on land maps now. Like at this point in time, just land maps, that's where they're at. But looking at the Civ draft from M7, like what other Civs would he pick there on Holy Island? Surely not Ottomans or Abbasid.
Whoa. You don't want the Grand Galleys? Come on.
I always want the Grand Galleys. They're awesome, but being realistic about it, that game would end in Feudal Age.
I mean, let's be totally real. To finish your statement there, I always want the Grand Galleys, and then I see them and I don't want them anymore, right? Like that's the real feeling we have about those type of units.
No, I love them every time, even if they're broken and in the best possible way.
All right, you're alone on that island. You see, like off the coast of Holy Island, where the relic and the Six site is. You live there now. I'm not coming on that trip with you.
That's fine. I got double large gold mines there. I'm set for life.
Invest it, my friend, because you never know when a Malian might creep up on you later. This is the thing I like at the tail end of the draft. Like KJ, not bad picks here, right? Malians or Byzantines if we get to a map-free situation. Not to say that M7 is disadvantaged there, right? Ottomans, Abbasids can work. I feel like it's probably going to end up being what Abbasids versus Byzantines if we get down to that. But before we arrive in that fun little mess to roll around in, as I'm sure you're a big fan of campy Hill and Dale maps as well, we have to really hone in on whether HRE can be OP on Holy Island as well. Because the last time we saw this Civ, they did not have marching drills. They had this sick timing where they spammed like 5 men at arms and shut it down. That could actually end games. Now, in theory, it's better than it's been in the past.
That's right. M7, though, going for the dock first. No Dark Age shenanigans here with a barracks play. Kaiser Johann on the other hand side, also, of course, opting with that dock play. I mean, water is so important here. You need it, and I like that both players also pulled their scouts over here because sometimes you can get a little bit unlucky with the placements. And I'm actually wait, huh?
Huh? Wait.
Huh?
Did-
What?
But
You can do it later. You can go.
yeah, you
look
definitely can do it
first
later. You're not even at 10 yet, right? So like, and you're Juji compared to other civs, you build houses even quicker. So
Yeah, he had the resource for it in theory. I mean, now he's gonna build it up. Interesting decision making there.
Rogan. All right, so M7 with the production advantage to offset the 10% increased production rate of the Juji. Bit of a funky start to the game.
It's not the biggest deal, right? Like it doesn't make that much of a difference. In the end, it's just nice having the dock up first because you can already have like the fishing ship in production while you build the house. But it's a difference of like 5 seconds, 5, 6, 7s here.
Crackety. Come on. If we get to the end of this game, they both now play perfect Atrium and perfect Juji, you'll be saying that was the
They're not gonna
difference.
play perfectly.
Whoa. Why not?
It's so rare that you see like a perfect game.
That's true. We're not open AI.
Especially in tournaments, right? Like the players, they're on edge in tournaments. They're definitely like the nerves are playing a factor there. The amount of times that you see like a perfect game being played in a tournament scenario, those moments like they etch themselves into your brain. You're like, okay, there's never gonna be a more perfect game than like this and that with that civilization.
Like that game that I watched where someone got 95% of the sheep, the other guy GG'd at 5 minutes.
Perfectly played.
No RNG needed. So, looking
Those
at
are the games that go for 3 hours.
No, please stop. I don't. We're never going back to that meta. Like I was about to praise that last game as well. The really cool thing that to kind of like just double down on the Pat and Cuz Johan on the back is like playing from Castle Age into Imp. It's awesome just how players have evolved their game. Like you remember the early days, right? Where like someone go Castle Age and the other player's like, well, I guess I'm just gonna go Castle Age then. Nowadays you punish them for that choice, which is so refreshing to see. It's the way it should have been all along.
I'm just thinking back to the 3-hour game between Shiki and Faye on
stop.
Highview with French Mirror.
Please stop.
One side making only Arbalest, the other side making only Knights.
You have to remember, I've been casting this game for 3 years now, which means I casted when Confluence was in the map pool.
Confluence is great.
Yeah, you remember those like 2.5-hour games? I do.
Remember that game where Viper got landmark sniper animation cancelled Endorphins?
Yep. Oh god, no, don't
Yeah.
remind me those days. Do you remember that game where Viper read Baltic and then didn't realize, or sorry, Mediterranean and didn't realize that that was the terrain type, and then didn't realize he's playing Boulder Bay? There's been so many fun memories. I love you, Viper. That's fun little detail, folks. That's why it got renamed to Baltic. Because of the Mediterranean.
On Twitch
biome.
somewhere with like the one demo ship blowing up like 70 Knights.
Oh, yeah, no, there's the one where like one demo ship blew up 64 Streltsy as well. Wait, no, it was more than that. I think it was 80 Streltsy. I think it was a Beastie game as well. It was on Boulder Bay,
Might have
right?
been.
Yeah. So many good memories. Okay, I'm going to say the psychotic thing. I kind of miss those demo ships.
Same, actually, same.
You know, it was like our nukes. You know that kind of moment? when you
Okay, he
watch-
killed the sheep. That's great.
It's like, if I'm dying, I'm taking this with... Oh, I'm not dying, but I'm going to take this with me anyway.
You're not getting my sheep over my dead body.
You know what we need? We need a civ that can just like tie a knot around a dead sheep and then drag it back to base, like a
Oh, Pro
mini
Scout works on
Scouts.
sheep.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying like a civ that's villagers can do it.
Where villagers can. Oh, okay. Where's this landmark going up? Oh, it's gonna go in the condensed eco area. We're gonna see a decent
Wait,
one, aren't
no,
we?
you do this one, right? Like you're double stoned, right there. That's it. There we go. Show me the money.
That's triple stone.
Give me the money. Okay, this is broken.
Triple stone. That's 75 stone per minute. He needs 2 minutes per.
Woo wee! You can't get this
Placement.
stoned on a hemp farm. Good lord! I mean, that's going to be insane, right? Like the rate at which he's going to be able to get those naval arrow slits online, and considering the meta revolves around naval arrow slits right now to dominate water, this is an overwhelming advantage for the
You
Juji.
just got creep at this point in time,
Yep.
right? Like just.
You know what it is? It's a water version of outpost rushing, right?
Or, big or, this is the moment in time where you outpost rush. Because as annoying as stock emplacements are, imagine if there's suddenly like 2 outposts on both sides of your wood line with full emplacements. Come on, just a single villager. Just send a single villager.
I mean, you're already halfway there, right?
Yeah. Oh, man.
No, instead, they're going to be normies about it. Kazi Johan sends them home.
Oh, man. Doesn't realize a good opportunity when it presents itself.
All right, hear me out. We talked about the idea of like a group of men at arms to like slap his opponent around. What if you just build 5 archers instead? I mean, you're already on the wood.
Might as well.
Right?
When in Rome.
When roaming. Wait, as in roaming, that sounded like I said rowing for Ming. Which is a possibility down the line. Probably the only good aid in the late game for Zhuji.
We might have some roaming going on in the next game if Byzantines get selected.
Hey.
Some intense archership micro here.
The M7 is winning. It's like, bro, do you even like warm up with micro games? Come on. We'll be able to get away with that though. So M7 just have to walk it off. Which I think he's happy with. He should still be ahead on fishing boats, right? Like, it was a decent lead. The difference in the build time on the docks, especially when you consider the production speed is only 10% better now for Zhuji compared to the old 20. And
See, men
you,
at
sir,
arms coming in from 7.
Yeah, you need to get moving though.
You're on a salary, paid by the hour.
Yeah, exactly. I expect services provided.
There he goes. Now he's moving.
You're that kind of guy, like, you know, when you have games where it lets you hire mercenaries, do you like hire them and then immediately send them into the enemy base, knowing it will cost you less?
What's cheaper, blood money for the widow or paying the mercenary?
Well, I don't pay for the widows.
Oh, okay, I see.
That's why we hire virgins. There we go. No one to pay. Back home. Boom. Sorted. That was my Cossack's brain right there, Krakody, right? Like when I built dragoons, they cost me.
Kaiser though, he's just getting the outpost and placements out of his space. Look at that, two hand cannon placements just queued immediately.
Okay, so we're going for blacksmiths now, right? Oh, and remember, this didn't really it cost him the outpost, sure, but it didn't cost him on the stone. That's just passive stone.
Yeah, it's through real estate, man.
Okay, what if that was the but what if that was the Gigabrain play by M7? Because he's like, oh, what's that? You spent 200 wood not on building boats to defend yourself? Rookie mistake. Here comes the men at arms.
But to
those about to die, we salute you. What was his name? Push back in twos. That's a lot of fishing boats. You got to make your stand soon. I mean, M7. Like the funny thing is, he could easily just. What, could you not just kind of idle this out and go Castle Age quickly? I feel like that's your win condition, right?
I mean, right now, what M7 could do, right? Like, he's got 4 hulks here. 4 hulks pretty much one-shot an archer ship. If he just, like, pops the movement speed ability, runs in, kills the archer ship with the 2 demo ships he has, he could go for full cleanup. Right now as well, what's important is that at this point in time, at this stage of the game, the HRE, they got a lot of wood. Because right now, the wood line, it's still all in range of the Archon Chapel. And we can see that manifest in the amount of ships out on the map right now. We got 8 hulks compared to 5, 2 demos as well, 2 archer ships. M7, if he just pushes it in now, he could take over water control.
And that's the thing. This spawn is better for HRE than the alternative one, right? The one where you get a forward wood line. Because when that happens, your back wood line is further away. So the Archon isn't... You always end up putting it on the smaller tree line, because otherwise it's nowhere near safety. Demo's creeping. We haven't got naval arrow slits, right? Because he spent all that stone on hand cannon slits.
Yeah, he doesn't have it on the docks right now.
I don't think he'll ever get on the docks. Like he's up to 3 hand cannon slits on land. His land eco is safe. I'm more worried about the water side though. Demo's making some interesting choices, but even without them, like numbers aren't too bad for M7 on the offensive. I think he realizes with production against him though, and the risk of a demo coming out, he needs to back up.
Oh, that's another demo lurking. So you get a connection in.
That was greedy. Connection. Yeah, that was greedy though. He went for the main cluster. He could have just got 2 on the left side. That is such an ambitious pull away of a ship. If he gets out with that, are you kidding me?
He gets it.
2 HP retreat on the injured Hulk there. Played majestically.
That is a very good trade. Has more ships remaining, more in queue as well. Builds up the demo ships once again. Could, in theory, send like 2 more villagers over to gold. Oh, it's actually not triple. Stop.
Oh,
Wait.
you lied
I
to
think
me?
he... Could he not have gotten... Oh,
No,
that
click
is
the
so
stone.
close.
Click the stone. Click the stone. You can check for sure. Like, yeah. Oh my
is-
god. Yeah, because the south one's definitely in range. Is it? I think that the hill baited him. Maybe. I can't believe
Maybe.
that.
I mean, it shows in the UI. Maybe he just wasn't able to quite balance it enough.
Maybe
It's
one of those.
it's still 50, right? Like 50 per minute is still pretty great.
Yeah, that's kind of what you're looking for, right? I mean, if you think about it, it saved his bacon on land to the point his men at arms spams couldn't do anything.
Yeah. M7, is he looking for Castle Age? Like he's getting
It feels
food
like
for
it.
it.
Yeah.
Get a market in or rebalance. Like he needs to either rebalance his economy with a market or commit now.
The interesting part is
something.
M7. That blacksmith suggested a commitment here.
It does.
It's interesting as well because I feel like this stage, blacksmiths is worth less than just going extra demos, right? Like, if you're committing in the field age, your goal now is to go for that like 6 to 7 demo pull, and then just flood your opponent, especially when you've got such a big navy lead already.
Yeah. Like just sell food at this point in time and just go full ham on demo ships.
We've seen it. It's the key ingredient to winning water in these situations. KJ not going to be able to creep those docks further forward. But we are getting closer and closer to what I think could just turn into a castle transition for both. The problem that you have here for your M7 is the moment KJ does it, you want to do it as well. You're like that kid that wants the latest piece of tech your friend has on the playground.
And Kaiser's getting close to it, right? The issue with that, though, is as soon as he invests all of his gold into the H-up, he doesn't have any gold for defensive demo ships.
Hi,
There it is.
Here we go. It's on the way. Now, does M7 sense
And he's
it?
pulling the gold villagers for it.
Are you kidding me? Wait, yeah,
Wait,
but
no,
look,
he sends them back.
But
He
the
just pulled
timing
them
on
and then he
this-
sent them back.
did M7 scout this? Like, this timing is remarkable. He's got a scout in the back. So he seems to be reading into something here. Something is informing him this is happening right now, so he goes for the dive.
There's no demos.
What?
Ships! The connection! Yo, no, he's not reacting! They're all going down!
The only reaction here is a nuclear one. Return fire comes in, but M7 with an overwhelming advantage here. 11 springwolves to the 5. And KJ, something was given over. The goose has been cooked. M7 isn't even that far behind in resources himself to try and mirror a tech up now, but he's going to have a humongous advantage in food.
There is an emplacement, but one single emplacement against this many ships, it doesn't make a huge difference.
No. And more demos are on the way. M7's looking to mop this up. He needs to pull away, actually, from the shipyards right now. You need to just go for the fishing because of those naval emplacements. Like, that's the one way you could lose this. Meantime, KJ has got one Shallow Monk now moving out. I think you just... You know what's kind of interesting is, like, maybe the idea of Burgrave. I think the timing on you getting Regnuts may be a bit late here unless you start pumping military units now.
Burgrave would make a lot of sense in this situation because then suddenly you can flood on land as well.
KJ just feeding. This is where putting docks together doesn't feel good. It's like, so, you want to play? I actually love that as well.
Water is 1 at this point in time.
I think he sent the galleys north to deal with the remaining fishing boats, so just optimizing the clear-up time. And Regnit's now on the way. Greedy boy. Wait, is there going to be anything left to gather, though? I feel like
it's going to be 1 relic.
Yeah, I
And
feel like you get
2
2 relics.
Three. One that's safe to the left-hand side. Actually, never mind. Kazion is gunning straight for that.
Yeah, he's
One on
going
the
to the east
shoreline
side
that's
one
safe
right
and
now.
one on the island. Like, it's going to be at least 2 relics.
I think the timing's going to be against M7 here. Look, the
Oh,
Shallow Monk's
oh.
in. Yeah, so this
he's
is going to
going for
be a 4-2
Okay.
split.
Yeah, 4-1.
No, because the one on the island. Remember, Holy has 6 relics.
1, 2, 3, 4. Wait.
And then the Shallow Monk's carrying 1 right now.
Oh yeah, right. It doesn't show up on the interface.
No, like what are you talking about, Crackety? Like this game is perfectly kept up to date.
True.
Everything's
My bad.
perfect. Yeah, you know, Shallow Monks, they, you know what it is? We tried to get a picture of them carrying the relics, but then they attacked us. So, you know, no photography. How is he getting away with that? Wait, is this going to be a no relic game for M7? Oh my
At this point, and behind this Kaiser Johann is going up with another TC. He went up to Song Dynasty, so TC is cheaper. He's immediately going to spawn. Oh, it's not just Shaolin monks, but also a normal monk as well.
I love that. That's so cool because he just lost his food control on water, right? So you can afford gold, but you can't afford food. Really smart read there. Yeah, I've been asking for it in the past. Like, Shaolin monks are great if you think you're going to be fought. But, like, if you think about it, it's actually bad to go Shaolin monks if your opponent has no land aggro.
Izer now also going with the crossbows. Crossbows plus palace guards. M7. Men-at-Arms and Horsemen.
You know, am I, like, the only one disappointed we don't have a Han Dynasty?
What
then
would
you could
that
be like, I don't know, but I was just thinking, you'd be like, yo, Han Dynasty. I hate myself more than you can hate me right now.
I'm just confused at this point.
I mean, actually, like, if you think about it, they probably should have tried to come up with different names. That's so confusing when you're in Juji versus Chinese games. Song Song, Ming Ming, you know all that.
Oh my god, now, okay, thank you,
Wait,
chat.
you just got it? Anyway, we've got Palace Guard coming out, plus the crossbows.
You should be ashamed for a reason.
I don't know. I'm just going to wallow in my filthiness on that one. 5 relics is what Kaiser Johann's going to be wallowing in, though. I mean, this feels pretty good as well. You have to remember, you know, yes, H3 won water, but I'm going to say something that sounds weird at first. Sometimes it feels bad that you're winning water because your eco buff isn't on water. It's on land, right? So it's like... It's almost like in some situations, you know, you just want to be switching to a land eco quicker because that's where late game your true efficiency lies, right?
That's true. I'm noticing something. M7, he's got 4 prelates with an additional 1 in Q. Are we going to see warrior?
No, because
warrior
we
monks, but
never see
warriors.
inspired warriors for HRE.
Inspired warriors, or probably it's just for all the like villagers in the woodline right now that he's got.
Yeah, that would make sense, right? Like it's actually just dog water efficiency-wise for buffing an HRE army. It's really good for Order of the Dragon because there's just less to buff, right? So like you condense the efficiency, so it's worth the population. But for HRE, it rarely ever feels worth it for the military side at least.
Getting a little farm transition here as well for Kaiser Johann.
M7.
Looking at the overall income, this doesn't feel that decisive.
No.
For M7. Can we check his stocks? Does he have the extended lines?
Probably not.
He does.
Yeah,
He does
he
have the
does.
castle one as well.
But he doesn't have a lot of fishing boats, right? It doesn't look like it anyway.
He must have a lot. Like, check the villager difference.
Yeah. But look at what he's done.
24.
Yeah, but look upriver. He's building docks up here. Yeah, that's why.
That's very good.
Yeah, that's cool. So he's basically making sure the fish don't go to waste.
Yeah, and now he should also just get some trade, like just a couple of trading ships as well. It actually makes a big difference. Like, you're getting so much wood from it throughout the game.
And look at that. M7 will get 1 relic.
It just allows a huge siege push as well.
I mean, yeah, that's the cool thing. You can, like, technically set up a proxy base along that shore. Hey, look! You can actually kill this thing nowadays, folks.
Yeah. Fixed
I
game.
can't believe that was a bug. Like, still to this day.
Now we gotta figure out if the bug still exists with a high trade house.
Huh?
Huh? Maybe?
Don't go down that route. Roos would have to lose first for that to occur.
True, and that never happens, so just why we haven't figured that one out.
There we go. A little surprise. Imagine the guy that has that game. Yes! Yes, I've done it! I finally beat Roots! Oh no, why is he getting 300 gold from the high trade house?
We're getting Landsknecht in now. That's exciting.
Okay, that's kind of
And
wacky.
M7 behind this is also, it looks like he's going for an age up. No, man, now he's just investing all his resources. Of course,
Deep breath, deep breath.
the second I say it, suddenly 20 units get queued up.
So it's like, it's interesting as well, because M7 went for Horseman, KJ won't go for Nesta Bees. But like, actually, Nesta Bees is the way he now wins this.
Yeah. Horsemen are also just still being annoying there on the sides, which is very nice. Just cause a lot of distraction.
Here we go. Chase us. Come on, a little bit closer. That's the thing, right? Like, they can always just run to daddy.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, the spearman's bullying me. Dad pulls out the shotgun. You know, that's the value of just keeping those spearmen alive, not just to keep your opponent away from water again. It's just a soft reset.
Oh, Now it's no longer on just horsemen.
Oh my god, he invited his big brother. What the hell? No fair. I was told fisticuffs at dawn. Pathetic unit versus pathetic unit. This is Imba.
Oh, but the units are split up.
The horsemen are wrapping up. Here we go!
Yeah.
I like freebies!
Oh no.
This is depressing to watch now. Can we just go to game 3?
Yes, please. That is, yeah.
Wait, no, actually. You sure? Yes, please. It's Hill and Dale. Oh, the second raid.
There as well, the picture-in-picture.
By the way, this is before the Landsknecht have arrived.
Yeah, now, and look at the queue. Look at the queue behind this. There's just a flood right now.
But the good news is the Landsknecht are going to counter themselves because there won't be enough units left for them to get value, right? So there you go. I guess the Landsknecht issue did get resolved in the end.
It's a lot of crossbows though. Kaiser Johann should probably be able to hold this for the time being at least.
Okay, yeah, but
a lot of the military is still on water.
With the Lanks detail in mind, though, is it a good thing you holding longer? Because there's still something you are not answering right now.
I mean, choke points are a thing, right? Like, even Landsknechte might be suffering in choke points because there's just not that many units that they can cleave at the same time.
Hear me out. You clown car it.
You clown car Landsknechte?
Yeah, because he... Okay, no, it's too late. He revealed them. You know what they say? The first punch is always the most surprising.
Oh, walls are getting blocked now.
Got to keep the flood going. There we go. Fade over to Daddy. Jesus, all the dads in the neighborhood are beating him up. That's a Shaolin monk, by the way.
He was spreading peace.
The best part, yeah, by making sure there's no one left to war. If he'd just gone Body of Iron as well, he would have survived that. That's the best part.
This war ends with me.
Crossbows. Now, believe it or not, these guys don't like being touched by giant Zweihanders, yeah?
Yeah. Let's see if it happens anyway, though.
The problem right now is his own men-at-arms are just in the way. There's a traffic jam going on here, but here we go. Catch-up time. Spearmen go to front line, but they are not going to last long there.
What front line? I don't see anything there.
I mean, it's more like their footsteps now, you know? Things you have to step over. There's tripping hazard. That's why M7's leaving.
Double Siege Workshop now coming in. M7, he's built a Siege Workshop quite a while ago. Now it's the first Siege engine that's coming out, and it's going to be a Trebuchet.
Of course, the most optimal way to trade with crossbows, because HRE only builds Siege as range units. So.
Listen to this. Hear me out. All the religious building that are housing the relics right now, they're in the front. Mm-hmm. Could we potentially see a great heist here?
No, because here's how that goes. Oh no! Oh well, I'll just put a monastery behind it.
Oh,
sorry to burst the bubble. Yeah. Huh. I can... Oh, wait a second. My Civ builds buildings quicker. And this map seems to have a lot of wood. I think I'm just going to build another monastery. Oh, dear. Well, the siege begins. Sacred sites are ticking down, though. Like, that's kind of interesting, right? Because you don't have to go into KJ's base.
As well. Yeah. I mean, right now, M7's perfectly content with just playing this long fuel age. There's the first nest of B, though. And the units are getting... Oh, my God. The pathing. Don't look. Don't look.
No, it's fine. It's so the nest of bees can't get a high-value shot because everyone's spread. Right?
At the same time, horsemen in the wood line.
Good break coming through.
There.
Yeah, villagers are going to be somewhat protected. You know, but that's the beautiful thing, right? You know why nest of bees aren't OP? Because pathfinding is really bad. If my spearmen, men-at-arms, all these units running around...
Why is the Swabia forward?
Wait, what?
He just placed it over here. That must have been
wait, he's going Elsbach. Right? Yeah. There we go. That's dirty.
A forward Swabia.
I tell you what, if he fought Swabiad, there would have been calls of BMing here. Wait, did KJ even see this?
I think so. Like,
maybe, no, the wall doesn't give the vision.
I think the Trebuchet gave it away. Let's wait until it fires again.
We have to wait a long time.
Yeah, it takes slowly.
Nope, he ain't giving away score. I'm glad we waited 2 hours for that extra trebuchet shot to discover that.
Now we know.
L's back up, and now he knows.
Yeah, all he needs to do now is just wall in the Sacred Sign, should be GG. There's no way that you can take that Elspeth down.
I mean, if you build like 50 Nesta Bees.
I once tried. I mean, granted, this was before the Curse Siphons for the Byzantines got buffed.
Oh, yeah.
I once tried taking down Elspeth Palace.
Please stop.
With 16 Curse Siphons. It didn't go down.
Okay, so here's a funny detail for you. If KJ had just gotten 6 relics, he would win this game. Because I know where that relic should go right now. That one relic that M7 has needs to go in that L's pack. And then it's never going down. I guess he just likes the gold, though.
Stuck chasing.
Trebs, in the meantime, the heist is underway. It'll only take
how many
7 minutes.
Bombard emplacements are coming in. Oh, the Bombard emplacement on the stone as well. Give it a minute.
I mean, KJ, like, where is he planning to drop these castles anyway?
He's getting the stuff. I mean, it has to be like on the Sacred Side, right? But you can't really get in. There we go.
The heist.
It's gonna be. It's gonna
Quick,
be like
go
240
prelates,
minus
go.
for a while. Wait, there he is. He's going for it. He's going
Go!
for it.
Be all you can be, Timmy! He's like, Timmy! wait, is this going to time perfectly? No.
He's not going for it. Where's he going? He's just standing there.
Okay, this is M7. You know, like when you're dueling with someone, and then they get past your defense, but they don't kill you. They just let you know they could have killed you. That's what he was doing.
An attempt.
Yeah. So I think the KJ, like, bar a miracle, this is pretty dunzo. Like, there is one cool play I think that could work for him, and it's if he queues bombards now, Divine Defense should make it very easy to freely kill the castles, right? Because you get 11 tower range. But even then, you're on the block.
Tile range, but once again, if there is a relic, as you mentioned inside the Elspeth, suddenly the Elspeth still outranges.
What a totally yeah, he heard you.
Yeah.
Game 3, folks. We're going to be seeing it. We even it up 1-1.
Man, KJ, he was really holding on to that one up. After losing that water and with no control over the sacred sites, like usually when you then like pivot hard into land, at least for like a minute or so, you can hold control over the land map. Wasn't the case here.
No, I think M7 just really clean play in those early naval engagements. You know, the men-at-arms detail as well. It's like it seemed like it was a choke. It's like, oh wow, he spent 120 resources on the men-at-arms and 150 on that racks. Yeah, but in response, you have to remember that KJ spent 300 wood, and then he had to get the hand cannon slits. Now, admittedly, that was passive stone gathered, but that was still stone that wasn't going towards his naval defense. I think that really did make the difference that gave M7 the opening here to keep himself in and get us to a game 3.
Right, all good sets go to game number 3. So let's see what. Surely, that's like a requirement, right? And well, it's gonna be Byzantines versus Absent.
We called it
on Hill and Dale.
Yep, because these players don't like losing, and honestly, I don't know why you'd pick Marlins or Ottomans on Hill and Dale.
I could see Mali.
Oh, you're Mr. Braining this. You want to trade, don't you?
No, you don't trade with Mali as long as it's bugged. But right now with Mali, like even on a map like Hill and Dale, players like to go 2TC, right? But Mali with just the cow boom, because this map is so greedy, like you can't really harass Mali early on, which means that Mali can just go cow boom plus. They can cow boom without having to invest anything into defenses. Or having to invest very little into defenses. And then the timing gets really dangerous for the 2TC player.
Yeah, we saw why Iabids are quite spicy for that reason, right? It's like instead of building 2 outposts and getting the stone to get into the arrow slits, you can just build some walls, and it has a similar effect. You right there, buddy? You go stay in the camera, all right? I know you don't want to have to stay here for a 2-hour game on Hill and Dale, but you're stuck here like I am. Game number 3, KJ, M7 taken to the fields. Kazi Johan with the Byzantines, M7 with the Abbasids to decide who will keep the dream alive and who will be sidelined for another EDC tournament.
Here we go. Byzantines versus Abbasid, the feared Byzantines. I mean, right now, they're kind of a menace. Byzantines is kind of a menace at the moment. Abbasid, though, I think in many situations, they're getting absolutely slept on. And something that I actually wouldn't mind seeing here is a 1TC military wing Abbasid all-in. Something that we also see here already is the very early Olive Grove build coming out from Kaiser Johann on the Byzantines.
You know what? Actually, like I'm gonna play a counter card to your idea there for the Abbasids. Trade wing.
Trade wing?
Yeah. Trade wing, and then you play full feudal aggro. Because trade wing, like if you think about it, it's better. It returns its investment quicker than going 2TC, right? You do give up the early military wing units, but I feel like that's always going to be a loss for you, especially on a map like this, because Kaiser Johann should just wall the front ramp, and then he'll get his first longbow contract before your units are in range, right?
I don't like that.
You wouldn't. You feel for Byzantines.
Longbowman mentioned.
I like how, like, as well, what was the comment? It was half in the way of saying Byzantines are OP without saying they're OP. And then I'm just, like, remembering opening your data and seeing Byzantine. Is there a reason you don't want to just admit they're full-on broken?
I haven't played Byzantine, like, the last 2 weeks. I don't know who you're talking about.
Okay, so are they broken?
All right, let's just put it like this. Let's just put it like this. We got a prime example here, okay? So Corvinus has been doing the statistics for us. He's been playing 50 games of the same civilization like in a row. After 50 games of Byzantines, he was in top 10. After 50 games of Japan, he was 200 elo lower.
Okay, but then I'm gonna put the asterisk on there. I'm sorry, Corvinus, I have to do this. But like 20 of those games, he tried to do Yuumi, and he lost almost all of them. And then Puppypaw, like in 10 games of Yuumi, wins like 9 of them.
He's done it in Feudal Age, right? Corvin is stuck to Feudal.
That's true. Sorry, Corv. Military wing on the way as we're heading into Feudal Age. Grand Winery, as expected on the other side. You know, the interesting thing is, like, I think trade wing can be good for Abbasids. One thing that maybe was on M7's mind is, despite it's a decent map for it, we have to remember that Byzantine players have started to add in horsemen in feudal now, and Expillatores does work against traders.
Yeah, it does. I don't want to see trade here, and we are seeing just normal military wing age up here coming in. Trade wing is nice, like it's flavorful. It's flavorful, I'll give you that.
Thank you for finding a polite way of saying it's crap.
It's actually not crap. Like trade wing, legitimately, like it's really, really good, especially for the Abbasid. It's like, for one, something that I don't quite get. Abbasid traders, they got a huge discount, right? So it's only 40 resource, 80 resource for a trader. So not only does it trip more than return the investment, but also they're cheaper than the traders that Mongols build out of a specific landmark baseline.
The other interesting thing that I've really tried to just remind people of is, if you're going for a fast castle build for whatever reason as Bastards, you remember when like people fear crafted the influence wing build? I was quick to point out that if you actually do... Culture wing. I don't know why I keep calling it influence wing recently. The culture wing build, where you get 20% off your tech up costs. I very quickly pointed out that if you just go trade wing, if you're against a player who doesn't aggro play you, you will get a quicker tech up timing. Because if you think about the return on investment, like you can easily match the savings you get, especially when you consider you'd save, what is it, ends up being 360 resources, but you have to invest, I think it's 100 resources to even get that tech in the first place, right? Compared to trade, which could continue to give you more and more resources as time goes on. So like, I agree, trade wing does have some really cool places. I think my favorite one is when you go for a long feudal and build camel arches to contest a fast castle build. I think Anatan in particular has been really sick at executing that build.
Yeah, he's been doing a good job. What are we seeing here? Is that an Byzantine archery range?
Okay, that's funky. So, like, are we going jabs plus archers? Because I don't like longbow plus archers, right? That just feels... There's a giant question mark whenever you do that. Jabs plus archers at least gives you mobility to go on the offensive.
We're seeing M7 also going for stone, so there's going to be a 2 TC play. I mean, the archery range makes sense, right? Like, you want to at least, like, have something against the
longbows take
units.
too long, right? Like, yeah.
I mean, in theory, you could go for longbows, right? Like, because the berries are positioned in such a way that, like, one very short wall there on the right-hand side means that the units can't pass through in time for you to get enough olive oil to get longbowmen out. but you just don't want to wait that long. So the archer range, sure, makes sense.
Yeah, but it does mean that now it feels a little bit more iffy trying to play long into this if you have to go Western Contract. And I feel like if this does trend towards Castle Age, you'd rather have, I want to say Western Contract here. In theory, the Silk Road isn't too bad from a camel detail, but your opponent's already gone military wing and feudal, right? He's not going to have any cav to begin with. I feel like Abbasids, right now, a lot of the time, they're leaning into Gulen builds to open in Castle Age, as opposed to the old Lancer builds.
Double products coming in, but now we're also seeing Horseman. I'm not sure exactly what the plan is here from M7, if he wants to like go for extended feudal age now after a 2TC play. It's kind of dangerous when you play against Byzantines because they get those free units, so they kind of scale military-wise more than just evenly.
It's also, I think what's baiting M7 into doing this is the fact that his opponent has built archers and is going to be going for another range unit, right? Either javelins or lombos. So knowing that, because like let's be real, you're not going Keshiks here, right? You're going Keshiks against Camel Civ, that's insane. So you're always going to end up going for another range unit. So I think M7's thought process is he's going to be unbalanced in terms of his military layout, right? Like he's going to have 80% range and 20% melee, basically.
Kazian also adding in his own horseman now.
Yeah, we've seen this a lot. Like, so the archery range was a forced detail, but he was always targeting the recon build, the horseman plus lombos. That's pretty cool. It's been rising in popularity. I'm sure you're fully aware. You were actually, I think you're one of the first people to like talk to you about it. And I think recon just went on a bender for like 2 weeks straight of doing it. And then after that, Beastie turned it into a build order video on YouTube. But it's a pretty effective build. It's a little bit weird when you have to play it on Hill and Dale, I find, because you just don't have the same level of agency across the map due to how defensively oriented it is.
M7 barely has any villagers on gold at the moment, which makes me definitely think that this is just going to be like a feudal age type aggression play now. It's just so difficult making that work against the Byzantines, especially since he went into second TC. He might have to wait a little bit, or rather just be careful with the trades that he takes early on. The issue that I find with that, though, is that behind that, like if you don't like push the aggression, Byzantines just go Castle Age behind that.
Yeah, the cool thing, at least at this stage for the Abbasids, is you've got those 2 TCs, so you're scaling your eco lead. Fresh food stuff is making the villages cheaper. And we have to remember Golden Age 1 has kicked in, which essentially balances out up against the system buff at this stage of the game. So like, compared to other civs, economically, that would feel very far behind right now, the Abbasids don't.
Yeah.
In theory, anyway. I mean, the amount that he's investing here.
At least he's got like Golden Age, right? Like those kind of buffs, they help out a lot. It's actually interesting though, seeing how house finishes pays a price for a villager. How Kaiser Johann in this situation, even though M7 went up with the military wing, want to push aggression. Kaiser Johann right now is the one pushing aggression, and behind that he's still scaling up resources.
Yeah, I've got a bad feeling we're heading to the Varangian Flood, and this isn't one of those type of games where you're scaling Camel Archers, right? This is why I think Western Contract is probably going to remain the go-to up against the Abbasids in particular, because once you make that Castle Age transition, a popular solution to men-at-arms spam when you're playing Abbasids is to build Camel Archers up, right? And you kite and you kill. Well, the counter to that, the perfect counter, is going to be longbow spam. That's why this fits so nicely. If you go Javelins struggle a bit more because Camel Archers can just gap close and take advantage of your worse attack speed and lower numbers.
This army right now from Kaiser Johann, it's very tough to push back, and looking at the resource, yeah, Castle Age is right around the corner for him. Another issue is once M7 actually has the resource to go up to the next age, it's going to take almost 2 minutes to reach that age.
And if you think about like what you need to build here, the only option is the Camel Archers, because it's going to be Varangian, and you do not want to have to build them. I guess you could just scale it into the Archers. It's a good backup choice with composite bows down the line. But considering the Lombo count as it stands, like that's what kind of worries me, right? It's like, I'm not even sure you'll have that many Archers left alive by the time you tech up.
Yeah. And not only is it an age up now coming in, but like the granary, not the granaries, but the Grand Winery, it's pretty much already like fully surrounded by olive groves. M7 at least, he spots the age up. Now, what's the response? He is going to send the units across.
It's his only choice, but the problem is I'm not even sure you can get in quick enough here. The short wall is in between the tree line and the cliff.
Yeah, and by the time he reaches there, like, Byzantines right now, they got another pack of mercenaries in queue. Yeah, now it's 15 longbows and 5 archers, so he's equal in the archer count. He's only 3 horsemen behind, but he's got 6 limit now.
If he just drops a blacksmith right now, I think it's GG. That's all KJ's missing. He should really go for a blacksmith. He's holding way too much gold, and he can rush Undermesh with Dialecticus.
Yeah. M7 doesn't even have any blacksmith upgrades.
Another big edge to it, and there we go. So he goes aggro first. Steel Dagger on the way, tech up completes, and M7... Remember I was praising how players don't just walk back and tech up now when they hear their opponent does it? Welcome back to Hillendale, folks. Your opponent goes castle, you better leave and go castle too.
He doesn't have the wall finished yet on the left-hand side in front of his base from the looks of it. Oh, he needs to finish that up quickly. Else, Kaiser and his army is just gonna straight walk into his base.
This is going to hurt as well. The veterancy is already coming in. Varangian are being queued up. We should be seeing, what, double into triple racks drop pretty fast here. And considering how quickly they produce, courtesy of the Conscriptio, it's fair to say that by the time your castle age is M7, there's going to be 5 to 8 Varangian in your base. No.
Oh, no.
You've got to be kidding me.
The gold is going to be exposed here.
Raid comes in. No Akratoy defense, so a lot of damage being done here. No extra armor to try and hold on. Decent raid.
Some damage. But Sealed Arrows has come in and he doesn't have any Pierce armor upgrades.
Yeah, and we've got a bigger issue, which is, yes, you're killing some eco, but that's about to return fire here. Dive comes in into M7's base. Goes after the production.
Armored units in here yet, but also no Pierce armor upgrade on the TC, so it's not doing that much damage.
He's got Kara Siphons coming. So I guess the Lombo's going to back off the left side, and then he'll go into a Kara Siphon spam.
I mean, in theory, this isn't quite the fight that Kaiser Johan can take right now. Villagers hop inside of the TC. It's fire from the TCs from both sides. And the Longbows, for the most part, are overkilling.
Yeah, like the Undermesh was the given. Like, we highlighted it before he even really started to come out of his base, but it's so delayed. Like, I'm almost tempted to say that Dialecticus isn't on. Something just feels so off here. The idle time from the Horseman definitely hurt, but it shouldn't have hurt this much.
Suddenly, Kaiser Johan, like, he did reduce the archer count actually by a lot, though. It's only 17 archers. They were at, like, 30 or 26-ish.
Yeah, but you've only got 7 Lombos on the front side, right? The Kara Siphons are at least coming in, but if you think about this game state now, Culture Wing is just 25 seconds away. This isn't what either of us envisioned for the Byzantine player at this stage. He was meant to be flooding and oppressing the base.
Gold,
yeah.
No gold for M7. Needs a market. Needs to sell food, actually.
No, he could he not just sneak out onto the west side? Okay, yeah, he went market. He could have actually snuck west side gold.
He could have. He didn't.
Yeah. Still is a 20+ eco lead. And remember what we said, like, the answer really is just massing archers now. There it is. Queues up the veterancy. Even queues up 2 Ghoulims to try and assist.
Ghoulims are great as a meat shield here in the situation. They just have so much more health with the boot camp as well, compared to Varangian Guards, which already have 15 less health. Wait, is he... Okay, no.
Wait, look, but you surely... Yeah, this should be fine. Veterancy should come through, right?
It's on the other archer range.
Okay, yeah, okay, we're good then. So the other thing that's kind of intriguing here is I would have expected him to buy the gold to just get composite bows ASAP. It's kind of intriguing that he's not prioritizing archers whatsoever, even though he's betting.
Those or the Culture Wing upgrade for cheap attacks.
Yeah.
It's only
even
30
more
seconds
so in a
for it,
game
right?
like this.
Yeah, he's getting it now.
Okay, so yeah, he values the veterancy. The wild part is he values the veterancy, but he's not scaling more archers at all.
He now went out with gold on the left-hand side.
Which makes sense. Like, Kaiser Johan's comp doesn't play flank well at all. There is a raid on the right side, though. Is that Varangian?
It wasn't Wolf.
Oh, Scout.
It's already gone, whatever it was.
Kara Siphon's just trying to remove any blacksmith upgrades. You know, I'm starting to wonder, why did M7 even get a blacksmith?
For looks.
It makes your base look complete, right? You're like, you thought I was a feudal rush up. I can't because you're in Castle Age now. Honestly, I think this is just over. the food and gold is really not impressing, and I'm not convinced that Gulim are your answer here. Like, you're building Gulim that are at least good meat shields, but remember, Varangian, they do have extra melee to offset the lower health, right? So, like, in a way, they're more effective at holding against Gulims.
Yeah, I mean, you need the crossbows, right? Like, the Varangians are only good as a meat shield here. They're not good as your main damage dealers, only as a meat shield. And they're not shielding meat right now.
They're shielding their own meat. They're not helping anyone else's. They are at least good at taking out Parasophons, but another house going down. It's a big eco lead, sure, but like remember, KJ is now returning relics to offset the issue.
Look, he still has 800 olive oil, right? And he's at 250 olive oil per minute. That offsets a lot.
Hold up. I think, is he going to try to flank raid? We've got a cataphract.
There is a single cataphract, yeah.
If you pile the villages right now, some decent damage can be done there. A little bit slow on the reaction, though. I guess, I don't know, this is just the cheerleader of the Byzantines at this point.
And, I mean, for the eco lead that M7 has, a lot of his villagers, for one, have already been killed. 10 villagers have gone down. And it's a lot, like, constantly idle inside of TCs, acting as archers.
I'm still, like, I'm wondering if the cataphract was a misclick still.
It's only one, so stands to reason, right?
And so yeah, but I actually like cataphracts as a support unit. Like, because this is cool, right? You've built a lot of crossbows and longbows. Yeah, and now your opponent's going mango. So with the cataphract, you can just trample to it. It's basically, it's a melee springboard if you think about it that way, right? It has the means to reach the siege.
Yes, but in theory, like, one cataphract you can still just out-repair.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying he needs a second, right? Like, that's what I don't like about this. Like, 2 cataphracts is actually very big brain from him, because realistically, against this comp, M7's only good way of holding is mango play. Speaking of which,
wait, it's firing into a woodline? That's when you got a ground attack.
Yeah, but wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna let that one slide, Crackety. Why would you ever ground attack the trees?
Oh my
well, that's
God.
better. Oh!
Oh, no, good sir.
Look at that. One Kaido not able to do it on his own. It's going to be a retreat. M7, I can't believe this. He's actually holding.
Oh my God. 6 Landsknechte now in there as well, but they're getting taken down quickly by the archers. Archers, which, by the way, I don't think have the...
Big hit!
have the attack speed upgrade yet.
I mean, KJ, like, you know, reactions of Neo, not reactions of a goldfish here. That's what we need to see. I mean, this is atrocious. He has to walk away. He's only got 2 relics, and now that eco lead has more time to breathe, right? We haven't got any sort of second TC play from the Byzantines.
And we talk about M7 having 25 archers and not a single blacksmith upgrade.
Nope. We're gonna. And we're not gonna talk about the composite bows either. Nope. We're gonna breeze on by that detail, Crackety. You said Abbasses are being slept on. He's trying to get them nerfed. I mean, in all seriousness, though, like
best way to do it.
I think can we just be real? Like, it feels like KJ did kind of misplay this a bit on his timings.
He did.
Like, he went too soon, and then he didn't come in with the correct comp on a delay. It's a little bit surprising. I mean,
you also got stuck on the front side of M7 space. Like, at this point in time, the economy is on the sides.
Yeah, which is something you should read into. Like, you know, KJ has been around for a while now. He would have experienced some Hillandale. This is typically how it happens.
I think now he's sending units towards the left-hand side. Yeah, he must know. Like, you see through Fog of War even that there are that there's no gold. So now he's sending the Varangians over to the gold there. There's not a single outpost. M7 could lose a lot of villagers there if he doesn't react in time. Could just pull the Berserk ability from the Varangians as well. And that's when a lot of villagers die at the same time.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, you know, even with that loss, right, like, we're still talking about him re-establishing on the top side. So he has got gold at home. The eco does hurt, but the good news, at least for M7, is that he's not going to drop on gold, which was the issue we saw earlier at the beginning of Castle. And quick fingers out of M7. Well, the Vikings can scream all they want, but, you know, similar to my child, when they scream, you don't give them their own way. You just walk away.
At least at this point in time now, M7, he has access again to the gold inside of his base.
Yeah, and that was my point. That's what I was saying, right? Like, he literally, his issue is a gold star before. Now he can build whatever the hell he wants. And guess what he's built into? Composite bows time, baby.
M7, please. Get the blacksmith upgrades. It's time.
No. It's fine. Composite bows. Composite bows is all you need. Wait, okay, can we just double check his blacksmiths? Because I am aware that there's a number of baiting behaviors in Capturation. No, just click on the blacksmiths to the north.
Camp. It's
north
next to
of
the
the
lumber
TC.
camp there.
North of TC. North of the TC.
The other north?
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, he actually doesn't have any. Okay. Sorry, M7, I tried, but...
Pringles are getting taken down before the yeah, the Sami is dead.
Oh, that's sick as well. The Stealth Forest means I think he still doesn't see it. Finally, gets the glimpse to go for the counter-attack, but Springles do target down the Mango, and big mistakes made by M7. Yes, you've got composite bows, but your opponent has undermesh, and you have no ranged increases.
It's coming in! +1 pierce damage. Yes!
We've done it! Wait, how? It took him 21 minutes to do that. Is it going to take him 21 minutes for Tech 2?
Surely he's Golden Age 2, right? So it should be coming in quicker.
Not that much quicker. It's 15%. Calm down.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
A little bit. It's a bit. Honestly, ever since we saw Ibid's 50%, like, this looks so pathetic now, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, 50% is just like... I'm not sure what they were thinking with 50%.
Oh,
like, somebody just has to look at the value of 50% to realize, that might be a little bit much.
I mean, the problem is, like people just will see it as well and just think that actually it's incorrect. Because remember, like, you start a minute and 50% puts it down to 40 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Which is technically true, but, like, I've had this before. I had, like, the one that always threw me off was Song Dynasty. It's like, 'cause the percentage seems different, right? But it's the way, technically they're correct on the way they're doing percentages, but it's weird from, like, a casual brain perspective, yeah.
And then it doesn't help if they mix the two ways.
Yes, which they do, yeah. Like, I'm not letting them get away from this. Like, 300% production speed increases, for example, those seem to be making sense. Like, deep breath, Prackety. Okay, we're not going down this rabbit hole.
M7. I mean, he's getting more Springles out now to defend again. He needs another Mangonel. Dude,
he needs a level 2 range tech. That would be pretty nice too.
He's stacking up the olive oil. Could just sell olive oil.
I do love the
sell
fact...
olive oil go up next game, next age.
No, don't. I remember that build. They never won. I love the fact that KJ is going for insulated helms, expecting there to be golems.
Enough gold for a keep here, maybe, for M7?
Or you could just use
no stone. Yeah. A castle of gold, man.
Where are you keep dropping this?
I would put it inside of my base, just because he just has access to the gold there again. There's probably still enough gold inside there, and it makes it difficult for Kazuyohan to just
but I can't see it, so I'm trying to figure out where he put it.
Oh, he's put it somewhere? I think it's in... Is it next to the... Oh, he's rushing it up on the sacred side.
Oh, that's wild. That's dirty. He's coming around the flank for it as well. It's going to be revealed, but the army is engaged. Wait, what? What? No!
And he's +2 pierce damage. She's got the resources for it multiple times.
Doesn't have the army to hold this at this type of push. I mean, Compso is one thing, but the Lombo backline is going to mop this up.
The tech speed's there, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like, you're not killing... I feel like the Lombos are the bigger threat here, not the crossbows, right? Like, in a weird way, you have this pseudo-secondary front line. The wildest part is that KJ could have done this sooner and got even more worker kills.
No, there's a keep there. The army's getting cleaned up.
This game is so messy.
What is going on?
I've seen less messy affairs when I give my daughter spaghetti bolognese. Like, this is absolutely wild to witness. M7 gets the gold he needs. Yes, it costs him a bunch of villagers, but KJ dents his own military strength here, and all of a sudden he has to worry about that encroaching late game. Remember, this is still just a 1 TC build from the Byzantines.
More siege coming up now. I mean, now we're at that point where there's like a crucial amount of archers out. If only, and I'm picture me on my knees right now. I am praying to M7. There's a blacksmith upgrade right now that you could get. You have the resource for it. You got
Mameluke's bravery. Oh wait, wrong Sif.
It works. It works.
Whoa, hold on a sec. Whoa, M7, stop listening to the stream.
There is a delay, but it worked, but...
you spoke to him from the past into the future. Wait, no, the future into the past. You're a time traveler, Crackety. We're finally getting it. Finally, the composite bows are going to be reaching their true strength. However, that longbow mass is getting pretty thick on the backside as well.
On the Rams, they're trying to take down the keep, but the villagers are there.
Kari Siphons are going to be intercepted as a result of that. Siege advantage lying with KJ as he continues to push this back. Problem now is M7, he starts stepping back, but at some point you have to hold your ground to protect the villagers. Oh, that happens instead.
I'm surprised that he still has a 35 villager lead after 40 villagers have been killed.
I'm surprised that Teardrop Shield took this long to get for someone who keeps trying to spam Barangian, actually, now that I saw that. That's a huge DPS dev missing. Glad he's finally going back for it, but yeah. I mean, the power of 2TC Abastas, right? And the crazy part, like, you lose all these villagers, they're so cheap as well. It's not like it really hurt your production rate as much as it would any other Civ in the game.
Horsemen are in.
All 5 of them. Woohoo!
Is Extra Terrace in?
M7.
It isn't.
Oh,
I don't see like plus 20 golds coming in. Oh no, M7. Hello?
M7. It's okay. He lost like 20
He does.
villagers early and it didn't hurt. So I mean, this isn't going to hurt either.
He's still on 2 TC, right?
Yeah, it's fun. And KJ is still on 1 TC, so you know.
Yeah.
This is just rebalancing everything. I mean, in fairness to KJ, he has got 4 relics, 2 sacred sites, and also Olive Grove's ROP. Not to mention the fact that M7 also did not get the eco wing, right? So he doesn't have the agriculture buff.
There aren't even that many villagers working on the olive groves right now. Like Kaiser Johan, he's kind of struggling for food.
But why?
There's 28 olive groves, and I feel like only 16. No, make that 18 villagers are working right now on them.
I mean, you can just click the little clock thing in the top corner, and it'll tell you roughly how many people on food. Yeah, so he's rushing berries right on the flank there.
Oh, on the beer, yeah.
Yeah, it must be. I mean, I guess it gets you more olive oil hitter?
Maybe. Mass Rams coming in now. But now we got +2.
You're over the moon about that, I can tell. +2's on the way for KJ as well.
Varangian's just getting cleaned up now by the archers.
Like, what is happening here, dude? Like, this unit is meant to be impossible to traffic jam, and yet he's traffic jamming it due to the gold. I feel like this is such a futile effort. Like, is it me or is M7? I think has he slowed down production?
He's not really producing right now. Yes.
This is before Sealed Arrow 2 as well.
Also, he's just fighting without the keep in range of the longbows.
I mean, this is turning point. I think M7 just slipped there big time. Military mass has just been completely dented. Longbows on the backside, like, this is the thing that I think makes Byzantine so dirty. You essentially get these longbows for free, and they're the last thing to go down.
Behind us, at least M7 is getting golems now, after the crossbow mass from Kaiser Johan has been reduced to just 5. So now he's going to have a really, really good front line with the golems. It's just that I'm not sure what exactly his game plan is right now. It feels like he's kind of like playing without a game plan. Like, he has all these resources, but the queue's looking empty.
This is them just trying to get their fitness in for the day because they know they're going to have to run through a bunch of Landsneck later, and they want to make sure they run fast. It's a crazy situation here. M7, like a Golem switch like this, I'd usually be on board with, but I mean, KJ is just getting one of everything. He's that person that has to have all the toppings on his ice cream. God, that's a lot of Landsneck as well. Jesus.
Yeah, 6 downslash to 4 times 3 more in the queue.
Which, by my calculations, is a lot of Landsneck.
It is. Well, surprisingly.
I mean, Cleaver Boys here are pretty effective as well, considering M7, you know, it's one of those things that you usually see with Bastards. When they lose the mass like that, they don't want to go back to mass archers again, right? You know they're going to transition. And pretty much anything you transition into, Lanks should be able to beat.
7 at least. He's walled up for the most part here. Is that a stone wall on his flank? No, it is a palisade wall.
Right? Yeah, palisade's on the left side. I think he's stonewalled the right though.
Stonewall? No, I think that's also palisade, but he stonewalled the front side.
Okay, so yeah.
Or started stonewalling.
Flanks are still a fat liability is what we're getting to there. And, oh my god, he's doing it! It's the Lance clown car.
Wait, they're actually inside. Oh,
Yep.
he wants to wait for the villagers to start burning it
Yep.
again.
He's like, look, you've killed like 7 Kara Siphons with villagers. This has to stop. Raid on the side as well. A few extra Lance find their way there, but archers will at least start a step away from it, so no effective damage done. KJ, he's starting to stockpile resources as well. Like, I think we might be seeing an in-play.
Yeah, I mean, definitely looking like it. Both players, they're getting close to 200 pop. And at that point in time, the next step is logically Imperial.
I think you go Foreign Engineering Company here as well, right?
With this many longbows and in this matchup, I would say yeah. Like, just to be able to like match the attack speed as well, at least for a little bit, more than match it even.
Even the Lance as well. Remember, they do get marching drills as a result of that,
Yeah,
right?
marching drills is quite nice there as well. And especially, probably the most important thing, getting the bombards in.
Yep.
Because those bombards actually one-shot the Springles.
You think he might want bombards with $1,400 oil in reserve right now? Yeah, I think he might be tempted by it. So we'll find out very soon. Meanwhile, other side, M7 just needs to get the gold sorted. Although his tech up is going to be very slow to come through here.
7, he now also has a lot of crossbows at least, so the Varangians don't suddenly look that threatening anymore. Palatine School instead is what it's gonna be. Ooh, okay. I'm not sure why. Maybe this is a big brain, right? For long term, this game is gonna go for 2 hours. And at the 1.5 hour mark, he's gonna do the switch into cataphracts.
No, you're thinking too deep. It's Kara Siphons. Unlimited flamethrowers, my friend. You know, like, Palatine School is technically broken.
Technically, yeah.
Technically, oh, okay, technically might be wrong.
If you're lucky.
Yeah, exactly. Statistically, it's broken. Because I've been calling this for a while. There is going to be a competitive game where someone does a cataphract build, and their first 10 cataphracts duplicate from the Palatine School. Because it's a 30% chance, which means you can win every time. I know this would have been the perfect time for us to have had a gambling sponsor, but like, you can actually win every time on the roll of the dice for that. It's disgusting. I don't know why we have it in an age where usually like the logical solution that designers came up with is if you just say every third unit of this type, the next one is free. It achieves basically the same thing.
That would be the easy way to do it. Age of Empires, I heard, is really great when it comes to random numbers.
Yep. And we're really good at like showing the true numbers. We don't round up whatsoever. And oh my god.
That is the last, that's the last resource you want to lose villagers on, just as you age up to Imperial. Oh my god, like, no.
Can we change these to diamonds? Because that is blood diamonds right now. I cannot believe that. That is a war crime and a half. He's not just done there, Crackety. Onto the wood line.
Oh my actual god. That down to 61 villagers suddenly. He just killed 20 plus villagers.
Well, good luck getting a similar raid with a handful of horsemen, because that is a huge deficit to try to overcome here. Elite contracts at least coming in, but KJ needs to strike now while the iron is potentially still hot for him. He does have the military lead. And I guess the positive...
to get the position up. Just run away.
Yeah, like, here's the positive spin. KJ now has more room for military.
This isn't your timing, M7. This is not the fight you want to take.
Back it up. Back it up.
There's 2 mangoes as well.
Elite statuses came in, right? KJ, Lance, and Lombos upgraded into elite form, and they are charging in now. I bet they wish they had the Foreign Engineering Company. 1-2 clips to the cleave. And the army continues the assault. Looks like we haven't got any shot triggers coming through from KJ. That would involve having enough villagers to gather on the gold. And that simply didn't happen in this game.
Triggers, which is why I was confused why
he went
all the way into range of the Springles.
All right, we've just got an interesting series that continues to deliver interesting gameplay. Raid on the flank is at least going to be mopped up, but that means KJ is a bit weaker in the front. But those Kara Siphons finally are going to be able to put an end to that annoying castle.
And M7, he just researched roller shot triggers only to then go into Culverins.
Not like this. Is it me? Or is KJ, like, he's in a very good position to win this game, despite the fact he just lost a third of his economy.
Yeah, he is. He still is in a very good spot. Like, look at this bank. 4,000 food. And he has still access to a large gold vein.
I mean, at some point, you just have to accept you should probably just build archers, right? Like, because the big issue I'm seeing here is he just doesn't have the gold to go for anything else. And the weird part is, like, he's queuing up incendiary arrows. He's going archers anyway. So why are we still sitting on 3,000 food?
And where's he gathering wood from right now? I mean, not from a lot of places.
There should be plenty of places on this map, Crackety.
Yeah,
no, not Kaiser. We're not talking about KJ. We don't care about that. That guy doesn't need wood. He's building Streltsy, for Christ's sake.
What is that? 10 villagers on wood right now for 8
Probably.
villagers?
With like assistant, yeah. It's wild as well. Like, I don't remember the last time I saw a Byzantine player genuinely queue up Streltsy.
All the production buildings are going down. At M7, I mean, he's got 19 Golems. He doesn't have a single melee blacksmith upgrade. I'm actually so upset about that.
And Kaiser Johan peered into the future. He prepped those insulated helms very early on. He knew it would end on Golems. Streltsy as well. And this type of comp, I mean, it's going to be a struggle for the archers to snipe those out, especially when you consider KJ still has 36 Lombos to mop them up with.
I just gotta say, like, at this point in time, Kaiser Johan, with way less resources throughout this game, is just making the better decisions here throughout.
No, it's definitely that. It's not the Byzantines are OP.
Maybe it's both.
They came
At
together
the
to get him a
from
win.
the back line.
Which is being ignored. Springhold's finally coming to react to it. Culverin is not going to get repaired in time, so it does get cleared up.
Mangonel hits. Hurts a lot, though.
Push continues. Now, this is where you can grief your opponent really easily, because you can fire it over them into the farms and then burn the entire army.
Yeah.
Mango shots coming through, pushing it further back. Oh, he actually went for the tech. The healing aura on castles and TCs, it recently got buffed so that TCs give it as well. Doesn't matter though.
Yeah.
We get reminded why you don't go for it ever. GG comes out. KJ keeps the dream alive, goes deeper in the qualifiers for Master of Realms, but M7's journey will end here. However, I'm sure we'll remember him fondly.
I mean, this was a really good showing up for him, though. Like, sure, he lost this one in a way that he really will likely beat himself up about. But still, like, for the previous performances that we've seen from him, this was a good run.
Yes, I think he's definitely improving as a player. Like, this is a person who kind of came to people's attention mainly through playing in free-for-alls at first, and has always been creeping around, I think, like the 200, 300, 400 range. Honestly, like Kaiser Johan, I said I didn't think he was warmed up. I still think like he isn't fully warmed up. There was a little bit of sloppiness that I didn't used to see from KJ 2 or 3 months ago, but he's never really been a pushover. Like, this guy has been talented for a very long time. I think the last few seasons, he's always been top 200, which is no small feat. But it does mean he keeps it alive. We'll head through to the round of 16. But we're going to be hopping forward to the round of 8 because we already have one prepped, and it's going to be some familiar faces. Not some freshies, some upcomers, no. It's going to be the return of a washed-out Valorant player and a trash panda trying to rise up and get out of his shell, because after a break and a message from our sponsor, we have got a best of 5 between Core and Recon to see who is going to make it through the Master of Realms.
Definitely exciting set. Don't miss out on it.
Hi, I'm Pesty, founder of EGC, and let's just cut to the chase. When you purchase Surfshark VPN through our link during Master of Realms, you can pay as little as $2.09 a month and get 4 months free on top of that. And yes, I do know it sounds too good to be true, but it actually gets better. When you buy even the most basic version of Surfshark VPN at this quite frankly ridiculous price, you'll get their ad blocker thrown in for free, and you'll be able to use Surfshark on unlimited devices in your household. That's right, you can use your one single subscription on your computer, your phone, your Xbox, your TV, and on every device of every member of your household. And no matter how many devices you use your Surfshark VPN on, it will have absolutely no impact on your connection speed. And as far as I'm aware, Surfshark is the only major VPN provider to allow the use of one subscription on unlimited devices. Of course, there are also a bunch of other great reasons to use Surfshark as your VPN. Here are just a few. Surfshark have over 100 countries available on their VPN, so whatever location you're looking to connect on, you'll almost certainly be able to find it and connect at ultra high speed. Surfshark offers a full refund within 30 days on all of their products, so you can enjoy all the benefits of Surfshark totally risk-free, and if you decide it's not for you, simply contact them and get a total full refund. Surfshark offers 24/7 live support on all of their subscriptions. So if you ever encounter any kind of issue, they'll work to immediately sort it, night or day. Alright, I think you get the idea. A world-leading, ultra-rapid VPN, unlimited devices, money-back guarantee, and all for as low as $2.09 a month, and 4 months free. But just one final perk by choosing Surfshark as your VPN and getting this great deal through our link, you are helping us create future AoE4 esports events. Surfshark are huge supporters of the Age of Empires 4 esports scene, so by showing them some love back, you are supporting us too. So to get Surfshark, a world-leading VPN for as little as $2.09 a month, just visit through the link in our channel description right now. Thanks everyone for all of your support, and we'll be back with more action in just a moment.
Decider time. That's right. Welcome back to Master of Realms. We've got a best of 5 to decide who will go through to the main event. Recon versus Core, 2 classic players. And considering it's one of their funerals, I had to put a tie on, to commemorate the dead here. Because one of these players will fail to make it through to the main event. That's right. Qualifier number 2. This is it, Crackety. By the end of the day, we'll have our full roster. And alongside them, we'll have a bunch of people crying because they'll miss out on the chance to take a lion's share of a $25,000 prize pool.
Yeah, and I mean, Core versus Recon, that is, as you said, like the classics that we're whipping out here. Core, I mean, he's a well-known community figurehead, I want to say. We got a lot of, he's given us a lot of great memes. We got the Core W, we got the Core Tech L, so many great memes coming out of that guy. And we're starting off on Coastal Cliffs. Byzantines from Recon versus Dali from Core. And if I recall correctly, I think it wasn't too long ago that I saw Beastie play this exact same matchup against Recon and actually losing that game. This could be tough.
I actually think that the Byzantines are quite well equipped in different ways. Depending on the map spawn, you can either go for a feudal all-in, or I'm still a really big fan of the Varangian spam fast castle build. That one proves to be quite toxic because it's very hard for a Delhi player to construct the map quick enough to stop you doing it, right? I think the interesting thing to me about Byzantines, the reason they have that agency of options as well, is they kind of have a mini military efficiency if you think about it, right? The way that Conscripto acts kind of offsets one of the big advantages the Delhi gets in feudal, which of course is the fact they can garrison a scholar and double their production rates.
Yeah, getting that pretty much passively around like your economic buff, basically, that you want to be going for anyways. It's very, very solid. And nowadays, with all the buffs that we gotten in for the Byzantines, as soon as you age up, you're pretty much going to be on 2 cisterns anyways. How much is that already? That's like 40%.
40%.
Faster. Faster production there with your military. Insane value. An anonymous gifter coming in with the 20 gifted subs. Thank you. A sub for EGC TV. That's a sub that supports the community, as EGC TV provides you with all of these amazing tournaments. Thank you very much, anonymous gifter.
Yep. Big shout out to the people coming in with the gifted subs. Also, big shout out to people that have been taking advantage of the Surfshark code we got set up, the EGC TV one. Because when you do that, you tell Surfshark that you like them supporting Age of Empires 4 events, which makes them come back and sponsor more events. That's why they came back, because you guys were so phenomenal last time when they sponsored the previous EGC event. So if you are on the lookout for a VPN, take advantage of that. You do get, I believe it's an extra 3 months. Maybe it's 4 actually at this point. I'd have to double check that detail. But I think it works out to be like €2 a month roughly for VPN services. And for anyone who wants to get some services cheap, it's a bargain. Trust me, as a premium Adobe spender from Turkey, very good service. Anyway, it's
as
time
somebody
to do...
from the EU that likes to watch South Park, very good.
I wish I could come up with a service in Kazakhstan that I'm trying to pretend to be there, because then I could have went with very nice. But hopefully series is going to be very nice, because we've got potentially 5 games between Recon and Core, but it begins here on Coastal Cliffs in the open map. Byzantines in the hands of the Trash Panda, and Delhi in the hands of the retired Valorant Pro.
And here we go, Core, our retired Valorant Pro.
I'm never going to let him get away from that.
Retired before the career even began.
Yo, you know what the best part about this series
is? He's still playing Valorant, man. He's still playing.
He's still trying, bless him. You know what the best part about this series is going to be? If Core doesn't win, I'm going to get another message in my DMs about how I only cast his losses.
To be fair, no, wait.
He done it to me last time when I cast games between you and him. Oh, dear. Well, anyway, we'll see if we can get off to a good early start here. Delhi's definitely a really popular pick on Coastal Cliffs right now. It sounds contradictory because it's only 2 sacred sites, but the logic is that it's not as much ground to kind of spread out on. And something else that feels really good for the Delhi, I've noticed, is their ability to just wall the entire map, considering the amount of wood you use to do so is often about the same you use to wall off 2 sacred sites.
Yeah. Something that you can't do too much of, or at least you can't do too much like compared to usual. You can't use the wood spawns to like extend your walls this time around, because the wood spawns, they spawn kind of further towards the player's side, not further towards the middle of the map. So this wood line here, for example, or the one close to recon, can maybe be used indirectly for walls across the middle, but it's not gonna be like a really efficient wood line that we've seen sometimes where players can like just save an extra 50 wood on their walls.
Unless you wall right at his tree line. No. The interesting thing is actually if Recon walls near his tree line, he has a very safe spawn for targeting fast castle, which is a clean win condition actually for the Byzantines. You harass initially, you just try to delay the Sacred Site cap, and then you come in with a Varangian Flood a few minutes later.
Ooh, I mean, there's been some really spicy builds regarding that with just selling olive oil to save another minute on age up.
Which is dirty. That's so dirty to think about.
It is.
Because for a while, people thought the answer to Delhi was to build javelins, right? But I don't know about you. I've been noticing it more and more recently. That was a bait. Because of the attack speed from Tower of Victory, Delhi's clump of archers can actually mop up the Byzantine mercs.
Yeah, not just that. I mean, Varangian Guards, sure. They have an extra attack. They have 1 extra armor point. They don't have any extra movement speed until Imperial Age, and they have 15 less health. So even if you're in Feudal Age, Varangian Guards actually aren't that great of a meat shield. So if you go for like really fast Castle Age, just to rely on your Varangian Guards like being the one all end all, chances are that might not actually work here in a matchup against Civilization that is so prominent for spamming out units like the Delhi. And look at the sheep count that Core has following his scout. Poor Recon. He is looking sheepless. He's going to have to go for an Olive Grove transition. What a bummer, man, having to make Olive Groves as Byzantines. Who does that?
I mean, it's just so insane, Crackety. You have to spend 60 wood. You only get 8 stone back for that. And then, like, what? You gather from them slowly
Not worth
with one
it, man.
villager, only getting 20% more resources on top of a
32?
typical farm? Sorry, 32? That's right, because we're building them near the Grand Winery? Like, you all know why we call it the Grand Winery? Because we whine about how bad it is all the time.
Exactly. Please buff Byzantine staffs. Heard it here first.
We're going to get unplugged from the stream in a sec. I love that Core is actually just making sure there are no food sources to come as well. He's just griefing the deer.
It's the little things, right? It's the little things.
Yeah, the interesting thing here as well is like what hurts even more about all these details is Recon is a prolific horseman spammer with Byzantines. So this just hurts what I think would have been his ideal comp. And considering the lack of food, he may just have to pivot towards like Lombo Limitane. Okay, ignore me. No, he's
there it is. Yeah.
No one will deny my trash banda his pony.
All right, horseman. That's gonna be the name of the game then.
Do you think like he's just gone to his Spotify playlists and been like, Spotify, play My Little Pony on repeat? My little pony, skinny and bony. I don't have enough food to feed them.
Tasty lasagna. Wait, did
What?
Core cancel the stable?
Yeah, that is very surprising.
Going for the range instead.
Does
No.
help my brain right now, Crackety. Like, there's no way. You always go Ghazi. It's literally the best unit you have at the start of Feudal Age.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real reason, even in this matchup, to not go for Ghazi Raiders. The only reason why I could see him going for archers in this situation is because he wants to quickly wall in the sacred sites.
Love that small wall by Recon, by the way. We talked about this. Like, it just stops any 360 circulation, which is even more painful now for Core, considering he's going for full infantry comp. So I wouldn't be surprised if Recon comes to wall this section as well soon. But yeah, Archer plus Spimman, I mean, in theory, a good idea because you're fully utilizing your Tower of Victory buff. But in practice, it just gives dynamic control of the map across the Byzantines. A dangerous thing to do when you need those sacred sites.
Core is usually a really good player when it comes to playing around the information that he receives. Like, he's really, really active with the scout all throughout the game. Yeah, him going for infantry here strikes me as odd. We've seen Archer, the Archer wants to wall off the side there. Has to hope that he's not getting seen by the horseman and the scout there.
It's so hard when the scout's with it, right? Like, you're not going to get away with this, surely. Surely. All right, well, I guess we're taking
You
archer for
notices
free.
that?
Villagers.
villager?
A little bit slow on the reaction to
gonna
pull
pull
away
out.
there, and extra archers running into the death. I mean, he might notice it on the retreat. The timings are aligning to just keep core away from death. Psych! Wait,
Ooh, easy set.
Oh, no.
That's gonna be another archer down.
this is
No spearman
expensive.
yet.
Early.
He still has the scholar inside of the archery range. Instead
Yeah,
of the
and the-
barracks.
Well, the problem now is by the time
Oh,
he
he switched
pivots
it
into
out.
Spearman, the Lombo's going to counter him as well, right? Like, this is another reason why Ghazi is so good, is this Lombo play gets crippled. Because they're so slow, so immobile. But when you go full infantry like this, you invite chaos.
This could be tough, and now is really the point in time where Core would really want to have those Ghazi Raiders with the composition that Recon is going for right now. Like Ghazi Raiders would just completely mop the floor with everything that Recon is making right now.
This
Oh,
is
has to be
dirty,
careful.
Well, if
Villager
the horsemen
here.
stopped mating over the berries, he would have got an extra kill there. But it looks like Core will get away and dodge death for the moment.
Does have a lot of sheep under his TC, so that's at
Jeez.
least a major benefit here for him.
Yeah, he went textiles early as well, right? Like, smart read there. A lot of players are really greedy with Delhi like this. It's so worth getting textiles if you feel there's going to be any pressure. Okay, no, he doesn't. He just missed the villager.
Ew.
What? He hasn't lost any workers, but he's 2 down right now.
This could be the nerves. I mean, Recon,
Okay.
he's a name. Recon is a name, for sure.
Thank you for telling me that the Recon's a name. Like,
Recon is a name.
I mean, honestly, if someone called me Recon when I was born, like, I think I'd disown my parents. Sorry if there's anyone out there whose actual name is Recon.
You've offended so many people right now. I think there's like a potential 12 Recons in the world.
Do you think they'll probably at me on Twitter? Or do you think they maybe feel conned that their parents called them that? Possibilities. Undermesh on the way.
There's so
Let's see
many
what
Spearman Horsemen out. That is...
I hate this for Core, because like this is another thing that makes Byzantines really
Wait,
good.
Core's
in
going on
fuel.
gold. Is he now going for Castle Age? Wait,
Why?
That's
What?
a lot of it. I don't dislike this. I actually do not dislike this at all. Like,
You sure you
both
want to
of
stick
them-
to your guns on that?
Yes. Both of them invested so much so far into Feudal Age. If Core goes up to Castle Age first, like with
Then-
if he just gets map control for a little bit, he can go out on the outer resource and just pump out men-at-arms. You can see he just added in a ton more barracks as well. I think that's 100% what it's gonna be.
Yeah, but like I would mass horsemen just walk into Eco when you try to lead the bait. Like that's my worry, right?
That's the thing, though. That's the thing, though. You keep the spears back. Everything else you send forward, but the spears they stay back.
My concern is that Recon, like we've seen how powerful the Byzantine economy is. Even if the Delhi tech up first, right? The men-at-arms are not going to reach the enemy base quickly. Like I feel as Byzantines is one of those civs that can immediately pivot, and it's because of the Conscriptio as well as the Dialecticus. Like
What
that
are you gonna
advantage
pivot into
doesn't
against
exist.
men-at-arms?
Huh?
What are you gonna pivot into against men-at-arms?
You're right. There's absolutely no unit I, as a Byzantine player, could flood to combat men-at-arms. You know, like, I mean, they've got men with arms, and I've got guys with beards that swing axes. Like, I mean, arms win, man, every day of the week.
Combat Defender is gonna be coming in. That's too many spearmen that Core just pulled for these 2 horsemen that aren't even gonna get killed.
I mean, the good news is he walled himself in the corner where he's building the landmark, so that's safe. The bad news is the berries are not.
The
Ooh,
blind's gonna have to be
villagers.
evacuated.
Still doesn't have textiles, right? I'm pretty sure he
Probably
doesn't.
not.
Nope. Oh, that's
Why
gonna be a
would
lot
he
of time.
textiles?
Everyone into the fallout shelter. Whew, that was close. What are we going to do here now? I guess we just wait.
Now both players gonna be aging up.
And all of a sudden, you know, you have to think about what army keeps value, right? Recon, yeah, the horsemen are kind of like eh. But the longbows are a premium product that are very affordable to upgrade into.
That's true. Golden Horn Tower now gonna be coming in. Please +1 Pierce Armor is also coming in for Core, but yeah, the upgrades are gonna take a while. Also see some barracks coming out for him, so it's gonna be Varangians versus Men-at-Arms.
I'm gonna have to go and back my boys, the Vikings, on this one. It's such a powerful unit, and it's more due to the production ramp up than anything else. You have to keep in mind, this is a game where Core only has 2 scholars, right? So you can double military efficiency to go up to 4 Rax's worth, but if Recon goes for 3 Raxes when Conscriptio at 40%, like he already has a better production rate, right? And the 3 Rax build is pretty atypical as soon as you crack into the Castle Age.
The Horsemen. Looking at them, and yeah, I mean, as soon as... Yeah, this is the issue. Core is going out with the Spearmen as well. This could be troublesome.
Have we got border settlements? I don't think so, right? So Recon's going to see this a little bit late. But should be able to rat quick enough. It's not that many archers. Oh, he gets a glimpse of it. Lombos are actually the ones that scouted out. A little bit out of position here, but I mean, honestly, considering the veterancy timing, Recor is getting baited here. Upgrade's about to come in. He does sense what's happening, so backs away just in the nick of time. But the Horsemen now cutting reinforcements, and this is the worst way for you to use men-at-arms in this game. Oh my God.
Archers actually getting up. Lombos in a little bit at least, but yeah, this is rough right now.
The other problem is like angled surfaces are so far away. You're free Scholar Deli, right? Like you're not getting that blacksmith tech quickly, and now in the retreat, you could lose all these guys. The body block comes in the Horsemen, the Lombos will just melt them.
This is without +2 pierce damage, by the way, from the Longbows. They do so much damage.
It's surprising, right? Like, so deceptive sometimes. It's easy to forget. Like, there's a nice kind of scaler point with archers when they reach castle. The damage buff can offset a lot of damage, and the Horsemen themselves, base damage high enough not to even give a duck about it. Core still trying to break through that wall, but I'm not sure what he's hoping for when he reaches into the other side.
Yeah, those spearmen, they need to be where the Horsemen are at. Ooh, this is rough now. At least he's going to cause some idle time there on the villagers and the berries, but the berries were actually mostly gathered up already at that point in time. So isn't a big deal there at all for Recon. We're now seeing Core adding in crossbows, but crossbows, they don't feel good when your opponents already got like longbows out there.
And the rough part about this is like the timing on you trying to push him off the back spawn is when he wants to move to the forward resources. And due to the cut of the reinforcements, Core doesn't really have enough to now harass the map wide. I want to also remind people, we're 14 minutes now into the game. Delhi ain't touched its sacred site yet. Right? Like the biggest advantage they usually get played for hasn't been touched whatsoever. Relic's also coming home. I mean, that's at least something Core is contesting on, so we could have, I'd say probably a 3-2 split in favor of Recon here is the most likely outcome.
Could be. I mean, it's in theory just Horsemen and very few men-at-arms guarding the other Relic. Core has 7 men-at-arms. How many units is it there? No, it's just Horsemen. And there's Spearmen coming as well, but the Scholar's coming in from the worst angle.
What? Well, the Varangian are on the way, and Longbows are coming as well, right? So I think you should be able to snipe out that Scholar fairly easily.
Could be, but Relic has been picked up.
It's a long walk home, my friend. Horsemen should just look to pinch this.
Oh, and it's a big army. It's a big army. 52 military units now at this point in time for Recon. I mean, that's just Byzantines, right? Like half of that military is free, all of all units. It's disgusting, man.
Yeah, it feels like at this point, Delhi have been flatlining for about 4 minutes. You know, at some point, a doctor's going to come in and call it. Longbows almost immediately sniping out the Scholar. Horseman should just go in for the pinch now. He shouldn't let this Relic go home whatsoever. And he seems to agree. Recon hunting for it. And no, the timing, the mango!
What's inside of this siege workshop?
He can hide, but the mango can't. Look at now being pulled, but it's all for nothing. This army was not gas activated, and that should be it.
Oh no, yeah, that's it. That's it. Another Megadel is going to be coming out. It's going to get straight alive, and no more military units for Core now behind the window of the stone. I might have wanted to drop. I think actually has it. Or is about to drop something.
Reconnect. Quick, go.
Oh man.
Now, clearly what happened there is that Core tried to hire ChatGPT to intercept the stream so that I wouldn't cast another one of his losses. But that is it. He is dead in the first game, but not dead in the series. Remember, folks, we are on to BO5 now, so bare minimum 2 more games. But with the way this has started, Recon, despite the fact he hasn't been as active recently, definitely looking like he's got his finger on the pulse of the meta.
Yeah, this was tough. Even when the unit count was in favor of Core, the units were just out of position, and we talked about at the beginning, not going for Ghazi Raiders just hurt him so much. He had the stable, he had the right idea, and then he canceled for the archer range, and yeah, that just didn't work out for him at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. I do think the Byzantines are favored in that matchup. It was kind of a long shot, especially the way that Core wanted to play it. The crazy part is, like, that was a beneficial start as well, right? Like, he blocked the deer push in, he got most of the sheep, but Byzantines ring true, right? I think Lombos are just proven to be the true premium product, but check this. Next up, in the map draft by Surfshark, we're going to be heading into Woodwall for our closed map selection, and it is basically cousins. Ibex versus Abbasid. This is good for Core, actually, Crackety. It used to be Ibex were heavily favored in this matchup, but recently it's been pivoting the other way.
I think Abbasid are just really, really good in this matchup. I don't think, like, even though Ibex, like, they got that tempo, right? They want to go for the tempo kind of play. But Abbasid, they kind of, like, take that tempo and they're like, oh yeah, you got siege forward really quickly. Well, I do too. And then whatever, like, push the Ibex want to do, it's into siege, into, like, a defensive base.
The other thing that I really liked...
Oh, sorry. The one thing on this map, though, that I want to talk, like, specifically highlight here is map control is going to be super important. Ibex are the civilization that will have early map control. And there's a spot on this map usually with a lot of berries.
Ooh, true. Yeah, near the center, right? Like, typically you get it around the sacred site area. I think you get like 2 or 3 that can spawn there. The other interesting thing to me, actually, is there's a really cool build with the Abbasids. Core's actually been doing it. I saw him beat some top players with it. Is you go for Culture Wing, 2TC, and then Fast Castle. You are surprisingly effective with that build. You're able to kind of mirror Ibex timing somewhat, and you will offset the Growth Wing advantage because you got your own TC so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, there's many ways to approach this matchup. Not just on the Abbasid side, but on the Ibex side as well.
Yeah. Really? Well, hold on a sec. They have options. Last time I opened the House of Wisdom for the Ibex, they had a military wing and a growth wing.
What about you go for the bonus wood wing and you just build the TC even faster than the Abbasid do?
Whoa! Oh, no! It's Cracky. Please. Okay, like no. I disagree. In honor of Dragavan, who got knocked out by Recon, what you actually do is you go Industry Wing and then use that to build a proxy archery range base, and then you all in the Abbasid player.
In this economy?
In this day and age? Yes, sorry. No, it's kind of an interesting one. Just to remind people how these guys got here, Core was able to knock out Kyo before this, and Dragavan, we are not going to see his Ram shenanigans courtesy of Recon taking him out. But, you know, there's some interesting implications later on in the draft now. Like, I'm just looking at, we haven't had a chance to really talk about the wider draft. Some interesting picks, though. Recon, we saw him try to use Order the Dragon yesterday against Dumu. No success on Holy Island. I'm wondering if he's going to try it again today.
Maybe. Order of the Dragon, man.
Dude, I can't.
I haven't seen it work. I have not seen it work yet. At least not in a tournament game.
I think in theory, I get the idea behind why he likes it on Holy Island, because at that stage, you're just basically playing HRE, right? Because you're building Navy, so you're not having to build these clunky, very expensive land units.
It's a much weaker version of HRE, though.
Is it?
Because, like, I mean, yeah, sure, yeah, like your villagers are going to be slightly more efficient, right? Like, even with the Archon, but you're going to have way less.
It's true. I guess the base rate scaling just isn't quite there to justify the numbers. But you know what? Yeah. I've got a better idea. I get what this is, Crackety. Recon's like, I'm going to beat Core in 3 games. We won't have to go to Holy Island. So I don't even have to use Order of the Dragon. We've solved USA.
Okay.
But yeah, the rest of it's going to be Floodplain should be Mongols versus Zhone. And then Kawasan should be, probably Japanese versus English. Or Ottomans, actually. But we'll see how it proceeds. We've got to get through the second game first. It sounds like Woodwall is beckoning us in. Recon has taken an early lead. Let's see if he can keep the trend going of Byzantines plus Ibex being the biggest things you should moan about alongside English on Reddit.
I'm looking at the map here, and look at that. I think Core's actually gotten a pretty decent map spawn here. When I look at the one side that has the most amount of berries,
bloody hell.
They definitely spawn more towards Core side. Same with the relics here. So map spawn so far, definitely favoring Core.
So we know that Tume is a Core fan.
single-handedly responsible for map spawns.
I mean, at this point, Team should be like, cool, when you win the grand finals, when you make Marine Lord your carpet, you should have to give 20% of your winnings to me. But we'll see how this goes. Team has been working tirelessly to find maps that actually are reasonable in these tournaments. Shout out to him behind the scenes. But yeah, Abbasid's, like, I think Core has been leaning pretty heavily towards this fast castle build whenever I've seen him playing up against Ibids. And I feel like this map kind of supports that as well, right? Like, it's not like when you're playing a direct
Culture
route
Wing
map.
fast castle?
Yeah, because like the issue with trying to go all in feudal here is it takes so long to reach the enemy base. It's deceptive. You have to go all the way around the outside, around the side of the cliffs, to even get in position to do damage.
Yeah, but then why would you go fast castle anyways?
There's a few reasons. Like, actually, Camel Riders
Like
for a
with
start beat Camel Lancers really hard. Like, they beat
That's
the
true,
living
that's
crap out
true.
of them. Like, I
Yeah,
can't
they
believe
demolished
how
them.
much it slept on. It hurts me every game where I'm like, if this guy just got Camel Riders. And, you already mentioned Camel Lancers are worse Knights. Like, Knights would lose to Camel Riders as well. And then if
Yeah.
you look elsewhere, okay, screw it, it's going to be Military Wing. Yeah, wow, what an innovative build. I've never seen a Bastards do this before.
But Recon going up with the advancement wing and fuel age, and he's going on to stone.
Okay, so
Oh, that's a very fast 2TC build.
yeah, that kind of makes sense, right? Because if you think it's Military Wing, you won't get a good TC if you don't do something out of the box.
I'm surprised he even, like... No, this can't have been planned, right? Look at the amount of gold that he has in the bank. That can't have been planned.
What?
He's got 50 gold. Like, for this play, you only need 3 villagers on gold to do 1 drop-off, and then you get enough gold to age up with the advancement wing and fuel age.
So he saw something that was like an alarm bell for him, I guess. Maybe he was expecting the Culture Wing build. No, the timings
weird.
don't line up. Like, he started advancement before he even scouted the House of Wisdom, right? Like, something
Yeah,
is off.
This doesn't add up. I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm confused.
Maybe you remember my rules, Crackety. If we don't know what's going on, they definitely don't.
Neither do they. I mean, I'm just gonna say maybe Recon has got something secretly figured out. Maybe this 54 gold, 50 gold is gonna be exactly something that he needs for a specific tech.
Wait. What if it's arrow slits on an outpost that you build first, and then you build a TC afterwards?
Maybe it's for Spearman hardened upgrade,
Why?
and now an archer range. Is he gonna make a Desert Raider out of the archer range? That could have been it. That can be
Yeah.
it.
Oh, okay, that's kind of sick then, because yeah, if you think about it, like a very popular play right now for Abbasis is to drop a stables, because then you have all 3 corners of the triangle. But the cool thing about Ibids in theory is like you can actually cut a lot of that from 1 production building. Archers plus Desert Raiders ticks a lot of boxes.
Or needs to get these sheep out. If there's a Desert Raider coming out when the scout is still around, those sheep are gone.
Well, I'm not seeing the Desert Raider, so I'm starting
it
to think
takes
we've
a
been
while.
conned. Yeah.
Like the Desert Raider actually takes a while to build as well.
Yeah, but like if you're not building it now, you're not building it ever, right? But it's weird because he's not going
Pretty
for
much.
archers either.
Timing's gone. Yeah.
So
And it is that
game
second TC
3, this is a very unorthodox approach by Recon. And
I've
the TC
never
drop,
seen this.
no, I mean you never see it from Ibids because they're all about timings, right? But, like,
And I gotta
The
say,
way
like
it's
the
been done.
timing isn't even impressive because he went for that archer range.
and it didn't matter because as soon as that got scattered, Core just used the military wing to push in the deer.
Where are the military from Core? Oh, he lured in the deer.
Yeah, that's what
Or
I'm saying. Yeah,
luring
he's shoving in the deer.
Yeah.
Because he scouted out that there was an archery range drop, right? It's a smart read. So, like, he basically outplayed Recon's outplay. Like, Recon only
Yeah,
gets flagged
no,
out the
he's
archery
getting-
range if he baits him in.
Oh, this is so bad
dirty.
actually right now for Recon, right? Like he has no advantage right now with what he did. There's no advantage. The
Yeah, I'm
TC
scratching
timing
my
is pretty
noggin.
much going to be the same. Recon is not going to get any tangible bonus out of his age-up choice.
And you don't have fresh food stuffs, which is a huge loss, right? You don't have an advancement wing to get a faster castle time anymore. Like, I actually just think this, unless Core really slips up, this should just play out as almost a default win now for the Bastards. It's kind of
Yeah.
wild. Like, no pro player right now is trying to justify 2 TC Ibids. Well, except this one. Maybe if he goes mass archers? But your opponent has military wing, right? So, like, how do you win that?
In theory, you don't.
In practice, you don't. All right, there we go. We figured it out. Recon, he got his golden age first. Boom.
Broken.
Love that 10% versus the 15% of Abbassids.
Needs to come in though. Recon, he does already have 2 archers, and now it's heavy onto gold for him. Oh, Core actually is going into horseman here. This makes room for misplay potentially.
Desert Raid is definitely very impactful there, right? Like, provides the camel on ease, but also as a counter to the horsemen as much as they're countered by them.
It's a good amount of idle time that he's forcing here right now. Recon needs to wait for the 3rd archer to come out.
Yeah,
and
he was waiting
at
for
that
it to
time,
react
the
as well.
horseman might be halfway across.
That's the interesting thing. Like, Recon's been a bit greedy. You saw it, right? He didn't queue up that archer until he saw the military wing units coming. Like, which is a bit weird because you've got to anticipate that they're eventually going to come over. After they've done the deer shove, there's not really anything else left for them to do on the map.
And now Core suddenly just went really heavily onto gold. Like really, really heavily. 10 villagers. So now it's going to be a cast late transition, right? Right?
No,
Maybe?
this could be blacksmith techs. Because like now that it's playing into a long castle, you have to be thinking, oh, this is good, right? Like Iobids is playing long feudal rather. You're like, oh, this is good. Why is Iobids playing long feudal? Okay, don't look at Gift Horse and the Mouse, right? Like this is a power point for Abbassids in this matchup.
And Ivit still isn't on the gold there at all. So now it's going to be... No, Recon's also going into Horseman now. Core, active with Scouts, spots out all of those production buildings. I mean, now Recon is kind of forced into like a long... No, never mind. Recon's also just pulling like 20 villagers over to gold now.
Can he stay there? I mean, the problem is he's only got 1 horseman. It's like, I actually think Core could idle them out again.
Yeah, he can. He's got 4 horsemen out. Still more going to be in the queue. He's also getting his eco upgrades now behind this.
I'd love to see a blacksmith, like right now, under mesh for Core. Like, I think that actually just makes it impossible to hold this gold. Like, actually, the only way I see Recon find this, yeah, pull the villagers, start shivving. Horsemen are going to contest each other. Spearmen. Nice stab there. Will actually open the way onto the archers. I mean, the count is just so low for Recon. He should be able to hold this. But there was a little bit of out of time forced, especially with the fact that he tried to kill that scout.
This wasn't a good trade for Core. Then again,
No.
like 3 of those units were free that he just lost. That's also not the worst. The issue that I see though is that he's still investing hard into Horsemen here. At any one point, Recon could just go into 1-2 Desert Raiders.
Yeah. And now you don't have archers to contest it either, is the other big problem, right? It's kind of wild. Like, I would have thought if Core wanted to make this play, you pull a villager to the mid-map and you build a proxy base.
I like the idea with a single archer now onto the berries, just being annoying there. But Core can't lose the image of age up at this point in time. Like, he needs to still think about age up.
Recon's going to have to reinvest. This is way too many horsemen, so he's going to be pulled off of his timing. If Core uses that as an opportunity to go castle now, it's really smart. But if he just doubles down on feudal afterwards, I think it starts to favor the Ibids.
Reaction though from Recon, and he does in theory have enough gold to go up. So at least the age up timing should be in time. But he's pulling off... No, never mind. He's going all the way over to the large gold mine where Core already has a wall. So he can in theory just drop an outpost then behind that.
If he hangs around. That's a big if, because the timings might work against him. Core should be
the
walking
wall
back to
should
base soon.
provide enough vision in theory.
Yeah, but the timing, right? Like, by the time the villagers are there, your villagers should have walked back.
That's true.
Eco wing now on the way. Because, you know, when you
that
have
should get
2TC,
scouted.
you really want the growth wing as well. I mean, in fairness to him, it's not just the berries that are toxic and favor Core here. Look at the relic spawns. Like, you can't sneak a dervish here. This is so painful. What does
Vultures
Recon
just
do
arrived
to-
at the gold.
What does Recon do to get out of this, though? Because I feel like now it kind of gets to this weird checkmate point. If you can't
he
get
wants
relics...
to get his own walls up. Recon want to get his own walls up. And
Bad news, fella.
yeah, it's already walled. Oh, he doesn't see it, actually. Now he sees a villager.
I don't think you run
If he
anything
pays
here,
attention
though.
to it.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to get around.
Recon attacks the wall, though. The second Recon attacks the wall, he will know.
But look at Recon's weird walls in his base. Like, he's going to try to wrap the horseman in, but credit to him, Recon's walls will protect that corner. What a funky game. It's
Single
interesting.
villager with the outpost.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bold move. It's going to take quite a while to gain position. The interesting thing, though, is like, you know, traditionally you'd think Castle Age, wow, in a rush, that favors Irobids. But the way this is played out, it's a really good stance for Abassus to find themselves in, right? Like the map control they have, the wall off, the lack of relic advantage or access for Recon.
Oh, there's a hole. There's a hole in the
Wait.
wall
Wait, is there?
next to the mountain. The horsemen are in.
Oh, no. Oh, no! You had one job, villager, and now you're all going to pay for it. He's going to force the fight here. He hasn't got enough horsemen to hold this back. The archers as well do not have steel arrow upgrade either, so Recon...
Oh, you gotta focus the archers first, then the horsemen.
Instead, he just goes the brute force way about it. Recon has to retreat as well to try and protect the villagers,
And a
but...
single horseman over to the berries.
Oh, this is brutal. I mean, the idle time alone is giving Core an advantage here. He's already got 1,600 food and 500 gold. He's ready to go Castle Age again. In fact, with Pock, he could even consider just rushing Imperial Age.
Yeah, Recon in the meantime, he's not even close to that. Now we see the Knights coming in full core. Still, I mean, sure, Knights aren't the greatest play we talked about earlier, but you start Knights and then you pivot into Camel Riders, and that could be really, really great here. Another, no, that's a Mosque, okay. For a second, I thought it would be a TC.
I mean, it's a TC of a kind, right? It produces units that provide you economy. But yeah, cool. First on the Knights makes a lot of sense. Like, Recon's timing is going to be skewed now with the idle time on the gold. And I think that's exactly why Core opens up like this. Already now heading for the relics as well. Makes a lot of sense considering Recon is running around in his own base putting fires out.
That's a little bit sad for Core. He could have gotten a lot more value out of these horsemen considering just the mass advantage that he had there. But overall still, like as you mentioned, idle time, very, very good. So even though it wasn't the maximum advantage that he could have gotten out of it, and now we're getting a Springald placement here as well, like the idle time alone is just making a huge difference. Look at Core right now, 2,000 food in the bank.
Please make Camel Riders. Like, I can't think of a game that begs for Camel Riders more than this one right now. This is absurd.
Now the Knights, they're going to be able to cause a lot more idle time on the berries. Yeah, Recon pre-pulling the villagers off the berries now.
More walls going up as well. Core surging with confidence at this stage. And Ghoulims, there it is. There's the food investment. And my god, is he queuing up a lot of them.
In the meantime, Recon going fully into Camel Lancers, though. Camel Lancers, they're going to do a great job against the Ghoulims, in all honesty.
Yeah, a little bit surprised by no Camel Riders here. You know, this is the thing you can kind of prep yourself for. Like, with this amount of food, I think you can lean to both. It's reasonable to assume that an Ibid player is going to go Archers and Castle. Maybe the thought process from Core is he can't because of composite bows, because the Abassus should win that fight, right?
He's also going Spearman at this point in time. I feel like when in doubt at this point in time, just go Imperial and make hand cannons. They're going to counter everything.
I knew that was coming. I mean, we were at a stage where it looked like a possibility here. But Core isn't that insane. 2 relics already on the way home for him compared to the one that Recon's got his hands on. Reminder that this is meant to be the big edge Ibids have in this matchup, is that they can grab relics a lot quicker.
Yeah, but it looks like it's going to be like a 4-1 relic game here, potentially.
4-1.
Unless Recon can break through the walls on the right-hand side, which I don't think was all the reinforcements from Core should be moving in that direction.
Yeah, I think it looks like he's vacating the area. He's got more troops coming over. A few Ghoulims getting out here with the Lancers should be enough to hold this back. I don't see a way Dervish should be able to sneak in there. Veterancy is now on the way for Recon, so he's going to at least have a fully fledged army. And Boot Camp just kicked in for Core.
Core is investing into Spearman right now, but Recon 19 Archers. And now with Golden Age Tier 2 getting the Veterancy upgrade on the Archers and the remaining upgrades.
Yeah, I'm really shocked that Core didn't just...
Oh, this fight is going to be not good for Core if he takes the fight here.
He's given it over. Surprising as well here. I mean, it's kind of what it feels like Core has just kind of mismacroed. Finally, there it is, the Camel Riders. It's crazy to think. If he'd been prepping these straight away, this could have been huge. But remember, these take 35 seconds to produce, and he's already now outnumbered by Camel Lancers.
Archers focusing in on the Spearman.
Camel Lancers
Ghoulims.
cut the back line. Spearmen are going to chase. Imams are going to get sniped here. Now, the Archers should be able to kite the Ghoulims to a certain extent, but he needs to reconnect now with the Camel Lancers.
There it is.
Smash in. Archers are going to trade off the Spearmen. The miss micro by Core. Needs those Spearmen across on the camels here, but instead gets bogged down on the counter unit.
A lot of units are in queue now, but it just feels like it's a little bit too late from Core. He had the resources. Now the camel riders are coming in.
Oh, that's sick. Mass heal. Yeah, the mass heal to just top it all off as well. So keeps the Camel Lance alive, pulls them away. Archer's going to begin to front line a bit. Gulam count is down to single digits. The wall loader pushing back further.
Oh, man.
I think this is...
That's rough.
This is about to snowball. Recon is over 10 villages ahead. He's going to get the majority of relics now because they're all stationed in this area. In fact, he's even aggro playing further. I don't think he has the mass heal off cooldown, but remember, if you do use that while holding a relic, it juices you up even quicker.
Corey's now getting the Archer upgrades in as well, but this play, it just came in too late. Look at his income, his resource income overall, it looks so good, but now Recon, after this fight, he's like balancing his economy to look for a potential Imperial Age play now.
Which is wild. Like, when you consider what this game looked like just 3 minutes ago, it looked like the easiest core W you've ever seen. But my Trash Panda comes out of his trash bin, and he seems to be wielding the biggest club in the neighborhood. Core just found that out the hard way. I mean, the fact that he's not even taking these relics back, right? Like, he's been frontlining with those dervishes the whole time. Maybe a little bit overconfident. He needs to pull those resources back. Are you kidding me?
He left the relic behind, but that's the relic from his side.
Are you kidding?
That was the relic from Core's side. That's the relic that he had on his side that he's just dropped inside of Core's base. And now Core suddenly has the mass advantage. The rewall got up behind us, actually. The units are trapped.
What just happened?
Suddenly it's Uno reverse card in this game.
Can we just have a reasonable, sane game of Age of Empires 4, please? Oh my
god. Villagers are getting pulled. He wants the berries, but now Core has the map advantage again.
Siege Workshop on the front line. I can't believe this Recon. Like, he knows what's coming. It's composite Bow's mass. He needs a counter to it ASAP because he just will start losing these fights. What a blunder. Recon was in position where the dervishes should have been pulled, and he should have had 4 relics here on this map, but instead, it's now going to be a 5-0 relic game.
This is vile. This is wild, and now Corey wants to get the stone walls up behind that, wants to make sure that this side of the map firmly belongs to him. These berries need to be his.
I have seen some intriguing plays in my time with relics, but this is a topper right now. I cannot believe what I just witnessed.
It's a wild one for sure.
Recon does at least have the Manjanique out, but the problem is you're up against the Abbasas. They can just react with Siege on the go. Camel Riders have been queued up again. Like it. Want to see a lot more of them. The problem right now is Core has plenty of gold, but is struggling on the food. Stonewalls is ambitious.
Oh, those Pringles. Core has the gold for it.
Doesn't have the wood, though. I mean, this is the issue.
Market.
Yeah, the big problem he has is that he's been massing archers and spearmen, and when you remember, both his TCs aren't near wood lines, right? Like, he made a choice in the early game to go horseman. He had to drop on the deer. Most people, when they want to play Abbasas in the mid game, they drop their second TC on the fat tree line to guarantee they're efficient on wood.
I mean, at least now Core knows where he can attack, right? Because he just saw all those villagers going over to those berries. The question is, can he push back once again? He needs a Springald. Springald's coming in now, but the issue is the Camel Lances, in the meantime, they're going to wrap around. They're going to look for damage, and I see economy in the back line for Core. That is going to be in the... Is it this beginning of farm economy?
I think that's where he's setting up his farms. Yeah, to the west side of this as well. Like, they're right at the back. No, there we go. Yeah. Little baby farms.
Hint of a farm economy. Yeah, he needs some Camel Riders to deal with these Camel Lances now. Oh, villagers.
They are going to dodge, but Recon should be looking right now going, wait, what is this? He's going to send the Camel Lances both ways. Remember this ripples, though. It doesn't just stop here. The wall comes in. Recon alarm bell should be going off right now, son. Like, something has happened here. Instead, he's just going to march north, not noticing it. But there's still a lot of economy on the north side. I think about 20, 25 villages up here.
Yeah, but you can put those on the wall, actually. You can legitimately put those on the wall if there's a gate inside.
Yeah, if. That's a big if right now. I see him building a wall, do not see him building a gate. Meanwhile, the other side of this, all the Camel Lancers there means that Recon has no front line.
It's going to be rough for Springalds here as well.
Activating shots onto the front line, which means they should now get mopped up by the Springalds. Missing opportunity there. If he just hit the cluster of archers in the center, a favorable fire, but instead, one he now has to retreat from. Meanwhile, Camel Lancers have found the economy, but they haven't found the berry patch. They walked by it.
And now Core should be in a position here to push back into Recon's base there. Recon, by the way, 31 Camel Lancers at this point in time.
And then the
That's
eco
a
as
lot
well.
of commitment.
The lead here is escalating for Recon. There needs to be some return fire done soon. Core is burning himself up. Yes, the military looks big right now, but look at his food income. It is pitiful and pathetic in the face of what Recon is fielding. Archers are going to stand their ground. Trade out continues. Camel Lancers have at least been cleaned up, but with the Raxes on the front line, it's a Golem switch for Recon, one that Core doesn't really have an ample army to contest with, only 12 crossbows in total.
Archer count has been falling now. There's a keep inside of Woodline for him right now to at least protect that side. But it's so many units right now. Core, he still has 2,500 gold, and Lancers are coming in. Clean up on the military in the front side for Core.
He's still raiding on that backside. The castle should eventually mop it up, but not before the lead is extended to over 30 villages now. An absolute massacre at home and abroad for Core.
Spearman reinforcements coming in, but the Archer cleanup has taken its toll. And Recon has taken control, at least over the berries.
It's a miss macro by Core. He's just sitting on so much gold and nothing to do with it in this game. You know, it's crazy to think that he went into the Springles but never prepped the mangoes as a follow-up. A perfect way of just coup de grace-ing. Exactly.
Could have actually changed everything here.
I think he feared the Camel Lancers, but the moment you see them roaming the back of your base is where you should say, okay, they're not going to be there for the main fight. But feels like just an outplay for Recon. The wood line is about to get chopped through. I just don't really see how Core takes advantage of that.
There are already like multiple siege workshops getting prepped now by Recon. Also, Trebuchet is gonna be on the way. So Recon's gonna start just firing across the wall, and that's the most important thing to do. So it has started gathering up the stone as well, so could be a follow-up keep here.
He's gathering everything over here. Makes sense, right? Like, where you can guard, keep your economy. He's even setting up a little flank raid group, but he's going to need to build probably into a ram there to break through the walls. Remember, those are stone walls near the Sacred Stone on the west side. The east side is the bigger concern here for Core. Now going into the mangoes. Now, there isn't a direct counter for that yet. There is a lot of spearmen to at least protect against Camel Lancers, and it looks like Core is taking the Calp approach to this. Walls everywhere.
Definitely has to be. One of the Mangonels not finished yet. Core has to retreat to the Mangonels.
No Mamluk's
Gotta finish
bravery
that one
here.
up.
A little bit shocked. I think Recon forgot about Mamluk's bravery. That's a big deal.
There's a now double Mangonel play. Springles are going to be in queue now. And a lot of production is getting dropped here now by Recon on the side of Core. Core's economy overall, though, it's looking better than Recon's.
It's because the
By a
farm
lot.
transition, right? Like,
Farm
Recon's on it.
transition and 5 relics.
Yeah, but like the farms is the thing I'm really focusing on because Recon is going berry mass, right? Like, if we look at home, I don't think he's got that many farms sitting in his base. No.
I think, yeah, Core's just
he's
surrendering
trading. Oh,
the
for
berry
God's
mass
sake,
there.
dude. This is so Recon-esque. He's trading.
But this, yeah, Core's doing the right thing here. He's just forfeiting the berry side there. He's just gonna stonewall it off and now gonna focus towards the middle. That's the right play. Push in through the middle. Your opponent's like keep that he just built is gonna be out of position.
The question is, can the tricky trader get enough gold before it gets discovered? I mean, Core, his army isn't really designed to dive and find trade. It's designed to just blunt the base. He's on the move now. Recon now completely out of position. A big advantage here for Core to push.
Yeah. This could be the perfect timing now for Core into the base, into the economy. Idles out the entire wood economy. And speaking of wood, that's something that you need for traders. That's something that you need for siege. And Recon's gonna get completely idled off of it.
And, well, your opponent has mass
the Archers,
spears, so what do you build? Camel Lancers, crossbows, all those things suck in this situation. Trebuchet being protected by the villagers, but I mean, really, that shouldn't be your biggest priority. It seems to be working out simply because Core is fixated on attacking them right now. So no villager losses, Treb stay alive. The first wave for Core doesn't hit the spot.
Doesn't hit the spot, but there's so many Golems as a follow-up. Now the Springles are in position to snipe every little bit of siege that comes out of these siege workshops. Mangonels in position as well. Springle just came out, could get sniped down immediately by the Springles.
Villagers. Recon, he's trying to take out the siege here. Goes to the backside, gets on top of the mangoes. Might be a recovery arc for him. Recon's army getting slow, getting low, but just enough left now to push this back behind the tree lines.
Pringles are going to retreat. Core kind of just leaving behind the crossbows now. Not committing in further. In theory, I mean, he does have the buildings here now. There aren't any more trebuchets remaining. He does have an outpost with an emplacement. He killed more on the wood line on the left-hand side. If he just plays it slowly now, this can be a checkmate situation for Recon if he doesn't have access to wood.
Yeah, he's going to be on Stealth Forest at this point. Like, that's how bad it's getting.
We're just got to get up now. Get up, get roller shutter figures, and you're going to be in a really good situation. I think Recon might be thinking about the same thing.
Let's also not forget that this is not Abbasids, so they do not have that good trade where you can get a secondary resource. Like, if you click on those traders, you are going to see gold. It's not what he really needs right now. This man needs some wood. And ironically, Core's going to show him how it's done. Trade wing now on the way for the Abbasids.
Need to get another wall up then towards the bottom to really maximize the trade.
By the way, reminder, a certain someone in this game did open with Advancement Wing, so they don't have a cheap Imtech anymore.
Did Recon just go up, or did he reinvest into units? He's not up.
Yeah, he can't. He doesn't have Advancement Wing. There's no good transition here.
There is. The Desert Raider wing actually like gives you a lot of military for free.
Yeah, but into a choke point, right? Like, that's the problem. Like, I agree on, like, Dry Arabia-esque maps, but this isn't open, is the issue he has. Like, it definitely is 3 units, agreed, but it feels like actually they're just going to run into a choke point and die straight away. Shenanigans on the way. There's the wall up. Is going to fail. Recon not able to insulate the trade. Lancers now on the way.
That's a lot of economy from Recon over there on that side. They're all on the large gold there as well. At the same time, push over there. Now push towards the middle again.
Dive coming into the gold vein. Archers are going to start sniping down here, so cool.
Core has to react. He still has gold on the backside there that he can just access. But it doesn't look like he's reacting to that right now. That's going to be a lot of villagers going down there.
He lost them all. He hasn't pulled them back at all. He's just distracted with his dive. So every single one gets massacred. Recon now with almost a 20 villager lead.
That's big, but at the same time, villager losses coming in on both sides for both players here. And now the forward keep. Core is going for it. The landmarks could be exposed at this point in time. Core has enough resource to go up to him twice. Look at Recon's food income.
What food income? It doesn't exist. Yeah.
It's over. Core is stunned.
I mean, this is it. Core, all he needs to do is set up bombards behind this and just end the game at this stage. A castle to hide behind against an unarmored army. I can't believe this. The swings and roundabouts, this one. Core in a dominant position. Recon then looking like he was now unstoppable. Just one slip up gets Core back in the driving seat and shows once that late game arrives, the Abbasid power is undeniable.
Who keeps now there on the side from Recon, but what do they protect? They protect the gold mine, which is almost completely exhausted. And after that, there's no more gold access for Recon. The other gold, there's still an outpost that is reinforced, by the way, and the traders are going to be in range of the keep.
Yep. And he ain't microing him out of range. Doesn't have the extra armor you get, because once again, this is poor man's trade. He wishes he was the Abbasids right now.
140 food per minute. It's looking rough.
It's 270 now. Don't do him dirty like that. Oh, this has to be Overload.
Increase. You're right. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. Bombard emplacement in as well. Recon is trying to get rams up. There's no economy at all. He's sitting on a combined total of 3,000 resource per minute. Core, he's at almost 4.5k.
Yeah, also
5K.
Remember this guy is building rams when he doesn't have any trees anymore. Like, this isn't even an efficient long-term solution. Cobra and Springle's moving up. I mean, it's done at this stage. Core's flooding into Horsemen now. Whew.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is we are getting some distance to this series. Recon is not going to make it look like a shellacking. Game 1 may have been clean, but Game 2 has been down dirty and in the mud, and Core seems to feel right at home there.
Oh my god, yeah, this was a wild one. Back and forth, and finally though, Golden Age Tier 3 activated, and with that, the bells are ringing. Recon, somebody remind him that this game is over.
It's like I can build keeps, Trackety. You love Castle. There it is. GG gets called. Core gets on the board, which means we are not just going to have one of those crotch-stompy, boring, one-sided Decider series. Because remember, folks, whoever wins this best of 5 will make it to the main event.
Another certified core W. All right. You wouldn't imagine it based on the villager count, but overall, yeah. The economy, I think Recon, he just slept on the farm transition, right? Like he had no food income there at all in the most crucial spot in the game. Was maybe a little bit too reliant on those berries there.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy, right? Because Core was going for it as well, so it seems like a good idea at first. You're starving out something your opponent wants, but long term, you're not thinking about that game dragging later. Just Core with the foresight to understand that you need to get that keep down on the central tree line. We've seen it actually dictate the outcome of wood rule so often. It's crazy as well. Had this been your classic Abbasids, that wood line wouldn't have mattered, right? Because he would have had the spice trade. That would have given access to the 25% secondary resource. And then all of a sudden you have an alternative way of supplementing your wood. But Ibe is a different beast. I mean, dare I even say maybe Tradewing would have served him better. Who cares? We go forward to Holy Island and it is happening. He's doing it again. It's Order of the Dragon. And now, Crackety, you get to assess why.
Order of the Dragon, man. It's a civilization. It's like HRE with crutches, pretty much. So they don't have the bonus movement speed. They don't have the insane economy. What they do have is fewer units. So if you're a 5-ep, you have less units to micro.
Yeah, that's good. So I don't have to
Unfortunately, there aren't any gilded hulks.
Oh. Okay, let me give you a different way of describing HRE in Order of the Dragon. We're going to StarCraft this. So, HRE is like playing Terran Marine Biomass, right? The best way to play Order of the Dragon is mech. Like the only thing I've seen.
Brood War. This isn't Brood War we're talking about.
I'm sorry, but it is if you want to win, because the only way I'm seeing Order of the Dragon win right now is if they basically go late game and mass siege, and outposts and keeps and crawl. So
yeah, what I want to say is the meta isn't Brood War.
I mean, we're very Zerg oriented these days, at least from what I've been seeing in your Malian replays and when I'm watching Japanese. So, we're kind of halfway there. But yeah, Recon did try this yesterday. I think that was either Juji or Chinese he was up against, and Dumu had it. I think it might have been Juji that time. But it ended up in the late game with him essentially just trying to mass siege to slowly break the map. Spoiler alert, it didn't end well, but, no offense to Core, him and Dumu are at slightly different skill levels. So maybe Recon will have more success this time.
Maybe. We'll have to wait and see.
Oh, look at that. See, that's great. Because now if we flame Core, he can't complain because he'll see the cat and he'll be like, okay. I mean, we have to flame him if he loses to Dragon, right? I don't know, man. Is this the weakest Civ in AoE 4?
I mean, in some situations, I want to say in Feudal Age, Japan maybe feels weaker.
But game strategy options, right?
Yeah, when it comes to OTD has the same options as HE, right? Like either you fast castle or you play Feudal Age. Just that some of these strategies definitely don't work out that well, especially when you consider that the units have twice the cost, they don't have twice the stats. And in order to unlock the rest of the stats, you need Inspired Warriors. That only comes in Castle Age.
And it's so much worse than that when you think about it, because it's not just they don't have twice the stats, it's that it's twice the investment. So when you get countered, it hurts twice as badly, right? I've always found that's the biggest issue for Order of the Dragon. Their transitions suck. They always just try to stick to one unit, overwhelm, then switch. And if someone goes multiple ways, don't worry, guys, that's a cat's tail. They go multiple ways, they just kind of pull you apart. French shady weakest? Yeah. I don't know about
just not having the unit mass really hurts in many situations. When it comes to surround fights, when it comes to dictating fights, stuff like that. That's usually when having more units is always better.
Yeah, that's the thing I've always noticed is they have to strike in Feudal Castle, or if they're going imp, they have to be far ahead, because when you get that late game, it's I always call it Beastie's favorite approach in the late game, right? Mass horsemen go on the flanks. It's the quickest way to ruin an Order of the Dragon player, because they don't have...
They can't react, yeah.
Yeah, they have to act in a very overreactive way. They have to send the entire army, because basically their entire army is half the size of a regular army.
That's when you need the mass outpost with cannon placements.
Yep, there you go. You need the Maginot line, ironically on the other side of the border. But it might be where he goes. I know Recon was experimenting with that build like a year ago with French, especially the whole idea you go like Royal Siege and you build keeps and you basically cover and creep. He slapped around the Spanish Bros quite a bit on maps like Highview that I remember. But I think I've seen Holy Island do similar things. You just outpost crawl, relic drop, maybe even an L's back if you don't get to Imperial quick enough. And then all of a sudden, Siege having their population nerfs where they are doesn't feel bad because the alternative is having an army half the size anyway. But it sounds like we are being beckoned in. Recon, can you get a win with Order of the Dragon? Can anyone do it? Or is Korg just going to show us why China remains one of the most dominant picks in competitive? We're done looking at Crackady's pussy. It's time to head into map number 3.
Excuse me. Right, game number 3, Core vs Recon, Holy Island. Here we go.
Your cat would love this map. There's so much fish. So anyway, cool. Gonna go for a very defensive dock. Is that because he's worried about maybe some spearman shenanigans? Is that actually viable?
I mean, any other dock position would be kind of like bad, right? Considering where the deep sea fish spawned.
That's true. But
they kind of did him dirty here.
Yeah, check his vision though. He didn't scout that, right? Or did he?
I don't think he did, but
no.
It's still he'll realize later on that that's the best option that he had.
And then how Core is. He'll be like, "This is why I'm the best at the game," and he'll just go on a rant for 5 minutes, and then he'll open Valorant again. So Recon is just going to go for almost. Actually, I'd say his is pretty much spot on the best as well. Like maybe a little bit over near the stone would have been better for the initial fish, but for the free stack there, he's got the optimal placement.
Yeah. Oh, Scout gets a couple of hits in.
Another advantage
now for him to find the sheep.
By the way, another advantage you have over Order of the Dragon: when you dive their TCs, you're less likely to die.
Ooh, less villagers to garrison.
There we go. Boom. Got him. Is there anything this Civ does well? Well, I mean,
no.
I guess on average
they got the best Landsknechte.
That's true. I guess on average you get to play more games than anyone else because you lose them so quickly, right?
Out of all the civilizations that get to make Landsknechte, OTDs are the best.
So yeah, I agree from a statistics, but from an ease of access, the order is Byzantines, Order of the Dragon, HRE. Right? That's the craziest part, right? Like, it's hard to disagree with that. The Byzantines have an easier time spamming lands for the 2 civs that actually have the unit.
Yeah. So, are you telling me that Byzantines are, like, in any particular way really, really good?
I'm just telling you that I'm telling you who the real Roman Empire is,
I'm looking at Reddit comments from 5 months ago. Byzantines suck, dude. They need buffs.
That's true. I too.
I was one of the commenters there
to make my Reddit checks, where it can only see X months in the past for my data. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it's weird just how quickly small changes can completely flip a Civ, right? Like we've seen that with HRE, marching drills. That was it. That was all it took. And all of a sudden, this Civ is out of control. Well, not this Civ. We won't talk about his cousin. But it's something that's always a danger with devs.
What if I told you always has been, just people didn't realize?
Oh, no, I agree. I went through this with Don as well. Like, Don was a big believer. He was proving that you could, English versus HRE, even before the buff, English got slapped. Because you go Lombos, and then you go Men-at-Arms, right? And then HRE player just goes Archers and walks past the Men-at-Arms. It's the dumbest thing to watch. Like, when you see it in action, you're like, I don't... How does that work? Kind of like Order of the Dragon, actually. Like, it's funny as well, because OOTD, originally, before that changed, were favored in feudal, at least, against HRE, but now that changed, they can't win any situation against HRE. We're just going through all the civs that Order of the Dragon lose to, basically. So,
yeah.
How many civs have we done so far? 3 or 4? So we've just got to do another 11, and we're...
We'll go through it. We'll go through it. Just give it some time, and surely we'll find another way to complain about Ottomans again.
You know, Ottomans, there you go. There's a civ that also beats Order of the Dragon. You know what the dumbest part about Ottomans is? They got the Gilded Bombard.
Hey, dude. Hey, dude.
Arkan Chaplain now on the way.
Yeah, coming in for Recon. Core's actually still relatively far away from the H-up.
You sneaky git. that dock drop. Wait, that's an enemy drop, right? Wait. Oh no. Am I
No.
looking in the wrong place? I'm an
What?
idiot. Ignore me. Okay, no, dude. I looked away from my screen, came back. We're deep in the stream. I thought for some reason that I was over on Core's side. No, it's just a safe dock. So, Arkin here, of course, is going to be the go-to. I don't really think there's any world on this map where you go mine work, especially against a Civ that potentially goes Chuganu. Like, you wouldn't.
Surely you go
anticipate it.
mine work into mass archerships, get the fast +1 pierce damage upgrade.
Please don't. I've been through this. It's how Magic was able to beat Marine Lord. We had that long talk. It worked. But it's in the past now, Crackety. Just like Heidelberg. It doesn't work anymore.
We'll go there again. We'll go there again.
Are you just gonna be in the castle on your own?
I'll go there myself, man.
Yeah, you're
Next
just sitting.
weekend.
You're sitting in the hall. No. You have to wait for the Rebel Willow date, and you just sit in the hall, and then we just all get messages around the world like, guys, where are you? Oh,
I'll just repost the images from Heidelberg from 2022 and be like, yo guys, epic Heidelberg land. Come
You
on
fake
over.
newsing
We're
us?
we're having a viewing party in Heidelberg. We're gonna do another viewing party in the Dubliner. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be the plan. We're gonna gaslight everybody on Twitter, being like, oh yeah, another land.
Oh, you
sitting
went
here
to
in Heidelberg.
Spain? Whoops! You must have got the old
oopsie.
memo.
Oh, you guys didn't get the update? Oh man, that sucks.
Sucks to be you. I mean, at least you got tapas, but I'm settling on my kebab and my shisha, having a good time, and oh god, he's doing
Yeah,
it.
those are the things that Germany is famous for.
Oh, sorry. Can't forget your
Up and
kaiva, yeah?
shishas. Yeah.
Dude, when Core's anywhere nearby, yeah, it's shisha.
Germany, the land of kebabs and shishas. So, to be fair, we were at a shisha bar in Heidelberg. But
And Core was there every night, baby. It all comes around.
all of us. Dude, we had a great time, man. I want to go. Why is it Spain? I want to go to the shisha bar
Just
again.
go Spain, it's
Take me
fine.
back. Take me back.
So like the fun thing when I first discovered Core's stream, and because he always had like the shisha pipe, right? At first I thought he had it was some medical thing, and he had like a nasal drip or something when I first glanced at it, because
Spread the message.
it's always
I spread
there.
the message. I did the copy pasta every time. No, that is a breathing stick. Core sitting in a wheelchair and he's using it to navigate.
All right, let's see if Recon can stick him in a medical chair and need some medical assistance here, because the Men-at-Arms is on his way. This is a play that's almost impossible to sneak against China because of Tang Dynasty. And it looks like it's going to be another failed attempt. Villages?
Oh, they attack so fast, actually. Like these Men-at-Arms.
Yeah, but they build so fast too. Meet China. Whoop, whoop. He gets one. There's no way he gets two. Okay, but now, hear me
This
out. You
Men-at-Arms
just
can stay
stand
there
here.
for a while. Yeah.
And
Goodbye.
I love that. Core's like, this is a dumb idea. Just leaves it.
Goodbye.
So he does at least have Imperial Academy, so he's not completely gold starved, but he's quite gold limited now.
Oh, this is fine, man. He's gonna have enough gold. China's OP. The issue, though, is that he's gonna need outposts inside of his wood line at some point as well. Oh, he's getting archers out, I guess? Yeah, no other choice.
Look at how quickly that outpost is dying. Oh, the torch damage is something else.
And now it's burning.
So second Men-at-Arms coming. Core's like, what is he doing to me right now? Time to just win water. Demo ship's getting pumped. Spearman count is escalating quick for Recon, but he needs to be careful. Like, having only one archer ship here can easily turn into a death sentence.
Yeah, it definitely could, especially when there are 3 demolition ships out for Core. And he's got 4 hulks, or rather 4 war junks. Enough to pretty much one-shot an archer ship.
Especially when you frontline with said archer ship here, Recon doesn't realize yet what is coming his way. Vision's going to be limited, right, as he pushes out. You can see Core in a holding pattern here on the edge of Vision. You can even start to just rear around here. Instead, he's just going to send it straight in. Reveal comes through. Recon, he pulled the archer ships far back. Core, second wave of demos is on the way in. Spearman's going to get deep with the dive. One galley goes down. Second one to try and recover it, though. Good dodges for Core. Second shot's coming out. Demos are going to find their way in. They'll detonate on the fishing boats.
No, Core, I mean, that's not the value that you were going for there.
Now that's the value I was going for. What wood line?
Oh no.
He has no alternative. This is where you wish you had the alternative spawn here, right? Like, you have to go on wood now, or it's GG.
Oh no, man. That is.
Has Recon
that is
done
so...
it?
Those demo ships, he could have killed all the Hulks.
But has Recon done it? Like, those men-at-arms are a problem. One that he doesn't have a good answer to.
They're
3
not
archers
going
is not
down.
it. Like, just go west. Go south right now. Like, he had a scout there. He should have seen this. Are you kidding me? Is he... This is the... Okay, what Recon's doing on that wood line right now is the equivalent of, like, you know when someone, like, breaches the door? Or, like, they smash through the window, right? And then the teammate just opens the unlocked door. That's what's happening there. Like, he's focusing all this attention in the wrong location.
Oh man. I mean, the situation is still very rough for Core right now at this point in time. He's making more archers now at a point in time where he's very far behind when it comes to the ship situation. It is 6 Hulks now versus 2 war junks. Core has 4 archer ships.
The demo ships are creeping, though.
And no gold income for a while.
They're near the central island, so
But this
if
time there's
Recon-
3 archer ships.
Well, there's only 1 here. They're trickling across. In fact, the longer Core waits, the worse it gets.
It needs more of these war junks soon. I mean, the passive gold right now is what's keeping him afloat. In theory, he has enough resource to queue up 2 more war junks. There we go. Now they're in queue. Needs them out sooner rather than later, though. With 2 more war junks, he can hold this.
So Recon is giving him the time for it as well. I mean, he went up to 4 men-at-arms. These are incredibly expensive, remember. 240 resources each. And there's a
Although
creep out. Cool.
Yeah, he's
Look
moving out to the gold there, but there's also like a little creep out from Recon at the same time, with just a couple of men-at-arms over to the individual gold spots.
Recon is also going Horseman now, so this will give him a lot more roam potential on the map. And, well, cool. He hasn't layered his comp. It's raw archers and nothing else.
Yeah, this is very difficult now at this point in time, I gotta say. But at the same time, we gotta take a look at Recon's Archon Chapel, right? Because it's gonna run out of the influence very soon.
He has decent spread, right? Like, that's the beauty of this type of tree line. You do get a little bit more widespread compared to, like, your typical wood line, where it's more circular. So he'll keep that
Core
buff a bit
finding
longer.
finding damage there.
Recon. Oh, this was great. Only 1 to build up the outposts. So he's going to toss him 2 villages here.
2 out of the Dragon Villagers, and maybe more than that. If Core now goes to the wood line, idle out. He's not going for it, though, and that might be a good decision, considering the Horseman could just completely clean him up then.
Wait, Recon? Calm down, son. Wait for reinforcements first. I think he's worried about being gold-starved here. Men-at-Arms are going to get a good fight because Core just walks by with a Selectal army.
There's a Horseman there now.
Wait, this is
Or
like the worst thing Core
yeah,
could do.
that's too many.
I think he's going to lose half the archers in the retreat here.
Yeah, he most likely is. Needs like 1 to 2 more outposts then.
Push on the water, though. Cool. Has got the demo ships in waiting, but the archer ships saw it, so that's going to be a loss there. Spiral count should be
Left
good
with
enough
the
for Recon to
archers
hold.
as well. But no demo ships.
Demo's getting sniped down. I mean, the archer ships, great read there by Recon. Good split off, good timing. In the meantime, archers have been chopped down. Only 7 remaining. Now Corvus switching to spears when he still hasn't answered the men-at-arms. Archer ships also going to get decent damage in the retreat here because Core is moving slow.
Yeah, more demo ships in queue again, but Core, he's lost so many demo ships already this game.
I
This
feel
feels so
this
tough now.
slipping. This game
Yeah,
is
it
slipping
is.
from him. Bloomery, by the way, is comedial to me. I don't know how you feel about it, but I always just think it's terrible for OOTD because of how high their base damage already is, right? Like, compared to other civs. Then arms. Say thank you very much when they handful of spearmen. Horsemen are just going to contest it. It's so hard to deal with MAA at this stage in the game. 190 HP, I believe it is, on each of these guys. Sorry, 230. Yeah, why do I think
That's
190?
40
Whoa,
more.
whoa. Only 190? I clearly bid it too low here. 230 HP, and I think it was free armor, right?
These are Imperial Age Golem levels of HP.
They have the same health as a Castle Age Knight. And
Yeah.
cost the same. But unlike a Knight, are much harder to counter in the Feudal Age. Even the Horsemen don't care about the spears.
Yeah, they legitimately ignored them there for a majority of the time.
I mean, he could just start diving this wood line now and fully idle it out. That's like, what, 30 villages that won't be working. Instead, he goes for the pop
it's
block.
like two more outposts there.
I love the way the Recon's approaching this. Like, he has a better land army, and he just keeps forcing Core to take bad Navy fights, right? Like, the way Recon could lose this is if he dives the defenses and gets caught by a demo.
The economy behind us as well, it's just such a big lead for Recon right now, even though he lost a lot of the fishing ships in between and didn't do a lot of damage on his own. It's just the fights on land that kind of like are winning him this.
Core tries to probe again. A lot of Springald ships. I wonder, does Recon consider a demo ship transition? Because so far, I don't think he's built any this entire game. Wait, is Recon's... Wait, let's figure this out. Is Recon's keyboard broken? Because demos are on E, right?
Yeah, we haven't seen any demos yet. Barbican coming in.
No, have we seen anything that takes E on a
50
keyboard?
villagers.
Well, that will protect one side of the tree line.
Actually, one side than no side.
Scrap that. It won't protect one side. We've seen how tanky these guys are. Do you think a single hand cannon slit will scare them?
Speaking of no demo ships so far, though, from Recon, now it's 17.
The archer ship count, though. 8
ships.
in total. Demo barely clipped there. I mean, Recon is outnumbered on Springalds, but the archer ships add a lot of damage at this stage in the fights, right? You're so clumped up, so that spread does actually give effective DPS.
Does it, though? Because they reduced the spread by a lot.
I'm hoping. If he had Steeled Arrow, maybe. This is why he needed Mind Work. Push comes in again, though, and we just see how irrelevant the Barbican is.
It's
Congrats.
so tanky, man. Oh my god. Like, he can what can Core do?
Die?
Where can Core go?
This many Horsemen insta-sniper Villager, remember. The 15 base damage made that 16 due to the Bloomery. Flash comes in, but Core, the demos, can they get a good hit? They're stopped again.
Well, the Hulks are focusing on the docks there.
He's literally at the primary TC. Like, this is absurd.
Dude.
So Order Dragon is still in need of a buff, right?
I've not seen it being played like this, and I gotta say, I'm in awe right now. If only Core was playing Zhuji here instead and had like actual like stone from his meditation garden. Oh no, the villagers. Oh no, the village course. Let's eco. No, it's Zhuji. Yes, let's eco an OTD.
And also he's being pushed back towards his fishing again. I mean, the Springal count was favoring him. He was ahead by, what, 6 or 7 before? Now look at the count, 15 to 16. Yeah. There's just no coming back from this. Like, the Order of the Dragon are up to 99 pop. 7 of them being men-at-arms, 5 of them being the Gilded Horsemen. I just don't see how you're meant to defend land, let alone sea as well now.
Yeah, Recon knew that in these kind of games, it comes down to, like, APM plays. Like, right? Like, he's basically APM locked Core at multiple points during this game. And it's showing now. Core is losing so many villagers there on the retreat. And the units from Recon, they're just not dying inside of Core's face, under the Barbican, under the TC. Now the water's dying as well. And look at that, Recon, 108 military count. GG gets called. Recon taking game number 3.
Now, I want people to remember that if there's a Reddit thread going up tomorrow saying Order of the Dragon's OP, check if it's a fresh account, because I got a feeling that maybe Core was the one that created it and wrote it out, because that made Dragon actually look somewhat competitively viable. Really well played by Recon. He tried to apply this Civ to Holy Island yesterday against Dimmu. It did not look impressive. He struggled in that game, but maybe a little bit of recalibration was all he needed, because this looked super effective.
Only those were Zhuge instead of archers.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing, right? Like, I was saying before, like, I think Mind Work is an option here, but it's not an option against Zhuge from Zhuji, because the Golden Cuirass doesn't do anything, right? Your damage gets reduced down to 1. But like here, it could have made it even more scary. Obviously, you sacrifice any eco advantage to do so, but considering how long those men-at-arms lasted, imagine Golden Cuirass on top of that, they're just never dying.
Yeah, I mean, in those situations, like, other than outmassing your opponent on land, like, you have no real way of dealing with those men-at-arms, with those horsemen. They're just so incredibly tanky. And the thing is, right, like, on those water maps, you don't have an incentive to go for the blacksmith. And Recon did go for the blacksmith. He got Pierce armor upgrade. So the archers basically do 1 damage.
And
For
I
sure.
called it. Floodplain. Zhone versus Mongols. This is actually good for core. Mongols is not too bad against Zhone because of the Keshiks, right? Like, Zhone absolutely hates heavy cav in the feudal age.
Also, cap that heals itself.
Yep, don't get me started on that. But one thing that makes this especially spicy, I'm wondering if Recon's realized it as well. This is actually a water map, right? Like, you can build a dock. Believe it or not, Kraken, I don't know if people have heard this before. When you commit to a dock, you don't have to build fishing boats. And in fact, this map has no value in fishing boats. However, galleys make pretty damn good mobile archers.
Not just that, but trade at the same time on water is really, really good here. And you
As
don't like
Defran said
it
as
doesn't
well.
even need to be like water trade. You can also just do like normal traders with Silver Tree.
Yep.
But I think just going for like trade ships here as well works really, really well because you're already going for the dock, right? So getting the ships in, not a big difference for you. And I'm not 100% sure, but no, actually, I don't think Mongols get their bonus on trade ships.
Do you want me
That
to
would
melt
be
your
absurd.
brain even more?
Do it.
So I said archer ships, right? And I think you should spam them. Consecration's a thing. Just
Ooh.
saying.
Consecration on docks. Can you even consecrate? Yeah, you must be able to
Yeah,
consecrate docks.
you can. So it's also good for Springolds. Like Springolds in some ways
Such
is
a
better.
clutch thing.
Yeah, because like if your opponent goes Keshiks, like you can't catch them, but if you cut them off, Springald ships are really good at trading Keshiks, and there's 110 food, so it's actually a really efficient type of thing to lean into. But I really like the idea of just playing like knights plus galleys here. The logic being that galleys move as quick as the knights. So what's the downside to playing archers or the more classic ones playing longbows and horsemen? Well, the issue is that the horsemen always leave the longbows behind. If you go galleys, you don't have that problem. You just have a mobile comp. Ooh.
Exactly. I mean, on this map, I think both civilizations can go for like water trade. Does Zhone still get? I gotta check this again. Whether the water trade bonus got removed from French, or if Zhone also has it.
She's
like one of these very it's like one of these very niche things. It existed in the game. It just hasn't been used in like ever. So you're not sure if it still exists right now, or if it's got removed in some arbitrary patch.
I'm trying to double check this one because it's a good point. We don't actually see it often. But so the trade ships return a 20% bonus consisting of all resources.
All right, and I think you can still like choose which resource you get with the trade ships.
With the land traders,
for the French and John. No, I think with the water traders as well.
I don't think with the water traders, right?
I'm quite sure. Yeah, choose to return food, wood, or gold to markets with traders and trade ships.
Got you.
Out of AU4 world.
Got you. Okay, yeah. And then you can get it's 20% bonus, right? So it's pretty bloody strong. Another thing to keep in mind is the Springald ships, the Warcogs cost less food as well, right? Like I still think you want to play archer ships, but you can potentially play Warcogs there. So some interesting details to kind of dissect. We'll see if he goes for it. Another thing that I really like about that play, by the way, is typically if one player is doing docks, the other has to engage in it. That's great for Zhone. Zhone's surprisingly effective on these water hybrid-esque maps where she can contribute with the snipes. So things you snipes tend to cost a lot there as well. Like think about the value you get out of last hitting a knight. That feels really good, right? Now imagine you last hit a Springald ship, right? It's 30 XP. It's insanely potent.
It's a lot. And not just that, but imagine if you go Archer Zhone, you also have those snipes, which actually do a lot of damage to ships ever since their health got massively reduced in like the ship rework.
And good against Keshiks in the meantime as well. Like a lot of upsides. I think we're going to see the range Zhone. I think and hope that we're going to see some water play here. It is time for game number 4 between Recon and Core. Recon on match point. It's Zhone time. Core, a powerful pick though. Mongols on floodplain might surprise you.
Oh boy, here I go Zhoning again.
Yeah, Zhone, remember when I was like, Zhone's OP, this is outrageous. It's amazing with a little bit of time and some counters figured out how underwhelming a Civ can really look, right? Because I think this is actually a good matchup for the Mongols. Zhone absolutely is disgusted by any Civ that has heavy cav because it doesn't matter what form you pick, you never feel safe. Like it's why actually French versus Zhone, I think it's like a 80% French favored matchup.
It can be. It definitely can be. The one thing is that when the game drags out in Feudal Age, Jean slowly but surely ekes ahead with the consecration.
Consecrations, yeah. It does balance out a little bit with the eco advantage of the French, but yes, it's a slight lead that can escalate. Usually the big issue is the first few fights, so what I'm hoping we're going to see from Core, not too greedy out of the gate. I don't want to see him just go straight into traders. I want to see him get some Keshiks out to hold Recon hostage.
And we are actually seeing Dark Age Spearman here coming out from Core, so wants to play with the Dark Age aggression against Recon. Makes sense. Being able to shut down the gold very early on means that you are going to have a little bit of freedom when it comes to the way you want to play the game. Issue is that there's gold on like two opposite sides of the base of Recon, so in theory there's always like a way for him to move out and go to another gold. But if Core spots that out, like it could be dangerous.
And just to recap for people, like Floodplain, new map, all that water, yes, it is walkable. There is no fish anywhere on this map. It is solely for the purpose of kind of like spreading out the resources, limiting certain types of structures, and also it gives a very unique frame for the dock sides. It's not about economy, it's a military choice exclusively.
Yeah, you can also like build certain types of buildings on this on the water. Like you can build walls, you can build keeps, you can build outposts.
Yeah,
but you can't build stuff like houses or production buildings.
Exactly. I've seen some really cool plays actually with the Delhi on this map. I was really impressed. Like Delhi is kind of sick for that dock player I talked about because of the tech that no one ever remembers the name of.
Oh, I like this player from Recon. He's aging up with the School of Cavalry only with Jean, which means that she is going to be level 2 as soon as age up hits, which means that he will have Archer Jean to 100% make sure that his next gold is going to be protected if he goes for another gold.
I do love how you didn't even try to name the Delhi tech. But yes, it's pretty cool, right? Like
Metascript
trade. There you go.
Yeah.
You done good. I'm proud of you. But yeah, the gold gathering's pretty good. Nice cancel. I think that was just in time before the Khan shot came out, so nothing given over. Outpost is going to deny the berries and the gold.
I think something got it got taken over. Look at that. Core only has 3 villagers on gold, but he has 5 gold.
Okay, well played then. So another detail though of this outpost, it's kind of disgusting how much value it gets. It doesn't just block the gold and the berries, it blocks the second berry patch and the deers as well. Yes, the gold has a backup option, but food is now a big problem. We need to check how many sheep did Recon get?
It could be an issue. I mean, if he doesn't have enough food, there aren't that many here. Where's the scout? The scout?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
one of those
that's
games.
not a lot. Yeah,
so that's going to be what, 12 for core, I think, probably?
There's still 2 sheep
okay,
over
there's
there
still some more out.
Oh, he's not going
wait, please, come back.
Surely on the way back, surely he will see them.
No, because core is now heading that way.
Oh, no. And also, Recon, he suddenly sent additional villagers over to build that school of cavalry. So Jean isn't even going to be level 2 immediately.
Ooh, first knight is at least coming out, so maybe you can go for some counter raid offensive. Silver Tree is now being built up. Now, this is risky to do against Jean for multiple reasons. Knights are the bane of trade's existence, but added benefit, of course, is if Jean does get that level 2, it's extra XP for her to hunt on the map. And the XP gain is 120 resources worth, right? Even though you get a discount with the Mongol traders, the registered value for XP exchanges is still 12.
Yeah. Looks like Recon is at least going to get those 2 sheep there. Chaos right in chat. You don't have the ability to place the silver tree on the shallows, but you can just put a dock in the corner and use that as a market.
Well, I think
you just want the discount and the faster production.
Check the boar spot. He might be able to get the boar spot to the north.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, can just put a dock there.
Yeah, that should be big enough. I've seen smaller islands. If not, the one to the left should be fat enough because it looks big on the minimap. Maybe it's gonna be a bit tight.
Yeah, you can't put it on the berries.
No. But like I've seen it. It's weird. Sometimes you're able to like remove a straggler tree by placing a silver tree. I've seen it. It's very odd. Not consistent though. And wow. Okay, so no range form zone. It's just going to be the melee form. Kind of makes sense, I guess. Like your opponent did open with a massman of spears, so probably feels like there's justification there.
Coronel goes for Keshiks though. This could be kind of rough.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be rough either way. Like range.
Oh, he's getting Archer ship out. Of course, getting Archer. Oh, he's
no wait.
It
What?
He's got the dock on Recon's side of the map.
Yeah, but he's building naval arrow slits. right? Oh, sorry, no, that's normal actions. My brain farted there. Yeah. Okay, that is disgusting. And I'm surprised Recon wasn't the one going into the boats. Now, this makes ranged form feel like the requirement. Melee form does nothing against boats.
Yeah, and I mean, these ships, they're going to be able to completely deny Recon of moving out of his base.
And we do have to remember that Core needs to find value, though. So if this turns into like Horseman spam, it's going to be very hard to kind of hunt down with those galleys. In fact, Horsemen are quicker than galleys, so it's possible to pinch.
Oh, Recon, he's now arriving, but yeah, that stable is going to be built, and Core has enough gold to get a couple of Kashyyyks out.
Oh, Recon's on the water as well. It's happening.
Yeah, but what's he going to build? Like, sure, he can get galleys out, but as soon as it comes to war junk, he's out of gold.
No,
the
I
gold
think
that he has on the right-hand side can be denied very easily.
I legit think you just go galleys, though. Like, it's so hard to scale war junks when you're under pressure like this, right? And another cool thing to think about here is Divine Restoration does work on boats.
That's true.
Nice burn on the Uvu in the meantime. That's going to be payday. He is getting low on food, though. So this is still a problem Core hasn't, had fixed by Recon yet. That Recon needs to take out that outpost on the left side of his base sooner rather than later.
Meantime, Core's building up the force inside of his base. Uvu is likely going to have to be sacrificed, though.
I'm not sure how I feel about this many spears. It just feels really bad against melee zone.
Yeah.
Demo ship. Okay,
it makes sense. Demo ship, Hulk, war junk rather.
Demo makes more sense on the other side now, though, right? Like, Demo is really good for Recon because the health on Spearman is exactly enough that the demos will kill it, right? It's 85 base damage.
He doesn't have that option, though, sadly.
Yeah, he still needs to sort the gold issue.
It's going to be another archer ship then, in the meantime.
Recon's
Two
coming
archer ships at least mean that it's going to be tough for the demo to find a connection. He's going to go for a second demo. I'm not sure about that. Now the dock is getting put up now.
Afraid. I don't like the position, though. I feel like you go to the island further out because you have to wrap around your starting island this way anyway. So yeah, a little bit funky from that perspective. Recon, cool idea on the archer ships. We said like you can get caught on reinforcements. This is how you stop it because your archers now move as quick as your horsemen. What did I just witness?
I can't believe he made that hit. Oh no.
Oh no.
He has to be careful though. Core, he does have another demo ship.
I mean, he doesn't have anywhere to run here. It's triple archer ship. If he somehow gets a demo playoff, I am going to have my jaw hit the floor. It's going to be a retreat to the corner. This is a lot of XP feed, by the way. This is the equivalent of running down mid in your favorite MOBA. Demo walks in. Joan doesn't care, but she should. That hurts. Low on HP right now. Divine Restoration Pop is going to come out. This is going to be tight, but she goes down before the Springald ship.
That is so important there.
Can he actually get anything else out here, though? Core trying to build another archer ship. Burns going to come in on that dock now. He needs to do more. He needs to target somewhere else because this feels like the type of fight that's very hard to win. If these archer ships just move forward, yeah, Spearmen are going to get wiped.
Misclick. Why is the fishing ship there?
Core, wrong map. Wrong map.
Oh, no.
Can't have scout this, though. Oh, the problem... Oh, no, this doesn't work. That one archer ship can hold that. That's such a sick read. Like, Recon, in a weird way, has set up, like, an outpost defense there, right? Because it's a means to get archers out to defend his gold. What a cool play.
It's a lot of galleys right now by Recon.
Check the other gold, because that archer ship... Did it get baited? It's coming in now. Khan does go down. Is it me or does Core have no options to, like, idle eco now?
Not really. He just needs... he can't, like, spend the single ships, right? There's just too many units here from Recon.
That's
just
so expensive. Yeah, I don't even know why he's contesting it anymore. I guess he has no backup plan, right? Like, I don't think trade has started at all. It's going to be diving the main. Recon a little bit slow on the reactions here. Is going to lose 2 villages for it. Kashyyyk shouldn't be able to dive any deeper now that the TC is getting garrisoned.
Yeah, but Force Army is a little bit trapped now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
the archer ship, there it is. You just can't win that trade. Like, even if he stands still with the archer ship now, it's not worth what you lose in return. Second arrives, and all of a sudden, being next to the enemy base has turned into a negative for the Mongols.
We're making archers now, but that's the wrong play. You need archer ships of your own. Either that or just go straight up into more war chunks. You need the sprinkle chips.
I mean, you need to be able to afford them, though, is the big problem here, right? Like, his economy isn't looking great. We have to remember this trade hasn't started. We're talking about a map where you do not have fishing. You essentially have nothing.
And Core wasn't really able, as you mentioned, to shut down the economy. At least a little bit of a hit here.
Recon.
But Recon has just a much better standing army right now.
He needs to micro this so that he body blocks the other villagers. Nice, sick formation shuffle there. Might be able to get away with no villager losses whatsoever because the aggro does switch over. In the meantime, harassment comes in, but outpost does go up. Archer ships. Bit of a miss micro there. Recon could have got away with that without losing a single villager. Does at least mop up the spearmen, though.
Yeah, these kills, though, they're not worth it. They're not worth it at all. And now Core, he's going to be trapped on his own island without any docks.
It's quite suffocating at this stage. It was a cool gamble by Core. I think Recon's follow-up was just so clean. Like, just denying the Uvu so early, it felt like it put Core's ship behind at a critical point.
Yeah. Another issue, right? It's like the archers aren't going to do anything here. And Core, he's going to be trapped inside of his base without any means of moving out now. Like, Recon can just park the ships all the way across the little island from Core, making sure that Core can never leave his base.
Like, I think the only way you can play back in on this situation when you screw up like this is if you have longbows, right? Because longbows can at least outrange the galleys, but any other archer form is just going to die.
It was a huge investment into spearmen as well.
Zhone is back,
too many
by the way.
spearmen.
It's kind of crazy, right? Because like now this game's going to stagnate to a point where Zhone will just passively get level 3.
That was personal.
I mean, someone clearly did not like the Bambi movie.
He stopped it before it even happened.
Is Recon secretly the hunter?
Kamu. Oh, like that play though. With the hidden ships there.
The difficulty now is you're so many boats behind though, right? Like 9
You're
galleys.
so far. Yeah, you need like 5 hulks if you wanna like contest that 5 sprinkle ships.
And you need
Else
to be
there's no way.
careful not to cluster because if Zhone gets in, Cleaves do work on boats as well.
It doesn't do that much damage.
Let me have my
Cool
dramatic moment, Crackety. Cleaves!
Oh yeah, man. If that happens, it's gonna be over.
Yeah, Zhone's lightsaber's
There's no
OP.
way to go back.
Yep.
But instead it is gonna be the archer ships.
Okay, so this is good for Zhone because actually she dies slower to archer ships than spirits.
Han almost gets a villager kill there.
It's kind of interesting that Recon isn't even trying to use Zhone offensively anymore.
You don't need to. He doesn't need to.
Well, I'm wondering if he just forgot about it, though. Keshik. It's kind of adorable, but it's not going to work out, so just more XP feed. Oh, okay, it gets
It's
one.
a kill.
Not too
Worth
bad.
it.
It's pretty bad.
At least Core has double broad X, right? Like, he's got some eco upgrades here. Oh, he's out of food. Pastures?
Oh, no, you just go for the
No,
berries,
he's
right?
going for the berries.
Uh-oh.
No.
The timing on this, Recon's...
It's awful. And
I
he
mean,
doesn't have food to produce any more archer ships or anything as well.
Recon is going to be pushed away. Actually, a good kill there as well. Like, one big whoopsie from Recon. He forgot about blacksmith techs. This is huge. You're spamming archer ships. Corp got both of the range techs. Recon
That's true.
hasn't got any.
The armor upgrade doesn't work, but the damage upgrade does.
Definitely. And that's the big one. We have to remember that each of these does 6 instances
He's
of
getting it
damage.
now.
Yeah. You know how, like, we talk about how, like, OP Stilled Arrow is on Chikanu? Like, it's even more OP on archer ships, right? Like, it's a 6 damage increase.
Outpost coming up, definitely going to be needed here.
Full army's coming. I just don't know if Korf's got the numbers. And even if he does, the XP feed, this is the type of fight that could very easily get you level 3 on Zhone.
I agree. I mean, the ships, there's going to be a lot of value on the ships themselves. Like, even just the archer ships are going to be as much value as a knight.
And then the trades aren't going to be favorable because Divine Restoration, like, it's very predictable in these type of fights when your ships are about to go down, right? So you can react. And Arislit's on the way. I mean, Recon needs to pressure this. This is the type of thing that can just backfire against him. We have to remember each garrison point is going to add a lot of damage into the defense.
Yeah. Arislitz is going to complete, though. Looks like Recon is stalling this out maybe a little bit too long.
Yeah, I don't like this. It's giving Core a potential way back in. Demo ship is ambitious, and really not needed.
Unlikely that's gonna do anything. Oh, what's happening on the wood line?
Oh, he goes in for the dive.
Oh no!
He's sniping over as well. Gives the vision, several villagers going down, and all of a sudden that lead that Cord worked so hard to build up is now gone.
Oh, that really hurt just there. Just to play there with the move around.
I wondered what he was doing. He was taking the cheap shot. And I love this. He's just moving out into the mid-map on the ball, confident that his opponent can never do anything. He's actually blockaded him now. Recon's put all of his archer ships on the right side, so Core can't try to raid economy. There is a sneak out, though. It looks like we've actually got a small group moving to the north side gold. Yeah, double archer ships somehow got out.
There's an outpost, though, so the archer ship's unlikely to find any value there for the time being. Recon sitting next to Uwu, which has expired by now, but the next stone, it's going to be right on the shoreline, so not really an option there for Core at the moment.
Springald reacts. Perfect choice here.
Yeah.
He's got a second one coming out, so that's going to be a heavy loss at this stage. I mean, every single ship matters for Core to try and hold here.
Oh, he's even trying to fight that. That's one ship down. Bullfight happening at the same time.
The archer ships aren't here to assist.
At least. Oh, they're coming over, though.
Coming in now. Movement speed needs to be used to go away, not go in. Oh, no. Another trade over here, Demo.
Over here. It's just too many battles at the same time.
We saw this being the downfall of Core last game.
Most of these.
Yep. And I think it's going to be the downfall of Core again. Recon might even die for the economy. The Seek Shelter working against him. Looks like he will find his way into the forward outpost. Yeah. Recon, this is why I didn't want to let him get those outposts up, right? Like, the moment they go up, it's so hard to dive. Ends up losing 2 archer ships there.
Yeah, but behind this, looking at the overall military count, Core's down 24 military units at this point in time. Mind you, every single ship counts as 3 units, but it all adds up. And Recon right now, he's going close to 7 Springald ships. Oh, he's just going to dive the woodline again. Core, does he notice?
Well, the outpost is not going to go up quick enough, and Joan just got fed again. She has to be so close to level 3 at this stage.
Oh, no. That was so many village deaths. Core now behind 5 economic units after having a lead for a good part of the game.
Core's trying to go on the offensive. He sent all the archer ships to the north side. He's also got spear archers in the enemy base.
That means they can't go back, though. They are not going to be able to go back to the outpost, and without the outpost, he's going to lose them all to the Springald ships. And there isn't any economy over there anymore.
Spearman trying to go in now, but villagers could just fight that back. Remember, there are outposts on the north side, so the archer ships cannot do anything there either.
Find some villagers on the gold there, though. Oh, this could be huge.
Ooh, but the dodges, the Stormtrooper aim, somehow, I don't even know how, 3 villagers walk away, 5 to safety, and now the ships are going to get cleared up.
Yeah, that's going to be all the ships gone now at this point in time, and Recon slowly but surely inching his way up, and that's out of 3 Jean right now.
This is done. He only has 3 Keshiks, no answer to the champions, and they're already in your base.
Spread formation is going to be the archers are the first units to face.
Cleave time, cleave time, Jean de Cleave, oui, oui. Swing the baguette, or just come back towards the archer ships and win. And there it is. Baits him to the very end. Divine Restoration rejuvenates, and Core GG's out. Our friend will not make it to Master of Realms, but a familiar face, the Trash Panda, has qualified for the main event.
Recon gets the 3-1 victory here against Core. I mean, those were some intense games that we had here. Many very, very close games, very entertaining games. I just want to go back to the Ayubit and Abbasid game. That one was absolutely insane, the back and forths. But man, Recon, with the arguably off-meta picks for the maps, I guess Jean makes sense, but the OOTD pick, that surprised me thoroughly on Holy Island.
Yeah, it actually hit a lot harder than I think anyone was really anticipating there, especially considering fresh in our minds, yesterday we watched him fail to do it against Dimu, playing as a Chinese variant Civ anyway. So really cool to see that one actually have some potency, considering that, you know, the Civ quite frankly sucks. And also on top of that, maybe finally some justification behind Vortex putting an S in his tier list. I still don't know what that tier list was all about. You remember that one, right? I think it was A or S. He put all the Dragon as, and oh, you thought we were done?
Oh,
No, they locked our doors. We don't get to leave. And Crackety, I think we're going to be here until the morning. I said actually maybe not. I recently commented on Zerton having one of the longest game averages, and then he went on a bender, completing games in like 20 minutes. So we might have a quick best of 5.
maybe. I mean, it's Zerton versus Corvinus, so two arguably really, really good players. The issue with Corvinus sometimes, though, is that he relies on unorthodox strategies in many situations. That if you're active with your scout and you scout it out early, reacting to them can be very much like very easy for you. Zerton, he's definitely no stranger to us here in the casting booth. A really, really strong player from Germany, the best German player at the moment, by a good margin. I want to say when it comes to both ATR as well as on the ladder. I think he's the only one that's like consistently within the top 10 on ladder.
Yeah, until Viper comes back, of course, you know.
Yeah, you know, like back in which one was it? The last Red Bull or the Red Bull before that, where they actually had Viper portrayed with a German flag?
I remember. That was a good one. The honorary German, but yeah. Hopefully we'll get him back here one day. It'd be wonderful to see. But yeah, looking at the map draft by Surfshark, we got some interesting ones in there. We're going to see Socotra again for the second time today. Don't care about Archipelago, move on. Kawasan is always a fun one, though, especially with some of these Civ choices. Looks like Japan did not make it through this time around. Here's an interesting detail, though. We are going to be seeing some more denting, potentially. Wait, Japan did make it through. I'm an idiot. It's being played the first game. We've got all the Dragon being drafted by Corvinus this time. I wonder if we potentially see that somewhere like Socotra. Could be kind of intriguing. But how do you feel about this opening game? Coastal Cliffs, Ayabids versus Japanese.
I favor Ayabids here just by
Really?
a lot. Just imagine, like, what does Japan want to do? In theory, they want to go to Castle Age in many situations. Zerton, with the Ayabids, immediately is going to have a unit out to delay that, go for his own Castle Age behind that, and then get units out that counter the like most of the Castle Age units that Corvinus could go for. In theory, like we've seen the Yuumi, like the mass Yuumi build, mass Camel Lancer beat that. We can see the mass, like, granted, the Mounted Samurai actually don't do too badly versus the Camel Lancers because the charge gets absorbed by the deflective armor, which is like one of the main things.
Ooh, let's find out. It's time to kick it off. Another deciding set to see who's going to make it to the main event of Master Realms. We've got Corvinus opening up in this best of 5 of the Japanese. My Insanity Zerton takes the Ayabids. You know, you were just saying a lot of pretty things about the Ayabids, but when you were criticizing all the options for the Japanese, you missed out one lady on a horseback that I think might actually be the golden solution.
The Onimusha. Imagine making Onimushas against a civilization that has Desert Raiders, which are an unarmored ranged unit with more attack speed.
Okay, so here's one for you. Your best friend, Baltoon, shoo me the way a while back. You go Kaburia, you mass Onimusha as an opener. It blunts Camel Lances, it blunts Golems. The only option is for your opponent to go Archers, and then you follow up with Onibigisha.
Onibigisha into Archers?
Yeah.
Can you finish that thought?
Yeah, it's fine. Just have more of them. XD. No, but actually, you can go Mounted Samurai. You can. It's like you can just go Mounted Samurai in reverse order. It's a weird one when you hear it at first, but the more you like kind of marinate, I'm impressed. I think Onimusha, the other thing that usually gets kind of forgotten is that they are also a horse archer. They are a raiding unit, and a pretty damn good one.
They do have pretty good like animation canceling at the moment. Like you can just attack, move, and
where they drift off, right?
Yeah, don't have to wait for the animation. The arrows are going to come out, and the base damage is quite nice. They also have a lot more range than the Desert Raiders. The one thing the Desert Raiders have going for them, obviously, is they don't take any bonus damage, and they have Camelanis. Look at the amount of sheep that Zerton has scouted up already on this map.
That's wild.
I mean, sure, like Japan can just be on berries at the beginning, but this still hurts a lot. Like they can't even be on berries for that long, considering that Zerton is going to be most likely aging up with the reinforcement wing. That's just going to mean that he's going to have the Desert Raider out really, really quickly, harassing the berries.
Yeah, and you don't want to double outpost here, right? Like, you can, realistically, because you don't have to put 2 outposts on 1 resource, but it just feels bad, because you know this is a Castle Age race, right? And the way that Japan competes is being optimal in their timing. Kura Storehouse is going to get dropped on the tree line here, as close as possible to the TC. Sometimes I kind of prefer to just stick this behind, but you know what Corvinus is trying to do is trying to save 50 wood long term, because remember, this does function as a universal drop-off building.
Yeah, being able to have all the upgrades there as well. Like, you don't even need the lumber camp for it. You can just get double products from it as well. Very, very good there. The position is also like a decent one. Sure, you're not gonna get like the full value, like the two farms, but you're always like in most situations gonna have to like at least skip out on 1 farm. And it's not the worst because as soon as it's full, like you're generating wood at like half the speed of a farm per minute.
Yeah, and it's like, where else would you put it, right? If you want to be optimal, you have to put it out range, and that plays into the favor of the Ibids, because it means the Desert Raider will be able to idle out any active farms. So, yeah, it's kind of, you can either be greedy about it and just get no value, or you can accept that RTSs are a sequence of trades where you're trying to get a slight edge.
All right,
So did we confirm Desert Raiders, right? I'm assuming it is.
But like, what else could it be, honestly? If it was something else, yeah, we can see from here, from the end, from the corner there, it is going to be the Ibids with the military wing.
Imagine if it's Master Smiths anticipating the Yumi build. Yeah. Are you bored of this Ibid meta yet?
It's fine. I wish we had something else, like other than Ibid and Byzantine meta at the moment, just because of the way the playstyles can be very boring to play against, I want to say. Because it's not like such extremes. If you don't like do this and that correctly, or you don't get enough value early on, you're just dead downright and there's no comeback.
I'd at least give praise to Byzantines for having some options. It just feels like Ibids don't actually have options until they reach Castle Age. Right? Like,
I mean, we see the feudal age Ibids every now and then.
No, really? Because I feel like we did, and then in the last few weeks, they've just disappeared. It's back to fast castle as quickly as possible. Remember, I cast a lot of games. It's all I'm seeing.
You do. Yeah.
It's kind of getting depressing. I was like, I kind of like that we had some feudal pressure, but hopefully they'll get
whatever I experience on ladder and what I feel like is optimal is just playing feudal age until you reach golden age tier 2.
You don't play too many Ibid games, I've noticed.
I don't play too.
You're not.
I do play against Ibids a lot. Yeah, no, I don't personally play a lot of Ibids. I don't play the OP civs, man. I've stopped playing Byzantines as well. I'm playing Juji now, the only like weak civilization in the game.
Look at you, Mr. Roof. Wait, what? You don't play Order of the Dragon? Shut up.
I did. I beat Bisu.
You're gonna have to get back to it now after what Recon showed you. Ooh, so
to be fair, like Recon, I'm still perplexed by that game.
You want to go back and dissect it? I know you do.
I want to play it myself, man. But water maps, why do people always ban them, man? They're so good.
It's like, I mean,
on ladder,
it never comes up. And on top of that, I don't know. I think we just need more maps, more regular rotations. Like I've been saying this for a while. You know, there's a lot of really cool tournament maps. Like my fear with this tournament was like, there's some really cool maps, but I wasn't sure how much things like Floodplain would get picked, right? Socotra will get picked because of Red Wallalob. But with like Floodplain, my worry is because players aren't able to access it on the rank pool, they're going to be hesitant. So I really hope the devs like take that feedback in mind, start rotating popular custom maps that see in tournaments into the map pool, and actually just like, you know, half the amount of time we have to wait for new maps to even arrive in AoE4. At least in the ranked rotation. I'm sick of Hy-Vee already, you can tell. Deep breaths. Ibids able to get the double Desert Raider out, but not really finding value. You can see, you know, if you're wondering why are you not assessing the rate at which he's gathering berries? Zern's doing a very good job, but patting him on the head, he actually is doing it correctly. He's gone Growth Wing, or he's going to go Growth Wing rather, and he hasn't exhausted the berries. But outside that, there's nothing to really talk about here. This is a Castle Age race between the two. And I'm still banking on the
Hy-Vee when scouts couldn't look through stealth forests.
Dude, that was the best time. Instead of it being an RTS game, we were a horror game.
Yeah, it was an interesting time, man.
I mean, I still think Highview is secretly a great map. There's, I'll just get a little recommendation to people. There's a map made by Kaivayu called Pigeon's View right now, which
Ooh.
fixes the problems of Highview. Kaivayu, or Kayu, as he's known on there. He's a map creator. In fact, he made the moving out map that is going to feature in this tournament. And basically, Pigeon's View is imagine Highview if all the things that make it campy were fixed. So, 2 sacred sites in the center, and trade posts are in the center.
All right, I like the sound of that.
Right? All of a sudden, oh my god, it's not a 2-hour game.
Yeah, and in general, I personally like whenever there's a map where the sacred sites or one sacred site is in a corner, I'm like, okay, why do the sacred sites even exist in that game?
Yeah, because it's meant to be a game end state. I know some people have like sour experiences with King of the Hill, but at least the King of the Hill looked at the game when there is a way that this will end, right? And that's why I like Coastal Cliffs. Look at that. Luxurious. 2 sacred sites. Woo! Let's not spoil the Delhi player. Give them a chance to have a win condition. Don't make the gold absurd. And also don't give them a safe site. Fight for it. This is how maps should be designed. That's another little flex for us to get Avli hired, you know? Dude does good work. I still remember the map tournament.
Yeah, but do you think he would quit his actual job at the moment just to make maps?
I mean, I don't know what... Like, I'm not sure what he does as a day job. He never told me. He really went Batman about it. He wouldn't just give me info. It's like Pesty. Pesty won't tell me what he does for a living.
What do you mean? He's full-time Age of Empires tournament organizer, of course.
I just assume
the other thing that he does on the side, that's just a hobby.
I just assume he's like a high-end stripper to raise money to run esports events. I don't know what he does. Like, he's anything that we want him to be. He's an oil tycoon.
Anything
there we go.
You can imagine. And we do have the Mass Onimusha play here, as you alluded to.
My boy! Boom, boom, boom. And look at that trash response. Yeah, thank you, Zerd. Correct. Do not queue up crossbows into this. It's going to be archers. So what Corvinus should do, you do Onimusha, you follow up stables into Mounted Samurai, and then you have the Uma Bannerman buffing your entire army.
First relic, already going to be collected by Corvinus. Onimusha number is starting to climb, 5 already out. We do have the Desert Raider, 3 Desert Raider though. Let's see how do they fare exactly. Not bad, not bad at all.
Yeah, the problem is it's not exactly a fair fight. All right, calm down.
Yeah, but even in like mass, I would say that is pretty good for them.
Ooh, if he gets the monk, this is big. It's difficult to dive though. Like you just can't afford to lose the Desert Raiders. Garrison and baits him in range. So Desert Raiders taking some damage. Onimusha on the way home. Corvinus needs to calm down a bit. Mount Samurai have now been queued up. And remember that this is, yes, a free unit, but you're not going to reboom them after you lose them, right? So this is really baity what he's done here. He opens with Onimusha, he stopped at a total of 5, he got the reaction he wanted out of Zertan, and now it's going to be a pivot into the Mount Samurai.
We do have some camel lenses out though, and there aren't a lot of Onimushas remaining. Scout is also going to go down, and we do already have the veterancy upgrade on the archers, and the number is starting to climb. The archers are gonna just do quick work with the Onimushas.
Corvinus needs to get into the second Yoshira ASAP here, dropping it in the stables.
Oh, he spotted the Malmonk there.
This should work, Krakeny. It should work.
Copium.
I've seen it. It works. I swear. The game really exists that happen.
One game it happens, and then it never happens again.
Like, when do you ever see Aiba versus Japanese?
It's so rare. It is actually so rare.
Yeah. Like, one thing, though, is like Corvinus done it as a bait. He didn't like lean into it a bit. Because I think if you go up to like 10 Onimusha in raid, it's really good. The other thing is he didn't have Kaburiya, so you can choose his fights.
Archers have to run away from the Mounted Samurai. Still, the number of the archers is quite good. And now, there we go. He can just focus on the Onimushas now.
Yeah, this, I mean, you know, Corvinus has 50 games recently on the Japanese, and he thinks they're the most underpowered civ. So, you know, Corvinus just treating this as an opportunity.
That's his fault. That's on
because
him.
Because Corvinus is the hero of the community, Krakeny. All right, he's taken the L so the Japanese can take the win when they get buffed.
He's doing it for the people.
What a hero. Oh, I think you need a hero unit to turn this one around right now. Crossbows also added in. Dervishes going up to 4.
That's It's ambitious. I mean, sure, he might be getting... at maximum, he can get 3 relics, right? So why 4?
I think he's just going to chain heal, right? Like, it's like poor man's herbal medicine logic, right?
Oh, the Onimusha and Mount Samurai raid, though, might cost some idle time. At least Certain is going to spot it out. Oh my god, he had so many villagers building that wall.
What?
Oh, he doesn't notice? He's walking by?
Well, you find the berries, though, so maybe a little bit better, because now if you turn
reactivate.
around, you can get bonus kills on the exit. Onimusha in. There's Mount Samurai on top of them, so a few eco chips here, but he needs a lot more than this. Remember, as it stands, Zertin ahead still by 8 villagers. Oh, perfect.
Oh no.
Come to Papa. Corvinus going to get an extra 2 here.
Yeah,
Now he's
suddenly
trapped. This is
5 villagers down the drain. He's only gonna send the archers back. Only has +1 damage upgrade on them. Corvinus has +1 armor upgrade.
Steeled Arrow also getting queued up. Not really that valuable, honestly. Like, you're raiding villages right now. So actually the more important thing is you just need 1 extra Onimusha, because then you have the 50 damage requirement, right? Because their base damage is 10.
Yeah.
Dive into the main, though. Wololol is going to protect Zertin. Doesn't realize that Corvinus consumes so many Wololols a day that he's immune to them at this point. And there's the Bannerman. Okay, he's cancelled for the moment, but it's optimal to get it now. Like, you've got a sizable army, and this is the beautiful thing about this 1-2 step, whether it's Mountain Samurai first or Onimusha first, it allows you to buff your entire mobile army with just 1 level of daimyo.
We gotta talk a little bit about the Yorishiros right now from Corvinus. He's put 1 Yorishiro inside his TC, which means slowly but surely he is gonna eke out a villager advantage, at least until Certain adds additional TCs. Thing is, though, that also kind of like caps his gold income that he can get from Yorishiros. 2 iron production buildings, which means 1 he can put into a forge. Oh, this hurts.
This is a really bad trade for Zertin. I can't believe that.
It is.
I can't believe he walked in for that.
I can't believe he stayed there.
Like, he actually blocked that off. He intentionally moved for that fight. Archers are finally going to arrive to reinforce.
But he just runs away.
No, he's going to lose the Onimusha on the retreat.
Oh,
so, like,
okay.
it's at least a recovery, but still, I can't believe he gave Corvinus that trade. I feel like that should never have happened.
Yeah, it's really, really good for Corvinus there.
Oh, this is going to be better. Like, actually, this many Mount Samurai could mop up the Archer mass. I think there's maybe enough crossbow
as well.
Yeah, to make him kind of fearful of it.
And then with 4 dervishes, right? Like, the dervishes don't take any bonus damage from the Onimusha. It's going to be difficult to focus them out. Mass healing from 4 units. And there's still 1 Desert Raider for Camelonese.
I want to say Horseman here, but it's so tough with limited food in this situation.
So it's going to spot this out. Sees that there's a lot of Mounted Samurai. Is he going to take the fight?
There you go.
Looks like
Valiant
he
4
is.
dervishes.
He does have +2 pierce damage now, and only +1 pierce armor.
Charge coming in. He needs to frontline with the dervishes, actually. I feel like that's the better way to play this, to keep the crossbows alive. Instead, he stands his ground straight away. Head pattern underway. Crossbow count is surging forward, though. I think Corvinus has a big problem here. Without a transition, this is going to go one way.
Still a lot of Mounted Samurai up, though, and the archer count is pretty much
What?
non-existent anymore.
Wait, did he target the Onimusha with the crossbows?
I'm not sure what happened there, but the trade was really bad.
I mean, he has still got a few crossbows here, so the Mount Samurai are going to get mopped up. The Onimusha is now a problem, though. I can't believe that, dude. I eat my words. Zertin, that looked like it should have been a good fight, but I think he got baited by the Onimusha. Remember, the archers have 5 tower range, the Onimusha have 5.5. So it looked like he was just kind of running into the Mount Samurai at one point.
Oh, and the wall isn't finished. The wall isn't finished. Certainly needs to pull the villagers. That's going to be a lot of villager kills there for the Onimushas. No, they don't go for it. Okay. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. The wall of should complete. And the Mounted Samurai are mostly guns, so he doesn't really have any torch units anymore in order to go through the wall. Oh no, the wall is still not finished.
Can he get it quick enough? He should be able to.
No.
Wait, he stops off for a gate. Corvinus, does he actually think it's complete? No, he's got the scout there, so he knows. So an opening and a way in, and with a full reset like this, Zertin, look at what he's building into. The worst possible choice here. Crossbows, great if you're defending in your base. This is the point in the game where you have to go wide.
Yeah, but now we see the Onobligation. Now this is the moment in time where Onobligations come in, and the upgrade has been queued.
Zertin, been baited. Onimusha in the meantime can just dodge out, raid, idle up, and when you basically wait until you got like, what, 20, 25 Onimusha, and that's when you spring the attack.
Just jump inside the outpost. Does have crossbows here. There aren't that many mounted samurai anymore, and the outpost actually takes away the deflective armor of one of them.
Yeah, Corvinus makes the right choice here. A little bit out of time achieved. Sees the army is what he was hoping, right? It's just mass crossbows. Zertan, it's going to be even worse. Like, this is the absolute worst composition you can build against Ona Bagisha.
It is. And Corvinus, he's got a lot of resource in the bank right now to mass up on a Bagisha. Look! The resources disappeared. 18 Ona Bagishas have been queued up.
Corvinus just sitting in his room is like, Alexa, play all my single ladies. This is going to get out of control quickly. And Zertan, I mean, he's just doubling down on the worst possible thing here.
He needs Golems now. Golems would be so great in this situation. And he has a lot of barracks, so a Golem transition should be possible. It's just about getting that information about the units that Corvinus is making right now.
Whew-wee. Zertan. It's crazy, right? Like, he doesn't have any Camel Lancers. Camel Lancers would reveal this ahead of time because you'd be trying to raid, right? There's no way he's going to be getting this info before it should be too late.
Yeah, this is going to be really rough. I mean, at least the Wall-Off is going to finish. Might buy him enough time because he will have to, like, use Ona Bagishas to torch down, right?
Yeah, but it's Ona Bagisha. They do not take long to burn. He's hiding it. Look at this. He's going to wrap around the tree line. If Zertan walks in...
Zertan's gonna see all the barracks here. He has to know.
Got confirmation. Yeah, he's going for the Manjani.
Oh,
this
no.
is even worse. So Bagisha shred siege, for those that don't know. It's not even close.
The Zertan see that he has a monk there. Oh my god. It might just be dancing on the edge of the line of sight there.
He's committed to the Manjanique. If he goes up to 2 or 3 Manjaniques, I think Corvinus will just flood this. Love the fact that Onimusha is still just picking at the flanks to whittle him down. Villagers.
He sees all the barracks. He must know that there's like mass Onimushas there.
I mean, he just saw one. There's no way he didn't see that walking out of range. The Onimusha and the Ona Bagisha, the full lady comp, ready to spring the trap. They move in. Zertan has to stand on top of the Manjanique just to try and hold it. But I don't know if it's going to be able to do enough here. Reload comes in. Not a bad shot, but the backstab's now going to connect. And Zertan, there's no way he can hold this area.
Another shot, not a bad one. I mean, a lot of the Ona Bagishas go down, but the army from Zertan is going down with him.
Onimusha are taking a bad fight here. The Spearman with the Mamluk's Bravery coming through. A missed micro by Corvinus to make this a bit closer. But still, it should be enough Ona Bagisha to push Zertan back home.
Oh, Onimusha actually haven't cleaned up. It's only Ona Bagisha now.
And that was an easily avoidable mistake, by the way. Corvinus used the A-click the entire army. 5 Spearmen mopped up those Onimusha.
That is devastating here. And in a situation where Corvinus could have potentially gotten the checkmate play in, it is now going to look much more even. Now the Golems are going to be coming in.
But you still have Onimusha. Keep that in mind, right? That's still the counter. Also, check this.
Any nice siege.
Yep. Switching it up. Damn, I love this unit. It actually is my favorite unit in AoE 4.
I mean, certain he has a lot of wood left. He's going to go for a farm transition now behind this. The issue is, once these units are through the wall, they have a very big movement speed advantage. More resources on the map are going to be picked up by Corvinus as he is killing that boar.
Yeah, the Golems as well. This is going to be like when you watch marching drills against Lombos, right?
There's still no melee upgrades.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing is, like, these Golems, they won't be able to get the fight they want. The only reason why Corvinus would commit to a fight with them is because he will win that fight. That's movement speed advantage 101.
Zertan is baiting the fight deeper into his own base.
Melee tech level 3 on the way now. This is going to hurt even more. Zertan.
I mean, the Desert Raiders would just be great here, right? Like with the 5 melee armor.
Yup, but it's a pipe dream. It's just too expensive at this stage. He needs mass, he needs it fast. Onimusha just whittling away at the Golem count. He can't reach double digits here. The double TC should provide a layer of protection, but this is starting to leak over into eco-kill territory. Zertan needs to make a stand here. It looks like the first wave of Bagisha is going to be repelled.
Yeah, and actually Corvinus behind this doesn't have a lot of army left now. Zertan has taken the army lead again. In a situation where Corvinus had to go for a crucial push behind this, Zertan, he's been on 2 TC for quite a while now, for like the past 6 minutes. He's got a sizable army lead. Farm transition is completed. Corvinus, he's on outer resources.
I'm still racking my brain here as well. Like, honestly, we just highlighted the value in his army comp for raiding, right? Like, it is a movement speed oriented lineup. So what does he do? He walks into choke points in the center of the base.
Yeah, forward siege workshop now. Just wants to go for mass siege. Certain he needs to drop some springles soon with his units.
Well, he's got enough. He can build 3 of them right now.
There we go. 2 springles immediately coming up.
Rams knocking at the houses here. Not a bad choice with all that forward infrastructure. 6-site decap on the way from Zerton. He's going to have to run away, though, so does scout what's coming. Onimusha still don't have Kabutoya, though, right? So they can't actually quickly mop this up and get back. Finally. Quite
it's
a
just
deep point.
Onimusha, but we still don't have any of the melee armor upgrades. That is actually so important here in the situation. Like you take so much DPS away from the Onimusha with that.
In general, any melee unit you're up against from Japan, right? You have to remember this Civ has an extra melee tech level. So when you don't get your melee defenses, you're doubly behind compared to another Civ, even by field age.
Enderman getting taken down though, all of them.
Oh, this is bad. I mean, that Gulam mass is pretty chunky. I'm a little bit surprised Zerton's that hesitant. I guess he's just respecting the Mangonel spam, as that could ruin him.
He's getting more springles now. Yeah, Mangonel, he's rightfully afraid of them. Mangonels are kind of strong, even against the mass of Men-at-Arms.
Zerton needs more. Like, this forward siege workshop is actually so smart by Corvinus.
Oh, Springle getting sniped there. Oh, that's bad.
He's
that's
body
really
blocking.
bad.
He keeps body blocking in the retreat there. The staggered formation was actually griefing him.
And now he goes for the fight without siege.
Warning shot coming out from the Mangoes there. Clump begins. Onimusha looking to flank. Are going to be able to overwhelm there. Onimusha now frontlining against the Gulams. A bad sign here, though, but the Springald's being reduced down to nothing. Zerton needs to retreat. In that retreat, he's going to be forced to clump up here.
God. Yeah, and there's almost 40 Onibugishas now. Multiple Rams getting queued now as well.
Is this breakpoint?
Could he actually do it now?
It's looking like it. Zerton, choke points, get out or die.
Springles inching in, looking for any siege that might have been coming up behind this.
One more Springles being built, but the Mango smash is big here. The Gulam's getting whittled down over time. And the Onibugisha now starting to leak into the economy. I mean, it's crazy to think that with over 30 eco lead, Zerton is on the ropes like this.
Yeah. Oh, the
wait,
villagers!
What? The villagers? The Sikh shelter!
Definitely not the shelter they're looking for.
I mean, that depends. I guess technically a coffin is a type of shelter. Whew.
Technically.
Yeah, just get inside here. It's totally safe. Onibugisha about to start reaching through. Springles now getting griefed by the infrastructure. They need to be careful here, actually. The Gulams that come out could easily mop up the backline of siege. Corvinus needs to slow down a bit. He doesn't have a front line anymore. And they keep
This suddenly ruins the plans from Corvinus here. It's gonna be tough because reinforcements as well are getting kind of whittled down by it. And the Onibugashas might actually just die to single volley there from the keep. Production buildings are going down though. Certain doesn't have a lot of resources.
He doesn't have a lot of Gulams. Right, 5 Gulams so far. Not a substantial defense here, right? That's the only reason those crossbows haven't been getting shredded is the chunky front line. But with the amount of infrastructure being lost here, that's about to evaporate.
It's just so many of these buildings, so many production buildings, and he needs to rebuild them on the backline. But that costs wood, and wood, which he actually needs for his own siege. Ram's actually taking down the secondary TC here.
He has to react to it while the Onibugisha aren't massing. New Mangoes are on the way, though. Springles are not a problem. Corvinus still has 5.
Yeah, remassing that Springle. Gets taken down on the front side, though. Only
you can even just use the Springles to kill the Gulams here, right? Like, that's kind of crazy. Like, the old school age of Springles, they're pretty decent at just sniping away. A little bit surprised he's not utilizing that. I guess he's paranoid about losing the Mangoes to the anti-siege.
It's also a lot of Onibugashas, though, and yeah, the Springles can do the same against the Onibugashas.
Mango's with what looks like a warning shot there, only because there's simply 3 Golems left over on the front line.
I mean, if Certain is able to get the Golem mess up again, then he's going to be in a really good spot. I mean, Food and Come still looking really solid overall. He just needs to mess them up now. Production building not looking that hot. And yeah, houses. He's just housed right now permanently. The Rams are just taking down all the houses.
Ask me how Zertan wins this.
Gets rid of the siege. If he gets
No,
rid of the siege, he
ask
wins.
me. I've got the answer for you.
How does Certain win this?
I'm not certain. All right. Anyway,
Oh god, I
this is
regret
looking
asking
bad.
you.
I mean, what is worse, that pun or the state of the game for Zertan right now? Like, this is brutalizing him right
pun.
now.
I don't even have to like think about the pun.
If I was a Disney character, I'd be Rapunzel. Springald advantage is big here. Zertan is at least about to even the field in that regard, and I think that state of execution really came off the keep detail, right? Like, that has actually kept him alive here. It kind of feels like Corvinus needs forward Raxes. Otherwise, he might just get pushed away.
Ooh, Mango's so damn hard here to take the correct engagements. Oh,
Okay, when you
Springald's-
cluster like that, though, Mango's actually counter Springalds. I'm getting
Yeah.
flashback to the last batch.
Oh god, that was not the fight that Certain
How
was
did he
looking
lose
for.
this? Like, I can't believe this.
Not enough Golems, man. No melee armor. Actually, he got one part of melee armor, but yeah. This has not been working out great so far, and I mean
He's gonna
the
get
mass
landmark
amount
sniped.
of Rams. Yeah, it's just so many Rams, right?
Oy, 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 Corvinus. What a way to open this with a statement. A guy who believes that the Japanese are incredibly underwhelming, proving that they do have a little bit of bite to get back
Just getting
here.
pulled.
What, to die? Because they're running into Onagigisha and Mangoes. That is not a recipe for success. The body block's
It
preventing
isn't.
from even getting in quick enough here. Torches are going to be thrown out, but Mango able to reload and throw some more shots in there. And the entire eco lead that Zertan had built up is gone. TC about to go down, which means he's only going to be falling behind from here on out.
Still has a lot of crossbows. No more mangonels at this point, though. And there isn't really an army that Corvinus has. He's just pumping out Rams at the moment. It's literally only Rams when Certain has 10 Golems in queue. I wonder how many barracks he has, though. But yeah, the Rams, the body blocking, it's kind of working against them here. Yeah, he
It's
doesn't have an
Ramadan,
army.
baby. He can't afford, he ain't got enough food to give over to those units yet. It looks like a new wave at Onagigisha is on the way, but honestly, I think the route to success here is just Mangonels again.
It is,
I love
but
how
now
he-
he lost the Springle count, right?
I love how the stables was in the way, right? The body blocks were a problem. Oh wait, I've got several Rams. Let me just delete that as well.
Corvinus behind this with 50 villager kills. He now has the economic lead,
And a pretty
which
big
is
one,
wild.
right? Like,
Yeah.
the relics are also not being regarrisoned by Zertan. Then we've got Euroshields on top of this. Zertan has just made a TC on the sacred site.
Another one.
I mean, if you think about it, it's more
Farming
cost
economy from
efficient,
Corvinus is
right?
pretty much non-existent, though. Like,
Yeah.
his food income is going to plummet in a little bit.
He's on berries right now on the left flank. After that,
And
I
the
think he's
board's
mostly
getting denied.
exhausted. It's gonna be a pushback. Not much to protect this Mango either. The Golem double strikes plus the crossbow assistance should be enough to get rid of the siege. And now, I mean, remember, that's how Corvinus was making this work. That Ford Siege workshop now has been denied, and it's a Yoroshiro workshop.
Yeah. Onamusha just getting killed by the Springles. Springles need to be careful, though, because there's... Oh, the Rams, they're relocating. But the Springles are actually getting targeted out by the Springled outpost from Corvinus there.
Has Zertan done it? Like, after what we just saw, has he actually repelled and now is in control of this game? It's looking like it.
Yeah, he's now getting his own ram out in order to like get rid of the proxy buildings from Corvinus. This is looking up now.
I mean, he still needs to rebank those relics.
Yeah. He
But that's
has
a small
gold at the
detail.
moment for days, but long term, definitely wants to look at that.
Ram's coming in again. Zertan, the outpost is actually kind of griefing the approach as well. So we'll remove it. He's going for an Onibigisha pump again, but I think if this one fails, I'm not sure he's got enough economy. It looks like he has set up farms to the north side of the TC now, so maybe he has longevity now behind this play.
Oh, we're getting Mass Springle Q up again.
Okay, so hear me out. Although Zones make a miraculous recovery, Corvinus now has Shogunate. I think he has about 25 farms. So this is where the Bigisha flood becomes somewhat sustainable.
It's definitely starting to look like it. Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of stone at this point in time. So must be, I think he must be like at Shogun Castle, right?
Yeah. He had it queued up about 20 seconds ago, so it's complete now.
Oh, okay.
And if you look on the minimap, you can see he's got some extra farms ahead of the TC. So like as long as he doesn't bow too much territory over, he should have the economy to just reach pop cap first.
Getting to the point though where there are going to be a lot of golems. More damage upgrades coming in as well now. 6 Springles for certain versus 4 Springles plus 1 from Corvinus. And the game is getting stabilized again. I don't think a ramp push is going to be enough at this stage in the game to get past the keep with the amount of units that certain has.
Corvinus's base is so pretty. You see this farms like that? I mean, we've all been there, right? The trash farm layout where things are in the... Look at that. Look, the next farm cluster. It's just genuinely... It looks like I'm watching someone play Anno right now.
More Mangonels coming in now for Corvinus. He's got to rely on those big Mangonel shots.
Onimusha, the best unit to try and break through a wall. Wait a second.
Hold 'em, phone.
Does Corvinus try to creep Imp here? I feel like Imperial is a bigger advantage for you than it is for the Iobits.
In many situations, yeah. Especially in this one, like certain... I still stand by my word. I would love to see like mass Desert Raiders here. Not so much with the Siege though, because the Mangonels, after all, they do bonus damage against them. Villagers getting caught out here. Yeah, that outpost isn't going up.
Done. Keep is at least still stand for the time being, but I'm wondering how long here. I don't think he got Boiling Oil either, which is a big deal against this many Onibigisha.
Yeah. Makes a huge difference. Gold is also an issue at this point in time for the players.
They're going straight for the Siege. Straight in, and he baits him! The Spear will step up! They get cleaned up!
Oh no!
But the Gullums now have actually priority position here to try and whittle down the front line. Corvinus, he may get rid of the Siege, but the price is going to be high.
Price is going to be his own Siege as well. Dervish, no, you go back. You're not military, not in our books, not now, not when you carry your relic.
That's how you really beat Corvinus, right? Like the irony setting of a Wallalore play on him. I thought maybe he was going to do it for the mass heals, or maybe it was just going to be a repeat of Recon's game earlier. Expensive fight though, and Corvinus, I said his farm clusters are coming in, but you know, he's not at 2.5k food income yet, right? We're not at that insane stage where you can afford to lose 50 Onibigisha and shrug.
Yeah, that's just not the stage of the game right now. Eco count dead even right now between the two, but gold has all but run out for them in Corvinus. Can we take a look at his base again? Has he destroyed the buildings with the Yoroshiros inside them? No, he still has the archer range. He deleted the stable at the very least, so got one more Yoroshiro out of it.
Onibigisha massing again, but not quickly. Things really have slowed down for him. And the push continues.
Up to 5 Mangonels in just a little bit now. This is going to be the way Corvinus holds, and it's going to be a long siege game now.
In fact, Corvinus is pulling a lot of food and a lot of stone.
He's not going to build a keep in Castle Age.
Yeah, but does he try to do Castle of the Crow and then drop a second keep is what I'm wondering. This is very odd.
Doesn't have the gold for H-up anytime soon. He's going to have to sell resources.
Well, maybe the stone has a value there. Villagers pull to deal with the Rams. A lot of forward infrastructure has been removed, and Corvinus has essentially been removed from this game. I mean, Zertan, he tries to say that he ends the games fast. Maybe it's not his fault it ends up this deep, but he seems bloody comfortable when you get past the 35-minute mark. It almost looks like he's on cruise mode at a stage in the game where you normally favor Japan.
It's not his fault that Corvinus no siege exists.
Oh, and I'm wondering, like, you know, now if we do go in another fort here, gold is becoming a little bit lacking. So, like, the Imperial Age, I don't think is where Ibids want to go because their best comp is all gold-based, right? Gullums and hand cannon is.
There's still a relic missing.
Oops.
At least it's gonna decap a sacred site. Potentially even cap it for himself. Ooh, has to be careful on the wood line there.
Corvinus.
Springle Wall's gonna be happening again.
I mean, we're frontlining with mangoes here. It's a bold move. Springles. Certain does have the advantage there. Do you not like Springle Wars?
No, they're the most entertaining thing in the game for me, actually. They keep me going.
You're not bored of them after 3 years?
Not at all. I wish we get them more often.
Hey, I wish they cost less pop, right? So you could have more of them.
Yeah, and Springles and Feudal Age, honestly.
Wait, isn't that just like Gilded Archers? Whoa.
Yeah, actually, let's replace them. Give Gilded Archers like a carry on Springle.
Dude, that's what's missing. Order the Dragon should have Feudal Age crossbowmen. We should stop. I think this game might be stopping soon. I mean, that would be unique, actually. There isn't any early crossbowmen in the game, right?
There isn't. There isn't. Actually, yeah.
It's kind of surprising. Like, I mean, we allow knights.
Fair, if you put in an early crossbow, that crossbow is going to do more base damage than the archer.
Yeah, but they attack slower.
Yeah, but doesn't really matter in like hiding situations because
as long as
the same
it's
range.
not Arbitraire, it's fine. little baby Pavis goes down, right?
Oh no, certain. He's massing spearmen now. Just cancel all the spearmen, sell food, go up, get 1 Imperial Age upgrade.
I mean,
get Pythons.
Like,
or roller shot triggers. Roller shot triggers just end the game, right?
Yeah, I'm wondering if you could like do mangoes here, but it's so hard against Ona Bagisha. Well, Corvinus is now building spears as well, so this is about to get really dumb.
Oh my god.
Spring will trade out. Mango's trying to wall up. Frontline's going to hold though. For the moment.
Trade out evenly. Like Certain had like 2 more. I guess he didn't micro them.
Honestly, that's the only reason that Corvinus is holding these right now.
Yeah, it's just the siege micro so far. And Corvin is actually creeping towards age up sooner than Certain, but that's probably just because Certain has 50 spearmen and
I honestly would rather Certain just builds horsemen at this stage.
Yes, I agree.
I guess his thought process is that the spearman is phalanx, right? So like, you're kind of like a worse Ona Bagisha. Yeah, but if you advance, like, there's a difference between getting Imperial Age and getting Imperial Age, right? Like, he doesn't have the goal to get anything in Imperial Age, Crackety.
He has way more gold income than Corvinus at this point in the game.
That doesn't brag much. They're both dirt poor. Like, are you seeing the Yuumi being queued up? He's building Yuumi Spearman at 40 minutes into the game as Japan. I can assure you, there is nothing ideal about this choice.
Oh, he's actually getting overwhelmed right now, though.
He's dying. I mean, you built Spearman against Ona Bagisha. What do you think was going to happen here?
To lose that.
This is over. I actually think he's finally done it. This is wild.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Corvinus, a messy game. And by the way, like, you know, I'm gonna point fingers here. Pessy's like, this would be a fun one to end on. Well, if this is how game 1's gonna go, I hope you haven't got work in the morning, Crackety, because we're gonna party all night.
I was not part of the discussion. I do.
Caffeine. Plenty of caffeine. That's what I recommend.
For caffeine, you gotta first get out of bed.
So, funnily enough, if Certain just built mass archers, I think maybe he would have been better off here.
He is making mass archers now.
Yeah, now, after he lost the center of the map, then now has no wood left. Right, like he's got that south tree line, and then that is it. Spirals. Okay, for some reason, Corvinus has just walked the Spirals away. And left the mangoes to
he almost got away with it. Springle almost died to the mango shot there.
Ona Bagisha, numbers are going low, and what am I seeing there? How can you even afford to go Samurai at this stage?
Samurai?
Is he trading? Yeah, because he's got a Duchy queued.
Oh.
Is he about to trade?
Yeah, he wants to trade. Look at the bottom corner. He's setting up trade. Like a lot of markets there. How can he even afford traders, man? He can
very
sell
slowly.
stone.
Yeah, that's true. Stone's just an extra resource in this game for him, right? He doesn't want to get more ETC. If he actually gets the trade online, like, this is truly over. Queued up 13 Samurai.
Oh my god, the gold. He hasn't even sold. Man, Certain. I'm not sure what's happening, but Certain has just been insisting on not selling Resource or what or going to Imperial Age. Like, please, Certain, he had the chance so many times to just go in, get roller shot triggers, end the game. As soon as Siege is out of the picture, Corvinus is literally dead. There's no way for Corvinus to come back without Siege.
Oi, 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 the Trebs are going to make this a slow whittle down and a complete map control switch over here. Zertan, I mean, he has the massive arch at the time being, but you're just seeing absolute trash, right? When Abbasis do this, it kind of looks good for very specific reasons. When Ibids do this, you start to question why you even picked them. Oh, there we go. Trade's been shut down. GG. I mean, theoretically.
Mangan also.
Those were not mango shots, folks. Those were Treb shots.
Even Boulder can't, though.
If you were English, you know, Sharon projectiles OP. This is so wild. I mean, Coastal Cliffs is really good at getting you to this attritional warfare point.
Pringles this game, I swear. I swear.
Not to mention the mango hits that just basically reduce the entire Archibald's health to half.
And this is pain.
So, about
Please,
that whole
Horseman.
Zertan and his late games, I mean, I'm predicting a 52-minute finish for this one.
Maybe less, man. Maybe
I'm
more.
not convinced, man. We thought it was over 4 minutes ago. He still has trees.
Please
Although
sell
not for much
resources,
longer.
go up. You only need 500 more gold for advancement wing.
Ooh.
There's no more wood for Corvinus, though.
Yeah, it's straggler trees.
Like, Certain took down the middle wood line, right?
Yep, he munched half of it, I think, before he got pushed off.
So long term,
He'll lose this even slower. Wait, what? So,
how much income? How much is he gonna get from the traders? Oh, come on, just win. Put the trouble.
you'll never know. There's a fight going on. Zertan is having to retreat. The Samurai numbers are still double digits.
47.
It's, okay, yeah, that's not going to change the world anytime soon. And the crossbow count is up to 7, right? So, like, as long as you don't front line with them, these Samurai should die.
Yeah, and they are dying.
Breakthrough coming in here. Yuumi, I mean, they're not the substantial defense force you're looking for here. Remember, yeah, they have less health than the archers on the other side here. They're very delicious. I don't know if they should be called Yuumi. It's probably called Yucky, actually.
Dude, I see Marino in the chat being like, what a game, Pog, and I know what he's getting at. I once was in like a 1.5 hour long game against Marilord. I quit at one point just because I didn't want to play it anymore, and he was like, no, we quit the best part. We were about to run out of wood.
We're close.
This game was about to get interesting.
I mean, there's about 4 minutes from now, there'll be about as much wood on this map as there is hair on Dimu's head, right? Like, we are basically there. Which means, compared to Dry Arabia, this game would have still been going on for an extra 30 minutes, Crackety. This is why Coastal Cliffs is the better Dry Arabia.
I, for one, want to agree, but at the same time want to disagree because it's like an indirect diss towards Dry Arabia, the greatest map of all time.
If you want wood, you could. If you really want wood, we can always look for more Dry Arabia replays. I'm sure Certan's had a few so far. He's doing it, though. It's finally happening. We have reached the end of this game. It has been quite the slog, but 16 Ghoulems with 16 more in queue. I do not care if you have Odachi Tech. You simply don't have the Samurai.
46 minutes into the game.
Archer
and
beats
none
Samurai.
of these players have even considered Imperial Age.
I mean, where's the fun in that? Mangoes get counted.
Ending it.
All right, Corvinus, it's time to call up Tom Cruise because you're going to need a miracle for the last samurai here. Last time going down, Yumi count doesn't exist. I mean, he has to realize right on the wall here, right? Like, his production's too far forward. Nothing else is coming out. Corvinus, what an insane game. There's swings and roundabouts in this one to get here, but finally, it is undeniable.
He's got the Shogun and Keep. This game's going to go for another 10 minutes until the
Please
Shogun
stop.
and Keep goes over.
Please shut your dirty mouth.
No, he's not gonna. He's not going to. Love this guy. Unless
It's like if I
makes the message clear.
Certain. Don't let the trade through, buddy. There we go. Don't give him any gold. Don't give him the satisfaction. Gulam's trying to get on the trebs. Villager's going to be able to body block that, but I mean, it's idle time on the farms, right? This is wave 1. If you would look towards Zertan's base in a slow pan, you'll see what's coming.
Oh my god.
I
is now going
love
down as well.
best of 5s that go an average. Oh, well, I haven't got anything to wake up for.
Well, lucky you. Let me just call my employer real quick and tell him I don't have anything to wake up for either.
I'm pretty sure that that's how you know he phones you up to tell that when he says you're fired.
Can I get another day of vacation, please?
Do you need a week of vacation after this series? 62 to 101 economy. I mean, Corvinus, I guess he doesn't have anything to wake up for either.
let me just take the EGC link, drop it in Teams, and being like, "Yo, guys, gonna be a little bit late tomorrow." Sorry.
How many trees are left? You know, that's something that's missing from. But that's something that's missing from the game. There should be a select all for trees.
Yeah, that's a hotkey that we need. How is? Yeah, there are certain people where I always ask myself.
No. There are certain people, but carry on.
Yeah,
yep.
there are. Yeah, okay, as you said. Where I just wonder, is this key broken for them? Do they not have the option of surrendering?
I mean, isn't that the best way to train yourself? You can't give up if you just remove your escape key.
I mean, true.
Oh, somehow Corvinus has got 18 samurai together. Welcome to the power of Yoroshiras. I'm more worried about his ability to keep getting more Yumi. I think he's got about, collectively, 8 trees left in his territory. And Zertan has so much additional wood, he just committed a large chunk of it to walling the entire map.
More walls coming in. I'm surprised at this point in time, like, Zertan is still very much insistent on not just going Imperial to get the message across, but...
He's like, this one's for you, buddy.
15 minutes
Rams are in, though.
I hate it.
It's happening. Finally. The Shogunate shall fall. You know, I just realized this game has been going on as long as an episode of Shogun. Definitely recommend an episode of Shogun over watching this.
I haven't watched Shogun yet. Is it good?
It's bloody brilliant, my friend. It actually is one of the best TV shows in several years.
All right, I'll see if nothing's going on at work tomorrow.
So we've got you late for work, and now you're just binging the freaking TV series.
Trying to find all the possible ways to get myself fired. There we go.
Hey, we got him! Corvinus, 1 game down. Zertan still has at least 2 ahead of him.
At least.
At least.
And they're all gonna be 1 hour long, so you guys have a lot to look forward to.
So anyway, there's nothing left to dissect about that game. But yeah, Shogun, fantastic series. What I love about it the most is that because there's a Western guy discovering Japan, right? The Westerner views them as barbarians, and they view him as barbarians. I love it. It's like the angles they take, everyone just thinks the other is uncivilized swine. Definitely recommend.
And correct they are.
Damn right they are, especially when they play Japanese like this. But yeah,
filthy animals.
I mean, I want you to remember that wasn't the closed map in the draft.
True, that was the open one. Next up is gonna be hybrid, and we got Kawasan.
Oh baby.
Abbasid versus China, and this is an interesting one. For one, China, really, really good. On the other hand side, Certain with Abbasid. Certain's really good with Abbasid, was what I want to say.
And I think Abbasid are pretty good here. Like, unless you get like a forward Barbican, right? I think that was the classic play for China in this matchup, is you just try to Barbican, but military wing timings can kind of screw that over a bit. You have a look on your face that suggests this is going to be a 40-minute game.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm literally feeling it. I think this is going to be a very, very long game as well. I just want to say, like, this is going to be...
We're invoicing Pest the extra for this one, right?
I think this is going to be at least as long as this Coastal Cliffs game, potentially.
So don't forget to subscribe to the channel, A, so Pesty can pay us more, and B, because there's going to be so many ads played across the course of this series that it's basically the same bang for buck you usually get out of one full day of EGC broadcasts. And with that, vamos! We go to Kawasan. Abbasid's in the hands of Zertan. Chinese in the hands of Corvinus. How can Corvinus save us from a 50-minute game? Because every time I watch Zertan on this Civ, that's where we end up.
Oh boy. All right. Wait, this is an interesting... Okay, so Corvin is also starting with a lumber camp and an imperial official with China. I know I say that no IO build is trash. I don't mean that on water maps. Corvinus, please. I didn't mean it. Okay.
What if it's... I mean... double dock? Maybe like outpost? I don't know. It does feel a little bit overzealous. I guess he's just going to be as greedy as possible here. One thing that worries me, by the way, is like actually I think a pretty sick play for an Abbasid player is you just ignore the water, you go military wing, and then you build a ram to block this, right?
The Gully Deckle special?
Yep, the Gully Deckle special. Like, Zern is learning from the toddler. Remember, that strategy almost killed him. Almost.
And now he copies it. Improve, adapt, demand.
I mean, more like steal. He should at least like give some of his prize pool winnings to the kid.
I mean, the kid almost knocked him out, right? Yesterday.
I just, thinking back to that game, it literally just got to the stage where I can just imagine Gully thinking, I'm bored. So just had that kind of rendition about it.
Wait, there's Castle Age in this game? Huh?
Huh? Wait, you can go Imperial? Never do that. So Corvinus has gone for the dock on the east side. I don't see any dock play whatsoever. So Zertan is rushing the age up. He's 100% ripping off the build.
Oh my god. Wait, does Gully not have a patent for that running yet?
No.
That's the mistake of the youth, man.
He's too young to submit patents in Germany, I guess. Interesting thought for you here, by the way. It took 50 minutes for Zertan to win the game with the fast Abbasids.
Legal age for patent. There are no age requirements for patents.
I liked how you so didn't want to indulge with that statement. You went to Google the legal age for patents.
It is so interesting. Google has a lot of interesting topics. I'm feeling lucky today. What's...
You know what? I think we're safe for the first 20 minutes of this. I'm just going to open up Overwatch and do some of the partials. We've reached the unhinged hours of qualifier casting.
I feel like not just for casting. I just read unpopular opinion. Ivich shouldn't get goose. I love the replies.
Okay. So, Military Wing should be able to shut this out. Corvinus is being a very freaking greedy boy in this game right now. Don't mind me, I'm just converting water into more Skittles juice because I'm really... I need something... Like, Skittles flavored water brings me satisfaction because I know I'm going to get none from this game.
The age up's only, like, it's gonna take a while for Corvinus, actually, even by hybrid map standards. He only just now went out to gold. Grant, he should actually, he hasn't done any drop-offs yet with the taxman from his wood, hasn't he? Has he? How much wood is inside the, how much gold is inside? How much tax? There we go.
We got
How
there.
many words are inside a caster, man? I'm running out.
Depends how hard you squeeze him.
And Seka is coming in between with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you very much.
Wait, that should pop up on screen in a sec, right? So you can mark his moment on this series. It'd be very hard to find in the VOD, considering this game is going to be 60 minutes long. But we'll see how it goes. Zerton, ooh.
And
Wait, Corvinus, buddy, Tech El Uppo. This is
No.
kind of a problem.
if he gets tax now, he would have enough gold.
I mean, the good news is he has double dock, so he shouldn't lose any fishing boats here, right?
Yes and no. He's gonna lose them
Choose.
eventually when the ram comes in.
If the ram comes in. Let's see if Zerton has learned from the toddler.
How the ram comes in.
Or when a mummy ram and a daddy ram love each other very much.
Why the ram comes in. Where ram?
You know, there's a
Oh,
reason
forward
that
Barbican.
there's a reason that rams can't reproduce, by the way. Because the
Oh,
friction
no, it
would
is
set
the
them on
ram.
fire. Yeah. All right. We might have a quick game. Because Corvinus, after all this effort of going fishing, is basically going to be going back to just being on land. Sorry, let me say that again,
That's a
for
fishing
you
ship down.
crackety. It's gonna be a 10-minute GG.
Oh my god, let's go. I'm down for those. I'm down for those. It's not gonna be. Coven he's already on stone. He's giving up water. He's just gonna go into multi-TC now. And this game is gonna last another 2 hours.
But that is why you now build a proxy archery range and then clown car it.
Yeah, sure. Wait, he spent some
Wait.
stone? No, now he's canceling it again? Now he,
Did he go
now
naval
it's
arrow
naval
slits
arrow
and then-
slits against the ram?
But yep, the perfect counter because you know even if you could attack land, when I see a ram, I'm like, oof, you know what I need to do? I need to shoot that with more wood.
Oh boy.
I mean, I guess it's going to scare away the Skrill chip. I'm just not really sure what's meant to scare away the ram here. Corvinus,
I mean, Certain just needs to get out a single fishing ship to repair.
I think you genuinely just need to go to TC land. I'm not sure. Maybe you could try to sneak dock, but look what's happening. Zerton's already aware of the backup plan. He's scouted the west side, so there's no recovery arc here for Corv.
Yeah.
Villagers?
Oh,
Ooh,
he's not protecting ram.
wait, Zerton?
Certain?
I mean, you can't even excuse it as blue camouflaging. Like,
Oh,
you're blue.
demo?
You should see this. If the archer ship just goes up right now, Corvinus loses water. Here we go. Oh no, the
that's
second
another
naval
arrow
arrow
slit.
slits! It's a 2-hour game, it's a 2-hour game, it's a 2-hour game.
Give me a minute, I'll be right back.
You just go rock yourself in the corner. I mean, he can sort of get the space here to get the denial on the dock. Yeah, and the spin is coming as well. Okay, so this should be enough to get rid of the production building. Corvinus, it's impressive that he's even still looking like he's on the pond, but I think it's undeniable.
There we
Second
go.
archer ship there, that's good enough. Yeah, reaction of an archer ship is not going to help you here at all. The spearmen on land are just chasing the villagers away, so one
they
dock
can also
down
just go in
and
the
one to
ram.
go.
Another
Mark
dog.
is very balanced. Wait, spearmen?
Spearman?
Let's get the villager kill.
Something.
Wait, the archer ship is ignoring the spearmen. Ooh, the problem is this double archer ship coming in now. Ram is
And
already hitting on the
another
incomplete.
hull.
This surely, like, if Corvinus somehow doesn't die here, he's a god.
You're not
He's
a god,
immortal.
You're just
He's
dehydrated. Oh god.
I mean, you can, if you think about it, if you're a dog, you're just a reverse away from being a god, right? So being a dog
True.
isn't all bad.
So close yet so far away.
Well, Corvinus, now that the dock shenanigans has failed, I don't really know what the quick route to Oh, that's the quick route. Game 3!
All right.
Well, that was polar opposites.
I didn't expect it.
My favorite
Like, he was
part,
flowing on there. He was holding on.
but my favorite part is Zerton with the Civ that's meant to end fast ends up in a 50-minute game. And then the Civ that's not meant to end fast ends up in a 10-minute game.
Accurate.
So now, with the Ottomans, who basically can only win in Imperial Age, that means Zerton's going to win in Feudal Age, right?
Surely. Surely. Ottomans versus Malians. I actually think like this is probably one of the best matchups against Mali. Or at least like the best matchup to go 2TC, Fast Castle Age. Because most civilizations, they have the problem when they go to TC Fast Castle Age, they suddenly like don't have any more food and they get steamrolled by Mali. Now, Ottomans have the same issue as in they won't have any more food, but they still have production. They still have the military schools pumping out units. And actually, they do have a good amount of ways of still having food with the madrasa. They have the Vizier point for the 8 bonus sheep as well. And yeah, overall, like Ottomans is probably one of the best civilizations, I want to say, to pick against the Malians.
I just love that comment. I don't know what you guys are talking about. The series average game length is only 27 minutes. Well, don't worry. Closed Hillendale is here to fix that. But yeah, no, I agree. The 2TC build for Ottomans, I think it is the go-to. Like, Malians actually hate 2TC builds, right? Like, because when they're trying to fast castle, it's very easy to sprinkle in a few units that makes them produce, and it keeps them away from rushing Castle Age with the Fulani. And in this particular matchup, that's also mutually beneficial for the Ottomans, because it means if you're a little bit deeper in Feudal Age, producing more units, you're closer to your Vizier points, which give you like an Age plus effect. So we'll see if he's able to do that. Another kind of interesting thing, I actually think that Malians are pretty decent if they feudal pressure here. There's a few builds coming out at the moment that don't involve rushing Castle Age. I know Recon in particular has been focusing on them. I could see that working here. It's just difficult in Hillendale due to the easy wall-ins. We'll have to see if that's where he's going to go, though. Game number 3, Zerton. Very quickly on match point. I don't know what we were worried about, Crackety. This is an insanely fast series.
Yeah, only 27-minute average, as chat has told us there. Man, this last game, if Corvinus just let go of water, I feel like he could have still easily dragged this game out for another 30 minutes.
No. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so Crackety didn't say anything about another 50-minute game. We're in Hillendale, which is a map renowned for very quick finishes. We've got Mali and Ottomans. All right, I'm going to just put it out there, because you got to have a fun idea. What if they both just trade?
You know what? Corvinus and I, we talked about Malian trade recently quite a lot. The issue with the Malian trade is, it used to be that with the Saarland Trade Network, you get a combined total of up to 80% bonus resources from your trading trips. However, with the trade rework, that bonus only gets applied when your traders walk in one direction. That is, from your market to the neutral market. Doesn't apply when your traders walk from the neutral market back to your market. So you take the 80% and just half it. Right now, Malian trade is half as good as it used to be, which means that it doesn't really feel that good to go for anymore.
Yeah. The other interesting thing as well is like the Ottoman trade by comparison. There's an interesting build going around. I'm sure you've seen it, the Louis MT build, which is the you go for the trade network and then you build into 2TC. Then Fast Castle, and then you start trading like deep in Imperial Age with Seagate Castle. I'm wondering if
then you get a Wonder in?
Yeah, then you just win with a Wonder. And all it takes is 2 hours, Crackety.
I've seen Wonders build faster.
You know what? I don't like to do it to him, but I'm pretty sure Numadon holds the record for player to get wondered the most this year. Like, I've cast a few now, and I still think he makes up about 50% of the games I've seen where someone loses to a Wonder. That's an accomplishment,
2 times the season.
So, Spearman opening, by the way, this is pretty standard, right? You'll always go to the military school. It's really nice here for the deer shoving. I love the fact that he's just not trying to go after the Malian gold. I think it's just better to do this, especially if you want to play it greedy.
Yeah, I think if you go for like an additional barracks here, you can make something happen, or at least potentially even force a reaction in Dark Age from the Malians. Because unlike Mongols, you're getting your barracks out immediately. You're not waiting for like 3 drop-offs in order to have enough for an Uvu and a barracks. But when you go for the military school, then it doesn't really work. And we are getting the Sultanahi trade network here.
Oh, baby. I know it too well. So this is really cool for the idea of going fast castle because you have that deer. I think that's what makes it acceptable. Whereas if you didn't feel like you get the deer safely, Madrissa would definitely be high value. Someone that I am a really big fan of, and yet I do not see it, and it frustrates me every time though, is players who are not being harassed, not actively trading. They just camp them at home. Like, this is a perfect spawn to just send those traders to the neutral trade post.
Yeah. I mean, even if you keep them inside, you're basically mirroring the Manticore income.
Yes. But, like, you can get more, right? That's my whole point. If you're against a Civ that doesn't want to come to you, it's crazy how often I've seen this. Like, let's say you're up against China, and you know they're not sending units. And I'll just watch Almond players just sit them in at home. And it's free resources just being left on the field, basically.
Sometimes I feel like they just don't want to send a villager out to build an optimal market in the corner.
Yeah, even though it returns value so quickly. And like the beautiful thing that kind of makes Sultani Trade Network seem OP is the fact that even if your opponent then blocks out trade, you still get value out trade, right? Because you just bring them home, cram them inside, and for some reason that makes money. I don't know, I guess maybe like they teach the ponies to do like circus tricks and people pay to come watch them.
Hoven is now also going out on the deer, which is interesting because usually you want to see people not go like that hard on food early on with the Malians, but instead rather hard on wood and gold and just get the cattle boom going as quickly as possible. We're also seeing production buildings coming in for him, but certain he can decide which units he gets out from his military school. So if it's an archer range out and just like 1 or 2 archers coming across, then it's just going to be a single Sipahi in a couple of minutes. Yeah, it takes a while.
It's going to be very scary for those probably 20 archers at that point when that Sipahi comes out.
Yeah.
Also,
I mean,
keep in mind...
we're actually getting a
this
javelin
is 2TC.
thrower.
This is 2TC.
It is. And we're getting a javelin thrower in.
I mean, he's going to have to be able to throw pretty far. Because Zerton, it looks like he's going for a pretty safe town center here.
I'm not sure if Goblins just expect there to be aggression, or if he wants to play aggressively here.
Well, like, Zerton isn't expecting aggression, right? Because he hasn't walled the ford. If you think you're going to be the defender, you always wall the short ramp so that you can't be screwed over by infantry. A little bit surprising.
Spearmen, are they patrolling, or are they just weirdly running across the map?
Has he not scouted everything, maybe? Does he think Corvinus is trading? Because that does sound like a Corvinus thing to do with Malians.
He's just probably scouting the rest of the map with him.
Yeah.
Spearmen have a surprisingly large line of sight.
You know, it's kind of interesting, actually. Like, if you're queuing a meta from a military school that doesn't have a blacksmiths, by the time the meta comes out, does the horse just die of old age?
Yes.
Really
And the meta just like stands there with his drums, just wondering like, where horse?
No, because his drums are on the horse, so he's just there basically playing maracas.
Just look at the sprite image there, just take the drums and the horse away.
He's got a phantom drummer. He's just like banging a drum that doesn't exist.
Hey, look at me, I got some wretches.
And that's why they attack faster, because you just hear oh dear. And we've got ranches now coming in, so it looks like Corvinus. It's interesting actually. He's building a lot of units in a game that is solely about greed.
Yeah, like I'm not even sure what he wants to really achieve with these units right now. It would be interesting if he suddenly like drops a blacksmith and just goes full YOLO. But the thing is, certain second TC as well, it's not really a point of aggression because it's all the way in the back of his base. His gold is in the back of his base. He's got food safe under his CC. He found a lot of deer that he lured in, a lot of sheep as well.
And then on top of that, remember Anatolian Hills is a powerful drug.
Yeah. Yeah. It's 2,000 food, man. It's pretty good.
And then also on top of that, if you then have to pivot with blacksmith techs, great. Now you're gathering quicker. Was it 10% or is it 15%?
10 or 15%.
Yeah.
One of the two. All right. Age of Empires 4 World.
I think it's 10%.
I want to say 10% as well.
Yeah. 15 sounds broken. Especially for fast castle builds.
It's 15%.
All right, so Ottomans need to be
Oh, it
nerfed
got
again.
increased. It got increased in
there
Season 7
you
from
go.
10 to 15%.
I had a feeling it was 10 before. Yeah, so it went up. So Ottomans need to be nerfed again. No, it's interesting actually because we've got responses coming out from Zertan, but like this is really bad for Corvinus what he's doing here. Like look at the eco lead already.
Yeah, 7 units, like 7 villagers, and
Well, you got 3 traders as well, right?
He's got the military schools as well. He's got villagers back out on stone.
The funny thing is, like, this isn't even like a crazy game for Sultani Trade Network from the perspective of like it feels better in games where your gold spawns forward, so you always have a retracted plan, right? He has the safest gold imaginable with this setup, but he still doesn't want to prior gold whatsoever. Like you can see, he's trying to invest as little as possible in feudal and get to castle.
I think Corvinus is going to force an investment though, with the amount of units that he's making. Funny thing as well is Zertan wants to wall the left-hand side. There are 2 wolves on the way to that wall, and only 1 villager.
Man-made versus nature. Who wins?
That's the second military school. Oh, I actually skipped the first wolf. All right.
Oh, somehow. Imagine that feeling betrayal. Like, you ever been in that situation where you're like, we'll attack this together, and then the other person doesn't turn up? That's a whole story arc for the wolves themselves. Ranches are filling out quite quick for Corvinus. So, in fairness, like it's kind of crazy, right? When you think of Malian economy, the fact that he's invested this much into military, and he still already has this many ranches.
And he has a lot of food still banked up.
Scout.
That's
gonna
another
go down.
scout down. Oh, same side.
Okay, Corvinus now riding blind. This is where it gets a little bit scary.
Yeah. But I think he's still slowly but surely just going up to Castle Age, right?
Why did
Oh,
he
also
mine-
trade behind this.
I'm a little bit surprised he mining camped the central gold vein there, actually. I
It's
guess he
big
just doesn't
gold.
want to walk back, right?
I mean, to be fair, where else is he going to get gold from? We're playing the Hill and Dale version where you only have 1 gold in your base.
That's true.
Everything
Hey,
else is outside.
that's not true. He's going to have plenty of gold in his base, courtesy of the trade that just got set. This is a big eco lead now for certain, though. Looks like the tech up is about to be pulled trigger on. We've got 4 stables as well. I actually like that. You've got really potent timing here, because you know Zertan's going to have to mirror the tech up.
And Zertan doesn't really have a lot of units that have torches, right? So he couldn't even do anything about it if he wanted to. There it is. Oh, he's way quicker with the age up than Zertan is. I think Zertan is pivoting back into feudal age. He's making units again. I think Corvinus baited him.
Such a delay as well, yeah. This is just disadvantageous. I mean, your eco is at least scaling, but you know, between the Fulani now coming online, the fact that trade is going to be set up, like you're going to be a mile behind 2 to 3 minutes from now.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the blacksmith upgrade at the very least, so could in theory do some damage here, but just looking at the army mass, he's now pulling back, and the age up is going to hit him in just a little bit. And then Zertan's going to be a little bit steering.
And that's where the pressure is on Corvinus to close the game, because otherwise what Zertan will do, it'll be the hunker down strat, right? Where you just go on the high ground, wall yourself in, and then think about how good Imperial Age sounds.
Right, age up has come in. You can still see, like, Zertan right now, he has a ton of villagers on food. Not on food, on wood still. That he hasn't retasked over to food. If you want to, like, go for a fast age up, he should pull, like, 15 villagers off of wood now.
Yeah, there you go. Mill drop on the way. So it's going to be a switch over onto the berries.
Also needs, like, fast walls now on the sides.
I think that's what the extra wood gathering is all about. So he's going to have the defense. And, you know, not a bad position to be in, right? Like, Corvinus, half of his army is ranged. But that's where it's kind of an intriguing matchup. Corv, I don't like this Sofa idea because in the event your opponent does reach castle, you're countered, right? Janissaries are perfect there. I feel like this matchup...
Upgrades.
But in this matchup, you typically, what you want to be going for is Mass Musafadi, right? Like, Musafadi is typically the answer to the next step from Ottomans.
I'm not sure about that, mainly because of the matter having the 15% attack speed increase. It means that so many units actually just deal really well with the Musafadi Warriors. The main thing that Musafadi Warriors have going for themselves is their attack speed, meaning that they actually do have a relatively high amount of DPS, which is the main reason why they're able to take down Spearmen and Horsemen very easily.
But the logic is usually you want to go
that.
Archer Musafadi for raw number count, right? Like, because it's the most cost-efficient way to reach pop cap. And if you think about, like, Malian's Feudal, you can play quality, but outside of Feudal, once you reach Castle, I feel like the meta is very much to play mass as quickly as possible.
I feel like Certain is committing to Feudal late throttle a bit too long here. He needs age up. He's banking gold as well for it.
I mean, the army is going to be upgrading. I guess it's not too bad because that's Sofa detail. He's already got spears, right? But you know, the archers aren't going to really maintain much value in Castle here.
As long as Corvinus doesn't have any blacksmith upgrades, the archers are still going to do 2 damage with every hit, even with imported armor.
And it looks like we are getting the Musafadi switch.
Oh, there's the armor upgrade.
Flash coming in.
Before, though.
This is a good fight for Zern. Archer starts stepping back. Hasn't denied that meta aura, and Corvinus realizes the mistake he made. He has to back away. There's an opportunity here. Zertan, the army is huge.
It is, and here we go. Archers stepping up. Enough archers to almost one-shot the javelin throwers as well.
And we've seen this type of
very good front line. Oh,
right,
and
like,
he pulled the Janissaries.
Oh, this is sick. He was worried about the Sofas, right? Like the imported armors, the extra armor coming through. You talked about, I mean, it's the one way you can easily counter this, and the jab count is getting a little bit low right now.
That is so dangerous now. Losing the jabs before the Janissaries arrive.
Sofas pushing this back. Janis are about to move in. Will he surprise him?
There we go.
Springs the trap. Corvinus committed to the fight. He doesn't realize what's happening right now.
The
javelins! The javelins just attacked the Spearman the entire time.
The Miss Micro.
I can't believe this.
And now the
Mamma mia. Zertan, now with the Mehmed Imperial Army on the way, in a position he can deny the forward base. I mean, you need to cancel units right now. Like, the Janissaries are going to melt anything coming out of there.
Corvinus is queuing up Musafadi warriors, but against what? Against 40 archers.
It made sense when he had numbers, but that's just not the case.
Oh, no, no. This is going to look rough very, very quickly here.
The ballsiness.
Gets at least a couple of the Janissaries.
I mean, this is incredible. Like, the way the Zertan played this, like, you do not see Ottomans play a long feudal when they're aged behind like this, especially since the nerfs. But the soul read on this, like, Corvinus, he went looking for trouble and immediately regretted it.
He only has 1 blacksmith upgrade, only +1 pierce armor. He's getting poison arrows in now.
Veterancy queued up.
The Janissaries, they're just shredding the Sofas still.
I don't know why he's even attacking those metas. 3 of them, it's just a waste of time. Sofas should eventually be able to get through the front line, you'd think, but just enough spearmen to whittle them down with the assistance of 1 or 2 Janissaries left over. It's just javelins to defend, and Corvinus going to have to bail and go back behind the walls again. But next time, next fight, it's going to be vet archers. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, production building's also going down. How is he going to get the Sofa mess up?
He's not.
Good point.
He's gonna trust in the Musafadi.
Yeah, about that.
About that, looks like you aren't gonna have to phone up and say you're gonna be late for work. Oh my god. I mean, this, I just gotta frankly say, and it's not an offense to Corvinus, it's actually the talent zone. You said he's the highest ranked player. This is skill diff.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say skill diff after watching the first 2 games. I want to point that out. Or rather, after watching the first game. Maybe the second game you could call skill diff.
You're not going to let him get away from that one.
Nah, the first game was atrocious.
Here's an interesting one for you. The first game had a longer game length than the rest of the series. I'm predicting that right now.
It needs to end in like the next. Yeah, never mind. He has time.
You get your flashbacks tomorrow. Zertin in a very powerful position here. I mean, at least Corvinus has trade.
And he's buying himself a lot of time with that pit mine. Okay, Certain realizes that maybe giving my opponent a lot of time here isn't a great idea. He got poison arrows in, +2 armor is on its way. Not quite there yet. And the front line isn't that great for Certain.
No, but he's doing what he needs to, which is containing Corvus on the high ground, because he's now playing for relics.
Yeah.
Sipahi count should start scaling upwards, actually. Sipahi is the perfect answer to everything Corvinus is
There's
doing.
Mangonel. Just came out. We also see a slight farm transition behind all of this for Certain. He's also on pocket on like outer resource, on the natural resources.
Yeah.
So vacuuming those up while he has the map control. Like Corvinus right now, he just can't really afford sending sending the Sofas out. Because as soon as the Sofas are somewhere else, I think Certain can just push it in.
Yeah, I think the goal here is just get up to 20-25 farms.
He's going for it though.
And then you start flocking into Sipahi pretty hard here, because Corvinus just doesn't, like, literally his entire army can get destroyed by Sipahi.
I think Corvinus just saw the deer disappear through the fog of war. I think that's why he's sending the Sofas across now. At least Certain is going to see it, but he's going to pay a dear price for it.
I mean, the good news, he has got a decent eco lead here, and this should still kind of keep him slightly ahead, especially when you compensate with the military school production. But great read by Corvinus. You see that. He sends the Sofas deeper, understanding that these guys are trying to protect something else.
Yeah, Certain though, pre-pulling the villagers away, and that's it. Sofas are somewhere else, so now he goes in, has the Mangonel for it. Massive range from Certain, from Corvinus. Might just not be enough here.
He has got a Springald on the way to try and counter this. It might be a difficult hold. Initial
The
opening.
wolf.
Mango. Good tracking shot.
Oh,
Heavy hit.
Goodbye, villager.
Wall's broken
Springald
now.
though, takes it down.
So, mistakes made there. He's going to go for the dive. Spy to front line.
Is getting forced. Does have the attack speed benefit.
Yeah, there's only one Donzo left in this fight by the looks of it, and he's about to go down. So nothing to counter out the remaining Sipahi. Front line is already failing him. Javelins are trying to target down that back line of archers and Jannies, but now it's going to be a bleed through of men-at-arms.
Yeah, the attack speed makes a big difference here. Janissaries, for the most part, are getting taken down. Matter now also getting taken down. Only one remaining, 2 remaining. Now getting pulled to the backside, and
Yeah,
they might just have not died.
Yeah,
this getting pulled.
For what? Are we conscripting here? I think he needs more wood. He's switching wood line. Wallow's going to come out. Looks like we've got more coming home. But, I mean, the big deal is he's broken him, right? Down to 24 military. It's going to be a soft reset from Zertin. But the next wave should be able to simply ripple through.
Behind all of this, the trade has been going for a while, though. And Corvinus, he was behind like 40 villagers. Now it's 80 economic units.
Now, keep in mind, we have got relics coming home, so that's compensating more. We're also deep into the castle age, where Vizier points are quickly ramping up for the offense. So we start to get that kind of plus effect.
At the same time, I feel like relics don't matter at all as long as trade is going, because it's like negligible, the amount of gold that you get from relics compared to when you have trade going. He's at 1,300 gold per minute right now. He's more than even than Certain is. Even considering that he's only on 1 pit mine.
That's what I was about to say. Let's keep in mind, like, this is Marlians in a weakened phase because they don't have the pit mine gold that scales them so well.
Oh, and Corvinus is making siege again, so maybe 40 minutes game. Not too unrealistic.
Oh. Corvinus made that critical blunder again, though. Advances out ahead of time. Mango shot coming in. Zone doesn't care. He says, deeper. Go deeper. Sipahi are wrapping around here. They might actually be able to get on the Mangonel just in time for the kill. Brings it low. Siege gets traded out, though, and it looks like Zertin should have to retreat from this.
He should have to retreat from this, right?
Surely. I mean,
Surely
you could just send it on the Mango. No. No.
That he just stays there, right?
No. No. Come on.
Surely he's not just gonna stay there. Surely not.
But I thought Mango's counter range units.
I was lied to. You were lied to. We were lied to. But now the siege repair is coming in. So now he should just stand on top of the siege.
Now you just kill the villagers, right?
Even further.
Like, surely you just kill the villagers. And nope, he's legit killing the Mangonel.
He's not killing that through this repair. Okay, he's killed the villagers.
Corvinus.
Or is he?
Isn't this just a limbo of death now?
It is, because behind all of this, Corvin is just sending units into their deaths. Meanwhile, Certain's economy is completely untouched and he scales more military.
Floating a lot of wood and gold right now. Like, I'd actually love to see him just drop a Fort Siege Workshop. Like, believe it or not. Oh, okay. Believe it or not, folks, Ottomans can actively build siege. It's a wild concept, but they do occasionally do it. I know, right? Paying for something?
Imagine. Wait, is there a forward mangonel? Oh, I thought it was a forward mangonel from Certain that just went down. It's just Men-at-Arms.
We've got Musafadi spam coming.
And Springled spam. Can't spell Corvinus without Springled spam. It's in there.
That's true. If you take his name and jiggle it around, then remove a few letters and add a few letters, you get sprinkled.
Spam.
Yep.
That's two words in there.
You just have to read the small print. Village is the front line. Just tourists in the neighborhood at the wrong moment.
Oh, Springleds. I mean, we've seen the Springled micro so far from Certain compared to Corvinus. I feel like Corvinus has been a little bit more on point when it came to the Springled micro.
I like how we began this game by pointing out skill diff, and then we followed up by going the other way with skill diff.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the problem. Musafadi counted the Men-at-Arms, but what about the Janissaries? Oh, no. I guess you got the mangoes.
Oh, God. Yeah, this is gonna go 40 minutes. Maybe more.
You got anywhere to be? Nah.
In theory.
It's fine. Well, we got a castle drop. That's great. I'm sure Zertan's now going to go lock in the sacred sites, and we can add another 10 minutes to this game.
I'm sure Corvinus isn't going to contest that with the mass siege, right? I'm sure Certain isn't going to lose 20 villagers trying to get that keep up.
No, Crackety, it's not Age of Springles. You can't do that anymore.
You can't? Oh, counter keep!
Wait, if I build my keep on top of your keep, does it get double range?
He sees it now.
Mangoes, like all over the place there. Needs to go deeper to cancel the castle. Zertan refusing to give it up, though. He's got the siege crews now, the Springald advantage. Starts to get the snipe advantage. Musafadi need to dive in right now. No, stop blaming! Oh. Why?
Oh, no.
Why?
And there's the keep. Keep number 2. Oh, and the villagers are taking damage. But Certain's winning the military here.
I mean,
he just needs to get
winning the military. Corvinus has 0 military.
He has 0. Yeah. Oh god. I'm not sure if you just forgot to queue. Oh god. Oh god.
It's happening.
I think this might be it.
Redemption. Zertan. He's gonna get the keep up in the weirdest. I cannot believe that. The panic as well. Like, that would have been so much cleaner if he just stood his ground with that siege crew Springald. He would have cleared up the mango. There would have been no retreat, no mess. Instead, just mass and a GG. We still get there, though. Zertan, now almost 30 villages ahead. The castle, the consolation castle here, but with no textiles and Janissaries on top of you. The price is going to be high.
Attack so fast. They attack so fast. Yeah, no textile makes a big difference here, actually, but the keep is going to go up. And Corvinus is going to live for the next 15 minutes.
Wait, I just realized I've actually got whiskey on the floor next to me, so...
Suddenly, that's a game changer.
I might just drink it from the bottle. Farm's now coming in behind this, so it's going to be a slowdown.
No come though.
Zertan is adding in the rams, so pretty cost-efficient way of dealing with this right now, considering your opponent has a grand total of duck all army. I mean, 6 Musafadi just sounds like, I don't know, a militia force at this point.
I'm not sure why Certain in this position isn't just going straight up Imperial Age.
We went over this before. In game 1, why he didn't, but also whenever you make that comment, it's I'm not certain why. Get it drilled into you, buddy. Because Great Bombards is a cheat sheet, and he wants to win this honorably.
I feel like there's so much easier ways to win it, though.
Just kidding. He's going Imperial Age.
Yes, please.
Hear me out. You Seagate Castle, the enemy base.
No, please.
Well, he's discovered the walls. I think this is the point where Zerton is starting to think maybe trade is happening.
Maybe. There might be he might be onto something. Getting the Ram play out now, though. He's gonna do what Corvinus did to him last game.
It's only right in this series. Swings and
fair.
roundabouts, folks.
You got production buildings? You had production buildings.
Meet my anti-production buildings units. Fortrax's Archery Ranger is about to go down. He's also just not able to produce. I mean, at this stage, it's a punt, right? Mass Musafadi into Janissaries and Archers. It doesn't really sound like a recipe for success.
Definitely doesn't. 37 Musafadi warriors, some archers in there as well. But the Janissaries, they just attack so quickly. 1.28 attack speed. They attack faster than Abbasid archers.
Gatling gun boys in the castle age. Musafadi on top of him, but that just simply doesn't matter. And
Imperial
Istanbul on the way to instantly bullet Corvinus out of this game.
Yeah. Mangonel gets great shots in on the archers, and behind all of this, the production buildings are going down. And Corvinus, he can't get this army down, and now he can't get his own army out because the production buildings are gone.
This should be the point of no return. I mean, we're about to be on the trade. We're about to be on the Fulani. There really isn't much to hope for Corvinus at this stage. He's trying to mass into Sofa, which I'm not a fan. We won't even go into details on that and why that's a bad idea when you're being shot in the face by Janissaries.
Hero Age has come in.
Can you believe that this was a free game series? I mean, in fairness, I feel like that first game really put a bad taste in your mouth, but credit to him, Zerton, the killer instinct came in Game 2 and Game 3. He proves why it's not really his fault why he ends up in these situations. It's coincidence.
Yeah. It's the people he plays against, not how he plays.
I do love.
There we go. The Rams finally on the cattle ranches. That's the game-ending move.
By the way, just really want to put the cherry on top. The open map lasted longer than the closed map and the water map combined. This is where categories do not matter. The players and the civs matter much more. Ranch is being shut down. Corvinus, he's doing that thing again, Brackety. He doesn't want it to end. He's like, my final moments in Master of Realms.
The landmarks are still standing.
So there's always a chance.
Yeah.
Now, the good news is that these are work units now. They don't take bonus damage being Cav, so at least they're not immediately being erased, but looks like Corvinus has been a 3-0 clean sweep for Zerton to qualify for the main event of Master of Realms.
All right, there we go. So in the sets that we spectated, Zerton and Recon are going to be able to make it through. The question is, what about the other sets? Who else so far?
That's right. Let's go into another one. All right, next up, what we... Well, the other two going on was CSO versus Elyona and Cat versus Lash. Are the results in for those ones, I'm wondering? Because although this was a 3-0, parts of it were very long. Okay, so can confirm CSO was able to take down Elyona 3-1, and Cat is currently 2-0 versus Lash, so potentially a stomp on the way there. Especially considering that it's now map number 3, Kawasan, and Cat has the Japanese, Lash has the Mongols. So I'm just going to boldly predict the future and say Cat's about to qualify. Oh, God.
I mean, Cat...
Sorry, I just saw our chat behind the scenes. Cat and Lash are in the third game at 50 minutes.
Oh, my God.
At least our Kawasan was quick, right? Like, it went a different way here. So I think what we're going to do now is get ready to wind down. Reminder to people, definitely subscribe to the channel, because if you're entertained, even a little bit, well, we've got all those big familiar names coming back from the next weekend on for the next 4. That's right. You can see the likes of the Spanish Bros, the Canadian Bros. You're going to be seeing Beastie, Marine Lord, B, and Louis MT, joined by all the people who made it through this weekend, the qualifiers. But the goal now should be to prep a raid to head on through to Wham, who I know is currently casting that Catlash there. So we're going to see if he's anywhere remotely as unhinged as Crackety was in this one, considering Wham's getting treated to a nice 50-minute game.
I mean, Wham's used to casting long hour games. What was the last one he casted in Big Tournament? 3 hours?
I think so. But yes, guys.
To another.
And then another and another. And we'll be on to another. We'll definitely be back for the main event. But guys, remember, if you haven't already, follow the channel. Make sure you're following all the socials so that you know when the games go live. They do kick off at 15 GMT each day. On top of that, be sure to check out Surfshot. They are back for a second event in a row, showing their support for Age of Empires 4 and EGC. So do a favor in return. If you are looking to get yourself a VPN service, be sure to check them out. But guys, what we're going to do now, I think we're getting ready to close it out. Crackety, has been a pleasure as always. We helped each other survive that game one, and that's all that matters, man. You know, it's teamwork makes the dream work. But now you can go have some nightmares and then wake up for another 5-day week of work.
Another nightmare.
Another nightmare, and then another one. But absolute pleasure to have you all here, and hopefully we'll see you again next weekend when the main event kicks off.
See you then, guys.